Section 68 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Dr. John W. Hughes for the murder of Tamsin Parsons, Cleveland, Ohio, 1865, Part 5. The charge to the jury. Judge Coffinberry. The prisoner at the bar stands charged by the indictment with the willful, deliberate, and malicious murder of Tamsin Parsons in the county of Cuyahoga and state of Ohio on the 9th day of August, 1865, by shooting her in the back of the neck with a pistol ball. To this indictment, a plea of not guilty has been entered on behalf of the prisoner, and this constitutes the issue which you are impaneled and sworn to try. The state asserts that he is guilty, as charged in the indictment. This he denies, and the burden of proof rests upon the state, and it is incumbent upon the prosecution to prove his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt of some of the offenses of which it is possible to convict under this indictment. And if it has failed to make such proof, it becomes your duty to return a verdict of not guilty. It is proper that I should commence my charge as to the law governing the case by calling your attention to some of the distinctions between the rules of evidence and the measure of proof which obtain in civil and criminal cases. In a civil case, the mind of each juror should be as a sheet of white paper or clean slate, without any presumption for or against either party. But in a criminal case, such as this, it is the duty of the jury to presume the defendant to be innocent until he is proven by the evidence to be guilty. In civil cases, when a party has made out his case by a preponderance of all the evidence in the case, or by the weight of the evidence, as it is sometimes termed, he is entitled to a verdict in his favor. But in criminal cases, the state is not entitled to a verdict of guilty upon a mere preponderance of evidence, but to warrant a conviction, the evidence must establish the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. Applying these rules to the case in hand, it becomes your duty, upon taking your seats as jurors, to presume that the prisoner at the bar was innocent of the crime charged against him in this prosecution, and this presumption of innocence you are to adhere to and entertain until it should be overcome or rebutted by evidence tending to prove guilt. And so long as there is reasonable doubt of guilt in your minds, you are to give him the benefit of that doubt. The doubt, however, which should work an acquittal of the defendant, should be a reasonable, actual, and substantial one, not a merely speculative or possible doubt for which no reason can be assigned. If, after you have carefully and impartially weighed and considered all the evidence and all the circumstances of the case, as they have been given in evidence, you do not feel an abiding conviction, a moral assurance of the prisoner's guilt, your verdict should be not guilty. But upon the other hand, if you are assured from the evidence that the defendant is guilty as charged in the indictment, or that he is guilty of murder in the second degree, or of manslaughter, no sentiment of tenderness or sympathy with the defendant should prevent you from rendering a verdict in strict accordance with your honest convictions and judgment in the premises. Under this indictment, the defendant may, upon proper evidence, be convicted of either murder in the first degree, murder in the second degree, or of manslaughter, as the charge for the higher or greater crime embraces charges for both the lower or minor grades of homicide. The better to apprehend the sense and meaning of either of these crimes, it will be well to give your attention to a brief analysis of each. The first section of the Crimes Act defines the crime of murder in the first degree as follows, quote, "If any person shall purposely and of deliberate and premeditated malice, or in the perpetration or attempt to perpetrate any rape, arson, robbery, or burglary, or by administering poison or causing the same to be done, kill another, every such person shall be deemed guilty of murder in the first degree, and upon conviction thereof shall suffer death." End quote. The second section, defining the crime of murder in the second degree, provides, quote, "that if any person shall purposely and maliciously, but without deliberation and premeditation, kill another, every such person shall be deemed guilty of murder in the second degree, and upon conviction thereof shall be imprisoned in the penitentiary and kept at hard labor during life." End quote. The third section, defining manslaughter, provides, quote, that if any person shall unlawfully kill another without malice, either upon a sudden quarrel or unintentionally while the allayer is in the commission of some unlawful act, every such person shall be deemed guilty of manslaughter, and upon conviction thereof shall be imprisoned in the penitentiary and kept at hard labor not more than 10 years, nor less than 1 year." Murder in the first degree under our statute embraces 2 classes of cases. First, killing purposely and of deliberate and premeditated malice. Second, killing purposely in the perpetration or attempt to perpetrate a rape, arson, robbery, or burglary, or by administering poison or causing the same to be done. As it is not claimed in this case that the prisoner was perpetrating or attempting to perpetrate either of the crimes named in the second class of cases mentioned in the statute, it is not necessary to ask your attention further to this class of cases. The ingredients of the crime of murder in the first degree in the class of cases with which we have to do are: first, the killing of one human being by another; second, the purpose or intention to kill; third, that the killing be done of deliberate and premeditated malice. Murder in the second degree is when one person kills another purposely and maliciously, but without deliberation and premeditation. Manslaughter is the intentional killing of another without malice upon a sudden quarrel, or the unintentional killing of another while the slayer is in the commission of some unlawful act. The first subject for investigation in prosecution for murder or manslaughter usually is whether one person has been killed by another, but in this case it is admitted that Tamsin Parsons was killed by the prisoner at the bar on the 9th day of August last. This being admitted, you will proceed to the consideration of the circumstances preceding and attending the homicide, and determine from them whether the defendant is guilty of any crime, and if of any, of what crime he is guilty. Intention. You have seen from the reading of the statute that to justify a conviction for murder in the first degree, you must find from the evidence that the prisoner intended to kill the deceased, Tamsin Parsons. And to justify a conviction of murder in the second degree, you must be satisfied from the evidence that he intended to kill some human being and did in fact kill Tamsin Parsons. The purpose or intention to kill can only be directly shown by the declarations of the prisoner previous to or at the time of the act, or by his subsequent confessions. But whilst this is the direct means of proof, it is not by any means the only evidence by which the intention or purpose to kill can be proven. The manner and purpose of the killing may afford as satisfactory and conclusive evidence of a purpose to kill as the voluntary confession of the party. If a rational person voluntarily shoots through the brain or heart, or other vital part with a pistol, musket, or rifle ball, or stabs another with a sword or dagger in a vital place, or cleaves the skull with an axe or heavy iron bar, it is almost impossible to avoid the conviction that the perpetrator of such an act of deadly violence intended to kill. The relation between such acts and the intention or motive which prompts them is well recognized, and the law implies or presumes the purpose from the act. In the language of the books, the law presumes that every man intends the natural and probable consequences of his own voluntary acts. And this legal presumption but expresses the sense and judgment of every intelligent mind. If, therefore, you should find from the evidence in this case that the prisoner at the bar voluntarily used such a kind and degree of violence towards Tamsin Parsons as would necessarily or in the all probability result in her death, you will be justified in presuming and finding by your verdict that he intended to kill her. You will take into consideration all the facts and circumstances of the case which go to show the intention or purpose of the defendant in doing the act which resulted in the death of Tamsin Parsons at the time and place charged, and if in your judgment they prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant then and there intended to kill her, the state has made out this element of the crime of murder in either the first or second degree. But if the intention to kill is not proved, the prisoner is entitled to a verdict of not guilty. In order to constitute a homicide, or the killing of one human being by another, murder in the first degree in this case of classes, there must not only be clear and satisfactory proof of an intentional killing, but the evidence must show that it was done of deliberate and premeditated malice. Deliberation and premeditation are acts of the mind, requiring the exercise of reason, reflection, judgment, and decision, and these cannot exist in any case where the faculties of the mind are deranged or destroyed to such an extent as to deprive the party of his free agency, and render him incapable of understanding the nature and consequences of the act he was doing or about to do, or of discriminating between right and wrong. Although deliberation and premeditation are necessary ingredients in the crime of murder in the first degree, it is not necessary that it should have been meditated and deliberated on for any particular length of time. It is sufficient if the intention or purpose to commit the crime has been distinctly formed in the mind before its execution, and it is immaterial as to the length of time which transpires between the forming of the design or purpose and its execution. A moment's reflection upon it and entertaining the purpose, intention for any perceptible period of time is all the deliberation and premeditation which the law requires. The mind must conceive the design to kill, reason must perceive the nature and consequences of the act, and judgment elect to do it. When all these concur, they constitute all the deliberation and premeditation requisite to make a killing murder in the first degree. To constitute homicide or killing murder in the first degree, there must be an intentional killing with deliberation and premeditated malice. The distinction made by our statute between murder in the first and second degree is this. In murder in the first degree, the killing must be done purposely and of deliberate and premeditated malice. In murder in the second degree, the killing must be done purposely and maliciously, but without deliberation and premeditation. In murder of the first degree, the malice goes before or precedes the act of killing, whilst to constitute murder in the second degree, the malice goes with or accompanies the act of killing. We will now ask your attention to the technical meaning of the term malice as used in the statutory definition of murder. As used here, malice includes not only hatred, ill will, and revenge, but every other unlawful and unjustifiable motive. It is not confined to ill will towards any one or more individuals, but it is evidenced by an action proceeding from a wicked and corrupt motive. To justify a conviction for murder, it is not necessary to show that the slayer entertained a malicious sentiment, or spite and ill will especially towards the person slain. But it is sufficient if the evidence proves a general malignity, a depraved inclination to dangerous and deadly mischief, fall where it may, or a reckless disregard of the lives and safety of others. In the language of another, it means that general malignity, that disregard of the lives and safety of others which proceeds from a heart void of a just sense of social duty and fatally bent on mischief. This legal malice may be promoted as well by motives of avarice, bigotry, or jealousy as by hatred, revenge, or cruelty. If one human being voluntarily and unlawfully takes the life of another from any unlawful and improper motive, it is done in legal contemplation maliciously. Malice may also be expressed or implied. Express malice is where one person kills another with a sedate, deliberate mind and formed design, which formed design is usually evidenced by external circumstances, discovering or indicating that inward purpose. This kind of malice is usually shown by lying in wait, antecedent threats or menaces, evidence of formed grudges, concocting schemes or providing means or weapons to compass the death of the party slain, seeking one with a view to kill him, or by an unusual degree of cruelty, deliberation, and precision attending the act of killing. This is the kind or degree of malice which must be proven to make the case of murder in the first degree. Implied or constructive malice is where there have been no previous threats, menaces, or preparation, but where there are such circumstances attending the act of killing as are the ordinary indications of a wicked, malicious, and bloodthirsty spirit, as when one person kills another suddenly, without provocation or without any considerable provocation, or when a person in a sudden affray without necessity makes use of a deadly weapon and kills an adversary therewith. From the proof of such circumstances, the law implies that kind of malice which is a necessary ingredient in the crime of murder in the second degree. When malice is once shown to exist toward the person killed, it is presumed to have continued down to the perpetration of the meditated act, unless there is evidence or some circumstance in the case repelling or overcoming such presumption. Evidence tending to prove that the prisoner and Tamsin Parsons were found together in Pittsburgh, and of the statements and conduct of the prisoner whilst there, has been given by the prosecution, and also evidence of the arrest of the defendant in this city for some alleged offense, or some indignity to her family after his return to this city. But, gentlemen, this evidence was not admitted as tending to prove the defendant guilty of bigamy, forgery, adultery, assault and battery, or immorality, and you have no right to entertain it or consider it for any such purpose. Nor should it in the least affect the general character of the defendant in your deliberations, serving and accepting so much of it as was called out by the state in cross-examination of witnesses who were called in behalf of the prisoner to testify to his character as a peaceable, law-abiding citizen. That evidence was permitted to be given for the sole purpose of enabling you to judge the relationship between the prisoner and Tamsin Parsons, that you may the better understand their relations to each other and the history of their intimacy, and as affording you the means to judge of the intentions, motives, and sentiments of the defendant toward her as affecting his guilt or innocence of the crime charged against him in this indictment, and you are not at liberty to use it for any other conceivable purpose. The defense of insanity is interposed in behalf of the prisoner, and if in this defense is clearly made out to the satisfactory of the jury by the weight of the evidence, or, in other words, by a preponderance of the evidence in the case, it is a perfect bar to a conviction for any crime whatever under this indictment. But in reference to this defense, it is met upon the threshold with a legal presumption that the accused is of sound mind, that his mind is not so diseased or alienated as to exonerate him from punishment for the commission of a criminal act. This legal presumption of sanity you are not at liberty to disregard. It is essential to justice and to the safety of society that you should entertain this presumption of sanity and set upon it, until you become satisfied from the testimony and circumstances of the case that the defendant was of unsound mind at the time of the killing, and therefore not responsible for his conduct. It is not necessary, however, that insanity be established beyond a reasonable doubt. It is sufficient if it is shown by clear and satisfactory evidence, by a preponderance of the proof that he was in fact insane at the time of the commission of the act. But it is not sufficient to show that possibly the prisoner's mind was so far diseased or alienated as to render him incapable of committing crime. Nor is it sufficient if the evidence merely shows that it is probable that his mind was in such a condition, but to make evidence of insanity available as a defense. It must be such as to reasonably satisfy your minds that the defendant was in fact insane at the time of the commission of the act. Nevertheless, evidence of drunkenness, anger, jealousy, morbid conditions, and nervous excitement is admissible as affecting the question of intention, deliberation, and premeditation. For the purpose of proving the condition of the defendant's mind at the time of the commission of the act, it is competent for the prisoner to call witnesses who are familiar with his peculiar mental characteristics under the influence of intoxication, and also to call physicians and others whose professions and associations in life are such as to have made them familiar with the faculties and operations of his mind, and these persons may testify to matters of opinion or science in reference to the probable condition of his mind at the time of the commission of the act. Such testimony is legitimate, and when used for its true and proper purpose, that of affording you assistance in determining the condition of the prisoner's mind, it may be of the first importance. But after all, much of it is frequently merely a matter of opinion, and should be received and acted upon by a jury with great caution, and should there be a great conflict or manifest and irreconcilable inconsistency in their testimony, or if in your judgment it is not sustained by reason and facts, you are not bound to adopt their opinions. You are not to be intimidated by your homage and respect for the learning and intelligence of professional witnesses from determining the question of sanity and drunkenness for yourselves, as well as every other question of the fact in the case. The question of sanity or insanity is for you and you only to determine, and the fact that scientific men may regard the accused as sane or insane, drunk or morbid, does not relieve you of the responsibility of deciding for yourselves. It is both your right and duty to hear the evidence, to consider it carefully, and to give it all the credence and influence it may seem to deserve, but the question, after all, is left to your own good sense and judgment, and you are to determine it according to the preponderance of all the evidence and circumstances of the case. This leads to the consideration of the degree or species of insanity or mental misrule and alienation, which absolves a party from legal suit and punishment for crime. The rule of law, as I understand it to be on this subject, is this, that a man is not entitled to an acquittal on the ground of insanity If at the time of the alleged offense he had capacity and reason sufficient to enable him to distinguish between right and wrong in reference to the particular act he is doing or is about to do, and understands the act in his relation to the party injured. If he has not a knowledge or consciousness that the act he is doing is contrary to the dictates of justice and right, injurious to others, and in violation of the dictates of duty, he is not amenable to punishment for his act. But although his mind may be morbid and laboring under partial insanity, still, if he understands the nature and character of his act and its consequence, and that it is wrong and criminal for him to do it, such partial insanity is not sufficient to exempt him from responsibility. If it is proved to your satisfaction that the defendant's mind was in a diseased and unsound state, and that for the time being his mental disease was such that in reference to this mental act it overwhelmed his reason, conscience, and judgment, and that in committing it he acted from an irresistible and uncontrollable impulse, and not as a voluntary agent, he was not answerable to the law and should be acquitted. With reference to insanity from drunkenness, the law discriminates between criminal acts which are the immediate results of a fit of drunkenness, and which are committed while the party is yet intoxicated, and such acts are the result of a settled, permanent, or intermittent insanity, which has been remotely produced by previous habits of intertemperance. When the mind has become diseased by a habit of intemperance and is so far alienated as to be unstable to discriminate between right and wrong, and to comprehend the nature and consequences of a criminal act, the party is no more amenable to the penalty of the law than if his insanity were the act of God. And so it is if the act was committed during an attack of the delirium tremens, which rendered him insane for the time being, and which delirium was the result of a previous habit of intemperance, or of long-continued drunkenness. But when the crime is committed by a drunken man whilst intoxicated under the influence of drunken frenzy or madness, and who is not insane when sober, his drunkenness and the temporary insanity or madness produced by it is no excuse or palliation whatever. The law will not permit him to screen himself from punishment for his criminal acts by proving his own gross vice and misconduct. A settled, fixed insanity, however caused, is a good defense. Drunkenness is no excuse whatever. The frenzy, passion, and madness of voluntary drunkenness is not that species of insanity which excuses crime. But that settled insanity or delirium, which is caused by previous habits of intemperance or long-continued drunkenness, is a good defense, notwithstanding the fact that the party have lucid intervals. But if the act were committed during a sane or lucid interval, the fact that a party is subject to intermittent insanity is no excuse. One reason for this discrimination is that men voluntarily get drunk, and sometimes for the very purpose of bracing their nerves and inflaming their passions to the commission of crimes which they have meditated when sober, but which they then lack the nerve, courage, or disposition to perpetrate. But no man voluntarily becomes permanently insane, or seeks to bring on a fit of delirium tremens, and if it even were done for the sole purpose of committing violence upon another, the delirium would be more likely to defeat than to accomplish such purpose. But if a person were made drunk by the machinations of others, without any intention or fault upon his part, and should injure or kill another during the fit of intoxication, and whilst his mind was so disordered as to be unable to comprehend the nature of his act, or to distinguish between right and wrong, he would not be amenable to punishment. It is also competent for the defense to prove that the prisoner was drunk at the time of the killing, as leading to show whether the act was done with deliberation and premeditation. But if the evidence shows that the purpose to kill was formed before he became drunk, or if he got drunk to brace his nerves and harden his mind for the act of killing, then, however delirious he may have been at the time of the act, it can avail him nothing by way of defense or mitigation, and the drunkenness would not reduce the offense to murder in the second degree. Let me illustrate the idea I wish to convey by showing the application of this principle to another class of cases. A person charged with passing counterfeit banknotes cannot palliate or excuse his crime by showing that he was drunk at the time of passing them. But inasmuch as a knowledge of the base and counterfeit character of the bills passed is a necessary ingredient of the crime of uttering and publishing counterfeit bank bills, he may prove that he was drunk as tending to show that he did not possess this guilty knowledge of their true character. as it requires some degree of skill and judgment to determine whether a bill is genuine or counterfeit, and as experience teaches that one whose senses are steeped in intoxicating liquors is not so capable of exercising the skill and judgment as the same person would be when sober, it is proper that his condition as to his intoxication should be shown, that the jury may be better able to judge of his capacity to distinguish the true character of the bills he had passed. So in this case, if the prisoner is guilty of murder in either degree, drunkenness is no excuse or mitigation of the crime, but evidence of his condition as to intoxication is received as tending to show of what crime he is guilty. In all cases where it becomes material to know, as it does in this case, whether the act of killing was done of deliberate and premeditated malice, which constitutes murder in the first degree, or whether it was done maliciously but without deliberation and premeditation, making it murder in the first degree, the fact of drunkenness may be proved. The experience of mankind proves that as a general rule a drunken man acts with less judgment and circumspection, and more from sudden impulse and passion than he would when sober, and as deliberation and premeditation are acts of the mind requiring some degree of sedateness and reflection, it is competent for the defendant to show what was his condition as to intoxication, as tending to prove that at the time of the commission of the act he was incapable of deliberation and premeditation, or if he was capable of them, that in consequence of drunkenness he was less likely to have meditated and deliberated upon the act than he would have been if sober. But if you should find from the evidence in the case that the defendant meditated the act when sober, that he prepared means and sought opportunities for its commission, that he determined that in case he should not be able to induce her to live with him, or submit herself to his pleasure, he would take her life, and that he finally killed her in pursuance of that purpose, such killing would be murder in the first degree, however insane or frenzied he may have been at the time from drunkenness. In passing upon the subject of deliberation and premeditation, you should carefully consider the means and the manner of the killing, the demeanor and conduct of the defendant at the time, and immediately subsequent to the act, as well as that tending to show his condition before the act. The defendant has offered evidence tending to show insanity in one or more of his lineal ancestors, and that his own mind has been frequently affected in a singular and extraordinary manner as a consequence of intertemperance. Upon this subject you have as well the evidence of witnesses here in court, as the statements of the defendant as set forth in the affidavit made for the continuance of the case, which are to be received and treated by you in all respects as if Doctors Patterson and Kemble had appeared in open court and testified to those statements before you, that while his gait was unaffected and his physical powers apparently unimpaired, his reason was clouded and destroyed to such a degree that it became necessary to put him under restraint to prevent him doing deadly harm to himself and his friends, that such condition was not what is usually known as delirium tremens, but that it was a peculiar temporary condition, which some of the witnesses cannot ascribe wholly to intoxication. This evidence, it is claimed, in connection with evidence tending to prove that the defendant was intoxicated and delirious from anger, jealousy, and disappointment at the time of the commission of the act, exonerates him from responsibility before the law. If, gentlemen of the jury, you should find from the evidence that this temporary condition did not in fact exist, but that it was the direct result and effect of voluntary drunkenness, intensified by some peculiar taint or morbid condition of the defendant's mind or temperament, not amounting to insanity or delirium until roused to activity by the excessive use of ardent spirits, and that he knew that intoxication would produce this mental condition, and knowing it became drunk and committed the act under drunken frenzy, such temporary madness is no excuse for the crime, although it may have been aggravated by such peculiarities of temperament and morbid mental condition. But this evidence, like evidence of mere drunkenness, is admissible as affecting the question of intention, deliberation, and premeditation. The law, in its humanity, makes all proper allowance for the infirmities of our weak human nature, but it cannot and does not bend to suit all the morbid conditions, tempers, and idiosyncrasies of individual citizens. It rather seeks to control our tendencies to evil so that they shall not endanger the peace and safety of society. It is a rule of conduct which we are not at liberty to disregard. In the language of an eminent judge, quote, "We are in a court of law, not in a school of science. Our action must therefore be governed by legal adjudication and not by the theories and speculations of the schools." End quote. The state has offered evidence of statements and declarations alleged to have been made by the accused before the death of Tamsin Parsons, as well as the alleged confessions of the prisoner after she was killed. The evidence is competent as tending to prove deliberate and premeditated malice, and tending to rebut the claim of the defense that the prisoner at the bar was incapacitated at the time of the commission of the act to deliberate and meditate upon the deed. But it is my duty to admonish you that evidence of threats or declarations indicating malice and evidence of verbal confessions of guilt are to be received and acted upon with great caution, for, besides the danger of mistake from the misapprehension of witnesses, the misuse of words, the failure of the accused to express his own meaning, and the infirmity of the human memory, it is to be remembered that they are frequently made without reflection, whilst the mind is laboring under depression, agitation, or intoxication. It therefore becomes your duty to scrutinize them closely, examine well the circumstances under which they were uttered, and the appearance, manner, and apparent intelligence, candor, and consistency of the witnesses who testify to them. But if you find in the exercise of such care and scrutiny that declarations or threats indicating malice and a purpose to take life have been deliberately made, or confessions of guilt after the act, you should give them all proper weight and influence in your deliberations. For whilst this kind of evidence is to be received with careful scrutiny, it is at the same time recognized as one of the most effectual means of proof known to the criminal law. But the value of such deliberation and confessions depends upon the supposition that they are deliberately and voluntarily made, and upon the presumption that a rational being will not make admissions prejudicial to his interests and safety unless compelled to it by the prompting of truth and conscience. The prisoner has called witnesses for the purpose of proving good character. In this case, it was competent for the defendant to call witnesses to speak of his character as a peaceable, law-abiding citizen. It is sometimes argued that the evidence of good character is only to be considered by the jury in doubtful cases, and that its only office is to resolve doubts in favor of the innocence of the accused. This construction of the law would render such evidence of but little utility in most cases. It is the duty of all criminal courts to charge the jury that the prosecution must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and that if they have a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt, they should resolve such doubt in favor of innocence. So that, in a really doubtful case, the defendant needs no evidence of good character, as he is entitled to a verdict of acquittal without. But in my judgment, the effective evidence of good character should not be confined to such narrow limits. It is competent to offer for the purpose of rendering the guilt of the accused doubtful under circumstances when it might not be considered doubtful in the absence of such proof. There may be cases in which the evidence of guilt is so conclusive and overwhelming that no evidence of good character can make it doubtful, but there may be other cases in which the evidence given against a person without character would leave a conviction in which the proof of a high and unblemished character might properly produce a reasonable doubt of guilt. The general office of such evidence is to disprove guilt, but it is also admissible in a case of murder to aid the jury in ascertaining the probable grade of the offense, to wit, whether the killing constitutes murder in the first or second degree. You will then consider the evidence touching the defendant's character, recall what the witnesses said of it, as well as upon cross-examination as upon the examination in chief, and if you are satisfied from it that the defendant had previously and down to the commission of this act been a peaceable, law-abiding man of a mild and pacific character, one not likely to contemplate the commission of murder, it may aid you in determining whether the killing was done of deliberate and premeditated malice, making it murder in the first degree, or whether it was done purposely and maliciously without premeditation and deliberation, making it murder in the second degree, or whether it was committed at a time when the defendant was so insane as to be incapable of comprehending the nature and consequences of his act, and not amenable to the penalty of the law. The purpose for which you unpaneled is to ascertain and by your verdict declare the truth in reference to the issue joined between the state of Ohio and the prisoner at the bar. Your verdict is to be made up from the law and evidence as they have been given you here in court. You are to know nothing and care nothing for popular sentiment, prejudice, or clamor if they exist. You are lifted above outside pressure, if any there be, and set apart from it. It must never invade the seats you occupy. They are sacred to truth and justice. This temple is dedicated to justice, and we are unworthy the seats we occupy if we conscientiously permit sympathy, prejudice, or fear of public sentiment to exercise the slightest control over our judgment or conduct. It is proper and right in view of the consequences to the prisoner of a verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree that you should most carefully, patiently, and impartially consider the evidence you have heard, and see to it that your verdict shall correspond with and be justified by the proofs. But no considerations of mercy and no weak shrinking from responsibility must be permitted to repress or stifle the honest convictions of your judgment. Upon the other hand, no zeal for the public service or the safety or well-being of society should influence you to bring in a verdict of guilty against the defendant of murder in the first degree, unless you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the killing was done by the defendant purposely and as of deliberate and premeditated malice. And so in reference to a conviction of murder in the second degree, you should not consent to a verdict of guilty unless you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the killing was done purposely and maliciously, but without premeditation and deliberation. Nor can you convict of manslaughter until the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt the intentional killing without malice upon a sudden quarrel, or that he unintentionally killed her while engaged in the commission of some unlawful act. If you find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, your verdict should be, quote, "We find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree," end quote. If you should find him guilty of murder in the second degree, your verdict should be, quote, "We find him guilty of murder in the second degree only," end quote. If you find him guilty of manslaughter, your verdict should be, quote, "We find the defendant guilty of manslaughter only," end quote. If you find him not guilty by reason of a failure of proof on the part of the state, your verdict should be, quote, "Not guilty," end quote. But if you find the defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the act and acquit him for that reason alone, your verdict should be, quote, "We find that the defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the act and therefore find him not guilty," end quote. The verdict and sentence. The jury at once retired, and the court adjourned for 4 hours. At 2 o'clock, the court resumed its sittings, a great crowd filling the room. The prisoner had been brought in with irons on his wrists. At 3 o'clock, the jury was led in by the sheriff, and the roll was called. Judge Coffinberry, gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon your verdict? The foreman, we have. Judge Coffinberry, what verdict do you return? The foreman, guilty of murder in the first degree. Mr. Castle made a motion for a new trial, which was filed and afterwards overruled. End of section 68. Section 69 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Dr. John W. Hughes for the murder of Tamsin Parsons, Cleveland, Ohio, 1865, Part 6. December 30th. The announcement that Dr. Hughes would be sentenced today drew an immense crowd to the courtroom. Long before the hour named, the spacious room was densely packed. The spectators clambered on the backs of seats and on windows to gain a view of the proceedings. A few minutes before 9 o'clock, the prisoner was brought into court. He looked well, was dressed neatly, and presented a very gentlemanly appearance. His manner was cool, collected, and deliberate. His overcoat and the manacles having been removed, he stood several moments conversing with his counsel. At 9 o'clock, Judge Coffinberry commanded the sheriff to open court. The prisoner was conducted to a chair near the sheriff's stand and sat down among his counsel. Prosecuting Attorney Palmer moved the court that the sentence of the law be pronounced in the case of the State of Ohio against John W. Hughes. The court asked counsel for the defendant if there were any objections. Mr. Castle, none, Your Honor. Judge Coffinberry, John W. Hughes, have you anything to say why the sentence of the law should not be passed against you? The prisoner said he would like to make a statement and to read the following paper. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen, I have no reason to give against the sentence of the extreme penalty of the law being passed upon me. For though it chills my life's blood to anticipate the fearful movements of such an ignominious execution, yet when I recall the overwhelming testimony of my folly, the powerful evidence of my crime, with the consciousness of my guilt which has accumulated in weightiest crimination during the trying ordeal of my trial, sober, sensible, and truthful as I am now, I must admit the verdict of the jury, just, the sentence of the law inevitable. To your honor I offer most sincere thanks for the true magnanimity you have evinced in procuring me counsel, and for the unbiased deliberation and attention you have devoted to the trying requirements of such a long and tedious investigation as mine has been. And I wish you at your earliest convenience to assure the gentlemen of the jury, who so earnestly and faithfully sat day after day to listen and deliberate over the fearful amount of testimony and protracted arguments brought before them, that instead, as some may suppose, I have prejudiced myself against them, I respect them for their impartiality, and honor them for the faithfulness with which they have done their duty. Sheriff Nicola is a man of tender feelings, yet very strict in the discharge of his duty. While furthering the ends of justice, he does not forget the requirements of the prisoner. Impartial, just, not tyrannical, he tempers his authority with mercy. His gentlemanly demeanor gains him the deserved respect of all. I am much indebted to him for the kindness, courtesy, and forbearance which he has shown me during my incarceration. To Mr. Palmer and Mr. Slade, who have prosecuted the case with such earnestness, I must say that while I admire the ability and talent with which they have portrayed the thrilling incidents of the fearful drama, I cannot but acknowledge that they also have done the duty which an incensed community required of them. To Mr. Castle and Mr. Knight, who have so ably defended me, I must now publicly tender the heartfelt acknowledgments of unbounded gratitude for the untiring zeal with which they exerted themselves day and night for weeks to search out every mitigation for my crime, and for the touching eloquence with which they brought the resources of their acknowledged talent, learning, and ability to bear in every conceivable form, to rebut if possible the crushing weight of the prosecution they contended with, and if possible to avert the awful fate which now awaits me. And Mr. Cherish, I cannot find expression to justify your claims on my gratitude, while those I thought to be my friends joined in the well-deserved denunciations wildly and madly thrown on me, the perpetrator of such an outrage. Even then you did not forsake me, for you know my failings. In this, as in all my troubles, you have been my truest friend. You know my domestic difficulties, you advised me. Oh, that I had but heeded your counsel, this fearful fate would never have befallen me. If the ties of nearest kindred bound us, you could have done no more. You have indeed been a faithful brother. May God bless you. If I am permitted, I wish to give a brief sketch of the unhappy circumstances of my past life since the time an unfortunate matrimonial alliance caused me to seek relief in visiting foreign lands, and finally drove me to enlist in the army. While in the army, I passed through the various positions from a private up to orderly sergeant, and then, having passed an examination, I received a commission as surgeon. I returned to my home after a long absence, expecting to find a welcome and a happy home. But such a sense as met me there was enough to drive the most callous person in the world to forsake such a home. I rushed from the house, and formed a determination never to return. I knew not which way I was going. I drove out to the country. I attended a party, and while there, someone told me that Harry Parsons, a cousin of Tamsin Parsons, was present and very anxious to see me. I had been drinking very heavily that day. I drove to Mr. Parsons' house that night, but what occurred there I do not know. I awoke in the morning filled with shame and remorse, for I was awakened by a tender hand. I asked, "Who are you?" and she told me it was Tamsin. She said, "Doctor, why do you drink so?" I saw in that look sympathy and pity that filled my whole soul, and I saw my feeling was reciprocated. While in that condition, a wild, mad love took possession of me, such an one as I had never experienced before, an illicit love, one which led to an illicit intercourse, and which love I have until this day cherished. But it was not all passion. Love destroys all baser passion. I went to Pittsburgh, and the next day Tamsin asked me to marry her, and insane as I was, I did so. I went to the mayor of the city, and the principal minister of the city married us, and it was my intention to seek some retired spot and settle down and live in quiet. And the next day, when I was making arrangements to find a place to reside, I was arrested and brought before the mayor on a charge of bigamy. I made an offer to Mr. Haynes, which, had he accepted it, it would have prevented all exposure and the unfortunate events that have since happened. But Mr. Haynes, for some reason, which he best knows, refused. Whether it was from a virtuous determination to vindicate the character of his family, I do not know. I was tried. I did not bring one word of testimony for my defense in that trial. I was brought in guilty of adultery and bigamy. Immediately after my trial, Tamsin came to the jail, and there occurred a scene I shall never forget. But I parted with her forever, and then I supposed. After she left, I wrote her a letter explaining the whole matter, and told her it was best that we should not meet again. Meanwhile, I was kept in jail till March, having been sentenced for a year. Meanwhile, a reconciliation had taken place between me and my wife, and I was pardoned. I returned to this city and opened an office on Ontario Street. My former patrons returned to me. I was doing well. I practiced faithfully, and during my practice, I have never betrayed the confidence of my profession. My means were so limited I could not furnish a home, and I obtained a little furniture and fitted up a suite of rooms. In the midst of these preparations, I received information that my wife's passage had been paid to return to the Isle of Man. It has been said that I sent her, but I did not. I thought of returning with her. However, I had not the means necessary and concluded I would not go with her. My wife left, and in all this there was no thought of Tamsin Parsons till nearly a week after my wife had gone. Then I received a letter from Tamsin, reproaching me for my neglect of her and asking me to come and see her, since there was now no obstacle in the way. While considering the matter, I received another letter from Tamsin. I still fought against it. Then at that instant, an individual of my acquaintance came in to see me. It was Mr. Campbell, who had been an old companion of mine in the Crimean War. He asked me to take a drink with him, and I indulged in that vice, which has been my ruin. In the morning I went with him to Newburgh, and while there we drank heavily. The events of the night of July 24th, when I entered Mr. Parsons' house, have been fully revealed. But Tamsin Parsons never said to me she did not want anything to do with me, that I, quote, had deceived her once and should never do it again, end quote. On the contrary, she said that she would go with me to the end of the world. It was just after this interview that I met Dr. Ray and had some conversation with him, and I might have made some such assertion as he testified that I made. But if I said it, it was only a ruse. The next day I went to the Plank Road house, and what happened there or what I said I don't know. I returned to the city on the following day and was arrested for an assault and battery by Tamsin's father. It was not till I saw Tamsin and talked over the circumstances with her that I thought she had been playing false with me, and the next day Mr. Parsons, the druggist, went with me and we settled the matter up. The next night was a restless one for me. I had been drinking a good deal, and what dreadful determination might have entered my mind I do not know. In the joy I felt because a settlement had been effected, I might have made such threats as I am said to have made. But I came to the city fully determined never again to have anything to do with Tamsin Parsons. I devoted myself to my business. On the evening of the 8th of August, having been busily employed in my office all day, and being very tired, I met my friend Russell in a saloon, and we drank several times, when I proposed to go home. On account of some quarrel, he said he would not go home, and he proposed to go to another saloon and drink, and we went from place to place and drank, and I became very much intoxicated, and Russell proposed a ride to Rocky River. Went around town on a very unholy mission, and visited many places, but did not succeed in getting any companion, and on going to my room, Russell asked to see my pistol. But there was no thought at that time of going to Bedford, nor any thought of the murder of any human being. It was not till we went to Newburgh that any thought entered my mind of Bedford. Nor then did I think of such a dreadful tragedy as this would occur. We went to Bedford, and in the morning I wished to return home, but Russell then taunted me bitterly about the girl, and I told the driver to take the right-hand road, and I went to Mrs. Parsons' house, but did not find the family at home. After leaving the house, we met Tamsin with her mother on the road. The old lady was very angry, but Tamsin never uttered an unkind word. We were both very drunk from the effects of ale and whiskey, and we became mad and reckless. We returned to go to the 12-mile lock in Rocky River, and on the way Mrs. Crum rushed out of the house and told us Tamsin Parsons had gone to town to have me arrested. Arrived at the village, the old man Parsons happened to pass with the wagon, and I got out of the carriage to speak with him. And at that moment Tamsin came toward the carriage, and I rushed after her and asked where she was going. I don't know what reply she made. It has been said here that I went there with the intention of committing the dreadful deed, but that is not true. From the moment she passed the carriage, I do not remember the particulars of that dreadful tragedy. It must have been a legion of devils had taken hold of me, for it is contrary to my nature to be cruel. There never was in all my life a feeling of revenge to take the life of any person. From that moment I don't know what occurred till I found myself in jail. When I learned what I had done, if ever a man felt the torments of hell, I did. For 2 or 3 weeks, and while the effects of intoxication were passing off, when I think what I suffered, I wonder I have any reason left. It was then, when I thought there was neither hope in heaven or on earth for me, I threw my all upon my Maker. And it was then that I received assurance that to all such sinners as I had been, there was mercy. Earnestly I struggled, and I received that assurance. It has been said that I am a man of iron, but that power of self-command has been given me from some greater source than I have within me. I am resigned. I have reviewed the whole matter, and I know that I deserve death, but I never deliberated or premeditated the murder of Tamsin Parsons. Poor girl. My worst fault was I loved her too well. But I must submit, I deserve it. I hope that this may be an example to all to keep free from the terrible vice, the curse that has ruined the families and destroyed the hearts of millions. I hope indeed that the example may be a lasting one. I feel prepared. Sometimes an hour comes when I remember and think of the old churchyard at home and its long range of tombstones where my ancestors sleep. When I think of the annals of my little native island, there are many recollections of the good services of my kindred. When I think of these things, I sometimes think I would wish to be saved from this fearful disgrace. And my poor boy, this is an awful legacy to leave him, an awful legacy. For that reason, and for that reason only, I would wish this cup might pass. But God's will be done. I am resigned. Judge Coffinberry. John W. Hughes, you stand convicted of the willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder of Tamsin Parsons in the village of Bedford on the 9th day of August last. You were tried by an honest jury and defended by the ablest counsel whose services could be procured for you by the court. Your counsel labored faithfully in your behalf, literally exhausting themselves in the effort to secure your acquittal, or to reduce your offense to murder in the second degree. But your conduct was indefensible. Your case was utterly hopeless. The evidences of deliberate and premeditated malice were such as to close every avenue of escape from a conviction for murder in the first degree. Your counsel labored without hope, and although many pity you, your best friends must acknowledge the righteousness of that verdict which condemned you to expiate your fearful crime upon the scaffold. I would not discourage any effort your friends may make to secure a commutation of your sentence, but in view of its apparent hopelessness, I do most earnestly entreat you to make your peace with God. It is the sentence of the law that you, John W. Hughes, be taken from the bar of this court to the jail of Cuyahoga County, that you be there safely kept until the time of execution, and that on the 9th day of February in the year of our Lord 1866, between the hours of 10 o'clock of the forenoon and 2 o'clock of the afternoon of said 9th day of February, you be by the sheriff of Cuyahoga County hanged by the neck until you are dead. The execution. A petition was afterwards presented to Governor Cox asking that the sentence be commuted to life imprisonment on the grounds of the strong evidence of insanity presented at the trial, and that the prisoner had served the county faithfully as surgeon in the Civil War. But the governor refused to interfere. Hughes passed the time in prison reading religious books, writing verses and letters, and receiving the calls of friends. He conducted himself with such perfect propriety in jail that he received many privileges which he could not otherwise have enjoyed. He frequently addressed his fellow prisoners, and they all held him in the highest respect. A few days before the day set for his execution, he swallowed a dose of morphine, which had been smuggled into him by some of his friends. It was, however, an overdose. A fit of violent vomiting was induced, by which the drug was expelled. His wrists were then manacled and his arms tied behind him as a preventative of further self-destruction. On February 9th, at 12:30, he was led to the scaffold by Sheriff Nicola and his deputies, and attended by the Reverend J. A. Thome, when he made the following speech to the spectators. My friends, this is indeed a sad fate. I would wish you to remember it not as an example, but as the acme of human justice. Do you suppose that I think for a moment that the law of man is just in taking my life? No. Men's law is but the law of a murderer like me, who made that law, Moses. And who was he? The greatest murderer we ever heard of. Look in the 2nd chapter of Numbers, and you will find some examples of murderers with premeditation and purpose and deliberation, in Moses taking the life of an Egyptian, and then he comes and proclaims himself a priest, prophet, and king, and by his law I suffer, and every other murderer. I would admit that life is dear to all, and ought to be protected, but if a man takes the life of another, it is the greatest madness to retaliate upon him in this manner. If the people of Bedford had taken my life at the time I committed that deed, I would have said that it is nature's law and comes from the heart, but when after 6 months of preparation and deliberation over the matter by those in official position, I say then they murder, gentlemen. What is the advantage to society to take my life, or any man's, in comparison to employing him for the rest of his days in some useful employment? And if J. W. Hughes has any ability for anything, then keep him in confinement, and employ him in useful labor, and make a good man of him, and turn him out a reformed man, and give him an opportunity to atone for all the evil he may have done society. This death penalty is ridiculous, and if you will consider over it, you would find it is wrong. One life is as good as another. What advantage is it to take my life? None. It is not an example to deter others from crime. Did I remember this in that wild fit of drunkenness? Did I remember pointing that pistol? No, I don't remember it this hour. Yet it is the law, and we must abide by it. The law of man, but not of God. I am convinced of it. For 6 months I have had every sect of religion to visit me, and they came in to tell me which is the way to heaven. Do I believe them? No. What is man's way to heaven? The same as his way on earth. Do unto others as we wish to be done to. I have thought it all over fully and conscientiously, and have come to the conclusion that my life in another world will be the same as in this, with the exception that there all will be pure. I have considered this over for 6 months, and intended to give my own life up to my exit out of this world. I intended to take my own life, but did not succeed. I took enough to take me out of the world, but it is the Great Spirit's will that I should not, and I have not done it. Turning to the sheriff. My brother. Gentlemen, this man has treated me like a brother from the first to the last, and Mr. Thome, my spiritual adviser, is my dearest friend. I respect him as my father. I never had a father. Gentlemen, I never knew what a father was. He is my father, and I love him as a father, and feel my whole heart borne up to him as a father. And if I could, I would thank him for all his principles and doctrines, but his are not my ideas. Since I have been in this prison, I have had every sect of religion visit me. You cannot tell me of one that I have not had to talk to me. I argued with them all on their opinions, and learned all the secrets of their hearts on the matters of salvation, and dare I deny them? No. I have talked with my spiritual adviser not because I believe as he does. I love him as a father, but at the same time my mind is not his mind. I don't believe today, God forgive me if I say anything wrong, that Jesus Christ was the Son of God. My anatomical knowledge and everything says that the Immaculate Conception is not right. It is against nature and philosophy. It is against human nature. I believe that no purer spirit, no better man ever lived on earth than Jesus Christ, and that in the spirit world he is next to the great Creator himself, as far as we know. At the same time, I will tell my experience, tell what I know in my own soul. I know from experience that there is communication with those who have departed from this life. I am today about to suffer the extreme penalty of the law, but at the same time am sure I shall be with you after the execution as I am now. I don't believe in spiritualism particularly because I have never seen any mediums, nor have I ever seen the indications of this. At the same time, every creature, I don't care who he is, will know that at some time in his life he has been influenced by some peculiar idea or sentiment he never would have thought of himself. So far as I know, I believe the doctrines of spiritualism. I thank my spiritual adviser who has spoken to me in relation to heaven and the sufferings of Jesus Christ, and I believe in him as a mediator, but I don't believe in his miraculous birth. I believe in him as being the purest man, the purest spirit that ever ascended on high, and I have taken the advice and counsel of Mr. Thome as a friend and father. He came here in a moral way to reform everyone, and he laid such a foundation in my name that I have finally taken the belief I now have given. If I thought for a moment that I was going to brimstone and hell and that kind of thing for eternity, I should fear, or did I think I was going to heaven and sit there for all eternity, and do nothing but sing, I should be a fool. They can kill this body, but they cannot kill this soul. This soul soars aloft to the great being that gave it being. It has its work to do, and I believe this moment that I shall be as much here after this execution as now before it. I believe I am here. I will say just in conclusion, the sheriff has been a brother to me. The jailer, Mr. Smith, has been a father to me. If I were his own son, he could not have done more than he has done for me. God bless him. Goodbye, Mr. Smith. He commenced his speech at 12:45 and closed at 1 o'clock. The sheriff then informed him that it was his painful duty to inflict on him the extreme penalty of the law. Deputy Sheriff Ridgway fastened the irons on his wrists, and with the aid of the turnkeys, pinioned his elbows and knees. Hughes tore off his collar and coat and tossed them below with a smile. During the proceeding he said to the spectators, "Good-bye," and again he exclaimed, "O grave, where is thy victory? And O death, where is thy sting?" Before the rope was adjusted, he called, "Mr. Carouche, good-bye." The rope was then put around his neck and the black cap drawn over his face. The sheriff touched the arm of the lever, and the trap instantly fell at 7 minutes past 1 o'clock. The neck was instantaneously broken. There was no indication of pain and not a perceptible tremor. The body swayed to and fro and did not come to rest until the pulse had ceased to throb. Footnote: the following farewell letter to his wife and child was written a few days before his execution. County Jail, Cleveland, Ohio, USA, February 5, 1866. My dearest wife and son, I have received yours of the 4th of January, and as my time is drawing to a close, I must be brief. I have already sent you the whole particulars of my trial. By all accounts, there never was a trial in this section of the country that created so much excitement and interest as my unfortunate one did. The whole community was moved. Crowds attended the whole proceedings, and indeed it required, as the papers called me, a man of iron to bear the staring of the crowd, the self-debasing evidence of my own folly and crime day after day. But enough. I am thankful I did behave as ably as any man ever did under such fearful circumstances. I was found guilty and must give my life as the penalty. Since the sentence, there has been a total change of feeling, all in my favor. The trial showed the whole matter, as criminal as it was, in some degree palliating, so that public sympathy was directed to save, instead of take, my life. Judge Ranney and Mr. Carouche drew up a petition, founded on fact, in reference to surroundings, influences, etc., which propelled the insane act. Applications were immediately made by Professor Thayer, Mr. Black, his son Willie, Russell, Mrs. Dr. Hallowell, Mrs. Colonel Crane, and 15 others for copies. In about 10 days, there were over 2,000 signatures of the most influential citizens, male and female. The clergy, physicians, and the ladies had separate appeals. Every hope was entertained of a commutation. Mr. Tome, formerly a professor in Oberlin College, is my spiritual adviser and most sincere friend. He, being an intimate friend of the governor, was directed to convey the public request, which he did, and, as I have every reason to believe, plead for me as a father for a son. He started for Columbus a week ago today. After a long consultation, the governor said he would be obliged to consider the matter for a few days. The professor returned in great hopes, but alas, only to be thwarted. Joe Haynes and his Bedford friends hired Palmer, the prosecutor, to draw up a remonstrance, which he did privately. He then proceeded to Columbus several days before Mr. Tome was ready, and so biased the governor's mind that my fate was sealed. There is a great indignation against those interested in the remonstrance. I have more friends today than I ever had, as you will see from the enclosed notes from sympathizing friends. I've written a poem on the, quote, evils of intemperance, end quote, which has been published in all the papers here and is considered somewhat of a literary curiosity, giving as it does my opinions of the administration of justice in this state, as also the folly of the death penalty. There is so much truth in it that some are offended, but those few conscientious ones are much impressed by the argument. Such is the law, however, and I must abide by it. On Friday next, the 9th of February, my life will be sacrificed for the one gone, only 4 days from eternity. It is indeed fearful to anticipate the dreadful change from life to death, yet I have had many warnings to abstain from intoxication. I have made many resolves, only to return to the dreadful vice that has driven me to commit the act, and give you so much sorrow and misery. Earnestly and constantly have I prayed for forgiveness by the Father of spirits, through the mediation of our blessed Savior. It is not for the poor pleasures of this transient dwelling place that I have wished to live. Oh no, they are all vanity. I wished, had it been the Father's will, to live to atone by being a good and useful servant of His, all my days, and above all, if ever restored to you again, to make up for my neglect to you, by being the best of husbands, to live with you, a good example and a true parent to my boy. But He knows best. He works all things for the best. If I was imprisoned for life, the distance would only be increased. I go home soon to be forgotten by the world. The protector of the fatherless and the widow will provide for you here, and bring us all together around His throne in peace and joy, to worship and to serve Him evermore. And now let me give you my best advice. A life for a life is the decree. When mine is given, the debt is paid. In that country the public are not acquainted with, and as a general rule are too superstitious to weigh the extenuating circumstances of my sad case. The consequence, the disgrace, will consistently be alluded to, and by the too many ignorant you will be a constant source of humiliating remembrance to hurt your feelings. Here, on the contrary, the whole people sympathize with you already, and after the penalty of crime is dispersed, They will do all to help you. Americans have been my best friends. They are too forgiving to let you suffer for what I have done, too hospitable to see you unprotected. Several have already promised to assist you. The Reverend Mr. Tome has given me his worthy care for Johnny, and he is a man of his word. From all I have heard and know of him, there is not another man on earth I would sooner leave the charge of my son to in preference to him. He will be a better guardian than I ever could be, and having been a professor of one of our celebrated colleges, he above all others is able to train him up in the way he should go, and, as a servant of God himself, will bring up my dear boy in the nurture and admonition of the Lord, to follow the example of our Savior, which is my most anxious prayer. Mr. Cubbin, his 2 daughters, and Eddie were to see me today. He says, and you have enjoyed it before, that while he has a home you are welcome to it. Others, too, have said the same. Therefore I beg you to lose no time, to mortgage or sell the cottages. They are of no use to you. And come, to dear ones, right to this free noble country. You will be protected and provided for, and Johnny may be an honor to it, and with such an opportunity as he is here offered, may, by his virtues, wipe out the stain which his unfortunate father's crime has given to the family. Come then at once. You will be near my remains, and, if the great Father of spirits allow those of the departed to visit those below, I will be near you. My dear wife, you say that you forgive me, and that your heart still warms to me. That has been a great plea to God for his forgiveness. I feel that he has forgiven me, and that he will bless you both. Therefore do not despair. Put your constant trust in him. Be resigned, be sober, virtuous, cheerful in the performance of the duties he will give you to perform, and he will never forsake you. John W. Hughes. End of footnote. End of section 69.
Section 70 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Alfred S. Pell for assault and battery, New York City, 1816. The Narrative. A New York gentleman and his wife stopped one evening at a public garden, where they sat down at a table and ordered refreshments. When the waiter brought them, he likewise brought a lamp, which the customer told him to take back. He returned with it, and the proprietor, who informed him that it was a rule of the garden that a light should be kept up when strangers were in the garden. This made the customer wroth. He abused the proprietor, telling him that he was a gentleman of consequence, and that the lady was his wife, and he ended by throwing the beer in his face. Brought before the court for assault and battery, he pleaded that the proposal of the proprietor was an insult, that such a regulation was unknown anywhere else. But the court decided that it was a proper regulation, and even if not, it was not a justification for the assault. The Trial. In the Court of General Sessions, New York City, September, 1818. Honorable Cadwallader D. Colvin, Mayor. Anthony Underhill, John Morris, Alderman. August 3rd. The defendant was indicted for an assault and battery committed on James Heaton on June 15, 1818. Pierre C. Van Wyck, District Attorney for the People. Mr. Anton for the defendant. Footnote. Anton John, 1784 to 1863. Born in Detroit, Michigan, graduated Columbia College, 1801. A leader of the New York bar from 1820 to his death. Author of numerous law books and founder of the New York Law Institute. Brother of Dr. Charles Anton, the classical scholar. End of footnote. The witness. James Heaton. Am keeper of a public garden at number 316 Broadway. On the evening of June 15, by reason of a heavy rain during the day, the garden was not open nor lighted up. It was a regulation which I had adopted ever since I kept the garden, to have it lighted in the evening whenever company was admitted. I considered the rule reasonable and proper, for among some of the many strangers of both sexes resorting there, the want of such precaution might have invited acts which would have had a tendency to bring discredit on my establishment. About 11 o'clock in the evening, defendant in company of a woman came through the house into the garden, and called for some beer, which was brought by my servant. On ascertaining that a man and woman were in the garden, I sent a light by the servant to be placed in the usual place near them. Defendant sent back the servant with the light. I again sent the light, which was again sent back. I then took the light myself, and carried it to the defendant and his companion, and informed them of the regulation. He replied with abruptness that neither myself nor his light was wanted, that the woman was his wife, and that he was a gentleman of consequence. I insisted that as they were strangers to me, the light should be kept in the garden, in pursuance of the rule, which I endeavored to convince him was reasonable and proper. But after bestowing abusing epithets on me, he cast the glass with its contents of beer at me. The liquor wet me, but the glass did not touch me. Afterwards, defendant made a pass at me with an umbrella, and threatened to run me through, but the thrust was parred off by a bystander. The watch was called, and defendant sent to the watch house. The defense was that, as defendant was in a public garden with his wife, Heaton was guilty of insult and impertinence towards them by requiring the light to be kept there contrary to their wishes, in pursuance of a pretended regulation which no other keeper of a public garden in this city had adopted. The counsel for the defendant called on witnesses stated to be keepers of public gardens, to prove that no such regulation existed among them. The court rejected the evidence offered. Colden, Mayor, to the jury: the keeper of a public house and of a public garden are invested with equal rights, and in my opinion the prosecutor had a right, and it was his duty to establish such regulations as were calculated to prevent acts of disorder and licentiousness, for it would be manifestly unjust and inconsistent for this court to punish the keepers of public places of amusement or entertainment for the occurrence of such acts in their establishments, and at the same time decide against their right of preventing disorder. Heaton, on this occasion, required nothing unreasonable. Defendant was an utter stranger, whom the proprietor could not be presumed to know as a man of consequence, and he was bound to submit to a regulation salutary in itself, and which ought to be, if it had not been adopted by the keeper of every public garden in the city. But suppose that Heaton acted entirely wrong in requiring the light to be placed in the garden. Still, this could afford no justification to the defendant for the assault and battery. The jury returned a verdict of guilty. The court fined the defendant $50 in costs. Note by the reporter: a garden in the country is considered a small piece of ground set apart from the farm for the purpose of raising vegetables. But in the city, the public gardens referred to in this case are pieces of ground through which there is a walk, on each side of which there is a number of small roofed apartments, separated from each other by a railing calculated for the free admission of air, and many of them are otherwise shaded with woodbine or other vines. These apartments contain each a table and benches, that several persons in the same company may be seated. During the warm season, in the evening, the gardens are usually lighted up with lamps on each side of the walk, and small companies frequently resort to these places and call on the keeper for mead, beer, cakes, or other refreshments. End of section 70.
Section 71 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Catherine Leach. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. The trial of David F. Mayberry for the murder of Andrew Alger, Wisconsin, 1855. Part 1. The narrative. In the early days of the state of Wisconsin, a man named Mayberry, who had been a Mormon at Nauvoo, afterwards a horse stealer, a convict, and a cooper, was working for a man named Macomb in Rockford, Illinois. Learning in some way or other that a lumber dealer, one Alger, had sold a raft of lumber in Rockford and was to get his money at Beloit, Wisconsin, he set out for that place, and being familiar with the road Alger would go to reach his home after he was paid, he bought a hatchet and waited on that road for him. When Alger appeared driving in a wagon, he asked him for a ride, which request Alger granted. inviting him to get into the wagon. Going through the woods, he killed Alger with the hatchet, appropriated his money, papers, and clothing, and rode the horse to Rockford. The next day, while drunk, he told the whole story to Macomb, who at once notified the police, who arrested him, and he was turned over to the Wisconsin authorities. Tried for the murder of Alger, his only defense was that he was drunk when he talked to Macomb, and that the whole story was false. But the evidence of his guilt was overwhelming, and he was promptly convicted. The interest of this sordid case is, however, not in the story, but in the sequel. Wisconsin had abolished the death penalty for murder. Alger had for years carried on the business of rafting in Rock River, near the town of Janesville, where the trial took place. He had become well known among the raftsmen, who esteemed him as a kind, upright man, and who, when they learned that the only punishment for his inhumane and revolting crime, the murder of their friend, while he was suspicious of no danger, and while he was doing an act of kindness to the murderer, was imprisonment in the penitentiary, they determined to avenge the crime themselves, and their desire was doubtless increased by the words of the prosecuting attorney in opening the case to the jury on the trial. At any rate, after the judge had sentenced Mayberry to imprisonment for life, and he was being taken from the courthouse back to the jail, he was seized by a great mob, which filled the streets, and hanged until he was dead to an adjoining tree. The Trial. Footnote 1. Bibliography. Trial of David F. Mayberry for the murder of Andrew Alger before the Rock County Circuit Court, Judge Doolittle presiding, July 10th and 11th, 1855, containing the arguments of the attorneys and a full and correct account of his death by the mob, reported by Ira C. Jenks, Esquire, Janesville. Messrs. Baker, Bennett, and Hall, Printers and Publishers, 1855. The pamphlet gives a brief account of Mayberry's life. He was a native of Tennessee, about 30 years of age. At 21, with his wife and parents, he joined the Mormons and was living at Nauvoo when Joseph Smith was killed. After this, he left Nauvoo, joined a party of horse thieves, was arrested for horse stealing, and sent to the Alton Penitentiary for 7 years. His parents had meanwhile moved to Salt Lake City, and his wife, hearing he was dead, had married again. After leaving prison, he worked at Rockford, at the cooper's trade, which he had learned in prison, and became acquainted with the Macomb family. In stature he was 6 feet high, with a muscular frame. His complexion was fair, his eyes were gray and small, and his nose long and sharp. End footnote 1. In the Circuit Court, Rock County, Wisconsin, Janesville, July, 1855. Honorable James R. Doolittle, Judge. Footnote 2. Doolittle James Rood, 1815 to 1897, born in Hampton, New Jersey, graduated Hobart College 1834, admitted to bar 1837, moved to Racine, Wisconsin in 1851. Circuit Judge 1852 to 1856. United States Senator 1857 to 1863. End footnote 2. July 10th. The prisoner, having been previously indicted for the murder of Andrew Alger, and the trial having been set for today, an immense concourse of people from all parts of the county and state assembled to see the prisoner. For hours before the opening of the court, not only the courthouse, but the hill between it and the jail was literally alive with human beings. There was no great excitement, but every countenance bespoke a determination to see that justice should not be stayed until it had fully avenged the foul deed. The court had ordered an additional number of jurors to be summoned, and 40 answered to their names. At 8:30, the clerk commenced drawing the names, and at 10 o'clock the following jurors had been selected and sworn: George Patchen, A.C. Randall, C.M. Messer, Levi St. John, Daniel O. Rayner, George Sherman, Uriah Schutt, John Alexander, F. A. Hemphrey, Ira Fish, H. Stafford, Samuel Cadwalder. George B. Ely, District Attorney, and David Nogle for the state. Footnote 3. Nogle, David, 1809 to 1878, born in Franklin, Pennsylvania. Early went to Ohio, then to Illinois, where he studied law and was admitted to the bar in 1838. Went to Wisconsin in 1839, where he soon acquired a large practice. Served in the Wisconsin Assembly 1857. Judge Circuit Court 1858 to 1866. Chief Justice of Idaho Territory 1874. He was a man of great natural capacity and of uncommon force and will of character, and a powerful advocate before a jury. End footnote 3. James L. Loop and A. Hyatt Smith for the prisoner. Footnote 4. Smith A. Hyatt, 1814 to 1892, born in New York City, admitted to New York Bar 1835, removed to Janesville, Wisconsin 1842, elected to State Constitutional Convention 1847, Attorney General 1847, United States District Attorney 1848. End footnote 4. By request of counsel for the prisoner, the witnesses on the part of the prosecution were excluded from the courtroom while others were examined and their testimony taken. Mr. Loop stated to the court that he had lately received a letter from his associate counsel saying that he had been obliged to go to the state of Vermont on business of importance and would not be able to be in attendance upon the trial of the prisoner. Mr. Loop asked to have A. Hyatt Smith assigned by the court as associate counsel. Mr. Smith: I can hardly call myself an attorney of this court, having hardly been in the courtroom during the last 3 years, but if I can be of any service to Mr. Loop, I will cheerfully accept to become his associate in this trial. He was then assigned as associate counsel by the court. Mr. Ely to the jury: This is the first time in a long period that the public prosecutor has been called upon in this county to prosecute a criminal for the crime of murder. It is the first time in a long period that the court has been obliged to sit upon a trial like the one which he is called on to sit today. Mr. Ely stated the fact of the prisoner being in the penitentiary of Illinois, of his being released and going to the house of John G. Macomb, near Rockford, that he left Macomb on or about the 16th day of June last for this state, that he was seen in Janesville and afterward in company with the deceased in a wagon going toward Milton, that the same night he was seen in Janesville with the horse and wagon belonging to the deceased, that the prisoner was afterward seen by Macomb and his 2 sons, with the horse and wagon, a large quantity of money, articles of clothing, etc., which he confessed to Mr. Macomb and his 2 sons to have taken from the person of the murdered man. We shall show beyond a reasonable doubt, by the confessions of the prisoner and an abundance of corroborating testimony, that the deceased came to his death by the hands of Mayberry. The indictment I will not read at length. It charges that on the 16th day of June last, in the town of Harmony, in the county of Rock, one David F. Mayberry made an assault on one Andrew Alger, with malice aforethought, with intent to kill him, and did kill and murder him. I understand that the counsel on the part of the defense intend to show, if possible, that the prisoner, at the time he made the confession to Macomb, was disqualified by intoxication from making a deliberate and voluntary confession. But, gentlemen of the jury, how much it is in accordance with human nature that after having stained his hands in the blood of his fellow man, and with that enormous weight of guilt upon his conscience, he would seek some person to whom he could open his bosom and by a full confession of his guilt, be relieved from the burden which was then crushing him to earth. Mr. Loop. Gentlemen of the jury, it is incumbent on the part of the prosecution to prove the prisoner guilty of the offense charged against him, and until he is proved to be guilty, you must suppose him to be innocent. The state claims that the defendant has made certain confessions or statements upon which they intend to rely, and upon which they tell us their case is based. But, gentlemen, we shall endeavor to show to you that these statements claimed to have been made to Macomb are unreasonable in themselves, and if made at all, were made by the defendant while in a state of intoxication, which would render him incapable to make a deliberate and voluntary statement. It is unreasonable to suppose this man in his drunken frenzy should give such a description of the place and the exact spot where the body of the murdered man could be found, that Macomb or any other person could come to the place without difficulty and point it out to those with him. It is too unnatural to be true. We know that we come to this trial under very unfavorable auspices. There is not a man in this courtroom whose mind is not biased by prejudice or sympathy. The newspapers have heralded through the country the fact of a cruel and cold-blooded murder having been committed here in your midst, and this man has been pointed out as the murderer. The infection has been spread throughout the whole country, until it has reached every home and fireside. The very air we breathe is filled with it. We know that you would wish to give the prisoner a fair and unbiased trial, but, gentlemen, before you can do it, you will have to relieve your minds of every prejudice or sympathy, and come here as you would if you had heard nothing of this murder. We do not intend to allow the statements made to Macomb to come back to you on this trial, and if they do come before you, it must be by an order of this court, and I do not believe, gentlemen, that this court will allow it. They have brought men here to swear that they saw this man on the road near Rockford with a horse and buggy. But, gentlemen, there is not a man in this courtroom who could here recognize a stranger he may have met on his way here. They have brought a man here who saw some person on the road leading to Rockford with a horse and wagon. He has been to the jail in Rockford and says that the prisoner is the same man he saw on the road. And it was just as easy for him to see the same man in the jail that he saw on the road as it is to see a, quote, nigger in the fence while you are looking for one, end quote. Whether this prisoner is innocent or guilty, I do not know. I must believe him to be innocent. At least he has ever protested his innocence to me and to every person who has conversed with him except, perhaps, the Macombs. What our defense will be, or whether we shall introduce any evidence, remains to be shown. The witnesses for the state. John G. Macomb. Reside in Winnebago County, Illinois. Know the prisoner. Became acquainted with the person the last of October or the 1st of November, 1854. He boarded with me occasionally during the winter, and part of the time he was in Rockford. He usually deposited his money with me for safekeeping. He came to my house about the 1st of June and left Tuesday before the 16th of June. He worked for me during that time. He left my house and said he was going to Janesville. I saw him next on the Sunday following at my house. Mr. Ely. Did you at that time have any conversation with the prisoner, and if so, will you go on and state what the conversation was? Mr. Loop. Asked to leave to examine the witness as to the condition of the prisoner, and whether when he made these statements he was not in a state of intoxication, which request was granted. John G. Macomb. He came to my house about 11 o'clock on Sunday. He was not drunk, but his face was redder than usual. I cannot say that he drank at my house until after supper. I put questions to him which induced him to make the statements to me. I did not promise that if he would make these statements, he should be protected. my 2 sons, and Mr. Weatherby were at my house at that time. Mr. Loop objected to the testimony of Macomb being received in evidence, on the ground that the prisoner was disqualified by intoxication from making a deliberate and voluntary confession, which would be necessary to allow a confession to be given in evidence. The court ruled that the matter was one to be commented upon by the counsel in summing up the cause to the jury, leaving it to them to say how much weight should be attached to it. John G. Macomb. The first conversation I had with the prisoner was between 4 and 5 Sunday afternoon. Asked him where he stayed the night before, and he said at Menzies at Rockford. He arrived at my house between 2 and 3 in the afternoon. We were in the garden together when Mayberry said to me, "Look here," and held out a handful of papers. Asked what he was going to do with them, and he said he was going to burn them. Asked him where he got them, and he said he got them from a lumberman. He then took out a woolen sock in which there was something about as large as my fist. Sock showed witness. That is the sock, but I think there is not as much in it. We then went into supper. After supper he wanted me to go to the river with him. We went down to an old house near the river. He asked me to go down to the brick kiln and see a little horse he had down there. Asked where he got the horse, and he said he got him off a lumberman. Asked what the name of the man was, and he said he did not know. He said he got in with a lumberman about Janesville, and rode with him till they came to the woods. And when they got in the woods on the road leading from Janesville to Milton, he struck him. Said he gave him some liquor to drink about 100 rods before they came to the woods. I asked how he managed when he struck him, and he said that he rose up in the wagon and struck the man, that the horse sprung, when he caught up the reins and drove off into the woods. That after they got into the woods he struck him 3 times with a hatchet and kicked him out of the wagon, and then drove off and tied the horse. He said that he then went back to where he first struck the man and got his hat, which fell off when he was struck. He told me that he stripped off all the clothes except his shirt and drawers, that he searched his pockets and took all the money, 2 or 3 wallets, 2 watches, a knife, that there was $120 in paper money and the rest in gold. He did not show me the wallets, but he did show me the watch. We then arrived at the horse and wagon, which was about 3/4 of a mile down the road from the old house. He was quite intoxicated while we were at the wagon. Asked him to describe the road upon which he killed him, and he said after he had left Janesville on the road to Milton, he passed a little piece of timber, then crossed a prairie, and came to another piece of woods, then went down a little hill, and there was the place he killed him. He said that he left the man lying on his back. He said it was done on Saturday preceding the day which he told me. He said he bought the hatchet at Beloit, because his cane was not sufficient to kill the old cuss. In speaking of the man he killed, he always called him, quote unquote, the old cuss. He said he came back with the old man's horse and wagon to Janesville. There he bought a new suit of clothes. From there he started for Rockford, but lost his way in the night and came out near Sugar River, where he stayed all night. We arrived at the wagon about dark and came out of the woods about 11 o'clock at night. There was a hatchet, a pair of shoes, and a bottle of liquor in the wagon. The shoes and hatchet showed witness. Those are the shoes, and this is the hatchet I saw in the wagon. When he returned, there was no one at my house except my wife and family. Soon after, about a dozen men came in and arrested Mayberry. I then went with Mr. Brown and Mr. Miller to the wagon, and they took the hatchet and shoes from the wagon. The sheriff took the knife from Mayberry at my house. Mayberry said that he struck the old man with the hatchet, and that the hat he had was the old man's hat. Cross-examined by Mr. Loop. Mayberry came to my house about noon Sunday. We had the first conversation about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The first thing he said was to look here, and held out some papers. Asked him what he was going to do with them, and he said burn them. He then turned partly around and took out the sock and shook it and said, "I got that." We then went into the house and took supper. After supper we went down to the old house. He then asked me to go down and see what a fine little horse and buggy he had got down there. Told him I didn't want to go. Had not before heard that he had a horse and wagon. Went and watered my cows and returned to the house, when I found Mayberry was there. He touched me on the leg and said, "Come out here," and went out into the yard. Followed him out and asked him if he wanted anything of me, and he said he did. We then went down past the old house and took the river road and went to the horse and wagon. There we drank some liquor, conversed with him about the murder. After we went to the old house, and before we went into the woods, I went to Mr. Miller's and told him the circumstances, and he said he would go right off for the sheriff at Rockford. Do not think I told Mr. Miller Mayberry was drunk when he came down to my house. Can't say that I have told anyone he was drunk when he came to my house. Think I made him drunk myself. We were lost in the woods, and I got him to drink every time we turned around. Can't say that I was intoxicated. I have lived at the place 12 years. I saw 7 $20 gold pieces. I do not positively know how much money Mayberry had when he left my house. I do not know that he received $100 from Mr. Munger. I paid him $34.50 when he left beside the money he had deposited with me. It all amounted to $65. Do not know that I told Mr. Plato that he was beastly drunk. If I did, it was not true. Don't think I was intoxicated. Was anxious to get him drunk. My object was to get him so drunk that I would be safe while alone with him in the woods. The horse and wagon I deposited with Mr. Howland in this place. E. A. Howland. E. A. Howland. 2 weeks ago today, Mr. Macomb deposited a horse and wagon with me. It was a dark horse. Have shown the horse and wagon to Mr. Peck. Erasius Macomb. Became acquainted with prisoner 2 or 3 weeks before he left. He left Tuesday morning and came back Sunday following. Saw him when he returned. I should not consider him drunk. Asked him what luck he had on his voyage. He said very good. He pulled off the hat he had on his head, and said, "You can see by this what kind of luck I have had. I killed a man for it." I asked him if that was all he got. He said no. He pulled out 5 $20 gold pieces. Asked if he killed him for that. He said no. He then pulled out a stocking with notes in it. Asked him what was the name of the man he killed. Said he did not ask him what his name was. Then asked what kind of man he was. He said he was a pinery bug. Said he killed him between Janesville and Milton with a weapon he had. Asked him where it was. He said it was in the buggy in the woods. He then showed a knife, and said he finished him with that, and it was the old cuss's knife. Asked him what he'd done with the man. He said he left him in the brush. He showed me 2 watches, the knife, pocketbook, and stocking. This was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Cross-examined. Have known Mayberry 3 or 4 weeks. Have been in the habit of visiting my father's every day. Live close by him. Am the son of John G. Macomb. When I asked him what kind of luck he had had, I supposed he had been stealing horses. Had some conversation with him about stealing horses. Have never been engaged in that business myself. If I had, I have sense enough to keep it to myself. Did not notice that he was intoxicated that night. I was not in the house at the time he was arrested. Halsey Macomb. Shall be 20 next April. Macomb is my father, I suppose. Live at home. Saw Mayberry on the 17th of June. He left father's on the 12th of June. He said he had been to Milton and Janesville. Said he killed a man between Milton and Janesville. Said he asked him to ride, and after he had rode a piece, he rose up in the wagon to put on his coat and took a hatchet out of his sleeve, where he had it concealed, and struck him 3 times and killed him. Said he then kicked him out of the wagon, and took his clothes and money. Said the old man said, "O Lord, have mercy," 2 or 3 times, and he told him if he did not shut his d head, he would cut his throat. Said he laid down and waited an hour and a half. Remember that Mayberry said it was done on the 16th, because he said it would be in the papers, that it was done on the 16th. He said that he was not to be trifled with. Said he had been in Milton, and picked out the place before. He showed me the clothes. Witness identifies them. Said he came to Rockford with the horse and wagon. That he met a man on the road near some cattle. That he saw Smith Collier, but did not think Smith knew him. This watch is the one I bought of Mayberry. Took the watch home and hung it up. Have seen all the things on the table with Mayberry. He showed me the money. It was principally gold. He said he got the knife off the man he killed. Cross-examined. Was out to the barn about noon when someone said Mayberry is coming. Father was in the barn with me. Don't know how the conversation commenced. He showed me some money, and said he harnessed a pinery man for it. He did not say at the house where he got the money. Went with him down into the woods, and we had most of our conversation there. While we were going down into the woods, he took the knife out of a stump, and said he killed a man, and that was his knife. He said the man was small-sized. Went down where the horse and buggy was, and saw the shoes there. Have seen other shoes like these, but am certain these are the shoes he showed me. He said the holes in the hat were made on the man's head. He showed me the stocking. Am very sure that this is the same stocking. Bought the watch of Mayberry and gave him a trunk. Did not know when I bought it that he killed a man for it. Went down into the woods, only once. Don't remember meeting a man. Did not go fishing that day. The wagon was about 3/4 of a mile down the river. Think Mayberry went down 3 times that day. First with me, then alone, and afterward with Father. Saw him talking with Father in the garden. I did not think he was drunk until about 10 or 11 o'clock at night. Think he was drunk when he came back with Father. Know from his looks and talk. John F. Taylor. Am Sheriff of Winnebago County, Illinois. I have seen Mayberry before. Saw him in December last at Rockford. Since that time he has been at work there at the cooper's trade. Saw him on the 17th of June. Some man came to my house and said that Mayberry had murdered a man. I got a warrant for his arrest, and went to the house of Macomb. Was told that he was in the woods. I went in the cellar, and stayed until he came from the woods. About 12 o'clock. Went into the house, told him I had a warrant for him, and put the irons on him. Told Mr. Miller to search his pockets. The things taken from his pockets were handed to me. Took from his pockets 2 pocketbooks, one containing $176 in bills. There was 5 $20 gold pieces loose in his pockets. The knife was found in the pockets of some of the clothes. After searching his pockets, I told him to bring forward his clothes. These clothes were brought forward loose. Told Mayberry to select his clothes and we would take them along. He said they were all his. He has since told me that they belonged to Macomb. Prisoner said the money was his, that the red wallet he never saw until I showed it to him. I stayed at Macomb's until the horse and buggy came. At least they told me it had come. I did not see it. He claimed the shoes being his. In the jail he denied the clothes being his. William Brown. Reside at Rockford. Am state attorney for 14th Judicial District of Illinois. Saw the prisoner 3 weeks ago last Sabbath evening. He was at Macomb's. Went down in company with the sheriff and several others to arrest him. About 9 o'clock in the evening, Mr. Taylor said to the prisoner that he had a warrant for him and immediately put the irons upon him. Miller and myself searched his pockets. Someone asked where he got the money, and he said he worked for it. Went with the others into the woods, and after considerable difficulty we found the horse and wagon. The hatchet and shoes were handed to me from the wagon. Don't know whether he had the hat on or not. Next day came with Macomb and others to Janesville to search for the body. We went in a northeasterly direction from Janesville about 4 miles, when he came to a piece of woods, where he found a number of persons searching. We continued to search, and found a large quantity of blood, and 5 or 6 rods from that we found a man lying on his back with his throat cut from ear to ear, 3 wounds on the head from which the brain protruded, and 3 cuts in the back and side. The body was nearly naked, with no clothes except a shirt and part of a pair of drawers. The body was taken up and put into a double wagon and taken to Janesville. Mr. Macomb, the sheriff of Rock County, a constable from Janesville, and a number of others were there when the body was found. W.M. Spaulding was called upon by Sheriff Hoskins to take the body of a man which had been found in the woods to Janesville, brought the body to Janesville, and deposited it in the courthouse. An inquest was held by Justice Bates. Dr. O.P. Robinson, a practicing physician residing in this city, was called upon 18th June last to examine the body of a man in a room directly below where I sit. There were 3 wounds upon the head, 2 upon the forehead breaking through the frontal bone. The fracture was about 3 inches long and 1 1/4 inches wide. Appeared to have been made by some blunt instrument. Should think that they might have been made with the head of a hatchet. There was a severe wound in the neck, severing the arteries, another wound 1 1/4 inches in width upon the left side between the 9th and 10th rib, entering the lung. Another wound similar in size passing through the 5th and 6th rib. Another wound was made upon the side which was larger and penetrated no farther than the 10th rib. The wounds upon the head would have caused death. Either of the 2 wounds upon the back or the one on the neck were mortal. The wound on the side might have been made by a hatchet. The body had been preyed upon by vermin, and the muscles about the wounds considerably contracted. The wounds upon the back were made with a knife, at least 1 inch in breadth. They were made before the one in the neck. I judge from the coagulated blood which surrounded them. Mr. Conrad was present at the examination. A. G. Allen. Reside in Janesville. Am in the clothing business with M. S. Smith on Main Street. Have seen the prisoner before. Saw him on the 16th of June last. He came into the clothing store about 9 o'clock in the evening to buy a suit of clothes. I sold a suit of clothes to him. Witness recognized a pair of pants he sold Mayberry. Prisoner said he was going to Milton, and he lived and worked at Milton. Cross-examined. I had never seen prisoner before that night. Mr. McIntyre was in the store. These pants, I think, are the ones I sold him. They have our mark upon them. Seldom sell clothes to strangers. Recognize the prisoner by his general appearance. Generally recognize persons to whom I sell goods. Would have recognized the prisoner without knowing he was arrested. Mr. McIntyre. The prisoner is the man to whom Allen sold the clothes. Dr. R. B. Treat. Am a practicing physician. Made a post-mortem examination of deceased. He was a small-sized man, had no clothing on except a red shirt. The body had a healthy appearance. The principal wounds were upon the head, neck, and back. I could not tell with what kind of an instrument it was done. Perhaps 2 blows with the head of a hatchet might have done it. The skull was fractured, and the integument over the fracture cut in 2 places. It looked as if it was done with some blunt instrument. The wound upon the neck was severe, severing the arteries and extending back to the spinal column. It must have been done with an instrument about 1 inch wide. There were marks of a knife or some sharp instrument apparent upon the surface. There must have been several strokes with a knife to have made the wound. There were 2 wounds upon the back, probably made with the same instrument as the wound on the neck. The instrument passed through between the 9th and 10th rib and penetrated the pleura. Either of these wounds would have been fatal. There were also 2 wounds upon the side which were very probably made by the same broad instruments. The wounds upon the back appeared to have been made prior to the wound on the neck. The blood had coagulated around the wounds on the back quite extensively. The wound upon the neck would have produced death in 1 or 2 minutes. The wound upon the neck might have been made before those on the back. I do not think there is blood on the knife. There is blood on the coat, and I think there is on the handle of the hatchet. Chas H. Conrad was well acquainted with the deceased, identified the body as that of Andrew Alger, would have known it if it had been found anywhere. E. G. Fifield was personally acquainted with Andrew Alger, recognized the body as his, had a conversation about some lumber with Alger in this city, on the 16th day of June last, while Alger was on his way home. I took the body home to his friends in Jefferson County after the inquest was held. Josiah Alger. Reside in Farmington, Jefferson County. Am the son of Andrew Alger, the deceased. Last saw father in Beloit on Wednesday prior to his death. He had been to Rockford with square lumber. He had $580 when I left him, principally gold. A number of papers shown witness with signatures of deceased, and a knife was shown witness. That knife I have ate many a meal of victuals with. It is one which belonged to father, and which he usually carried with him. The pocketbook I have seen many times. Saw it last at Beloit on Wednesday prior to father's death. He had it and gave me some money from it. The portemonnaie was father's. Last saw it in Rockford. Father put some gold in it. The watch I never saw. That coat is father's. Know by a hole burned in the neck. Last saw it on him at Beloit. He had the pants on at Beloit, and a pair of overalls over them. Think the hat is the one he bought in Beloit while I was with him. Never saw the linen coat before. The coffin was opened after I came home, but I could not recognize the features. It looked awful. I could not stand it, to look at it. Cross-examined. Father was in the habit of being away from home, sometimes stay longer than he said he should, but never longer than a week, to my knowledge. End of section 71. Section 72 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Catherine Leach. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. The Trial of David F. Mayberry for the Murder of Andrew Alger, Wisconsin, 1855. Part 2. Emery Nash. Am clerk in hardware store in this city. Prisoner came into the store in the fore part of the week and inquired for Cooper's tools. Asro Stoddard. Am clerk in Pixley and Kimball's hardware store. Sold a hatchet that week. Do not recognize the prisoner. Can't see our mark on the hatchet. It is similar to those we have in the store. Charles Bell. Know the deceased and recognize his clothing and knife. S. W. Peck. Reside in Beloit. Saw Andrew Alger at that place on the 16th day of June last. Bought a raft of poles off him and turned out a horse and wagon and a watch in part payment. For balance gave him a check on the Bank of Beloit. Have seen the horse and wagon at Mr. Howland's barn. It is the one I sold Alger. He left Beloit with the horse and wagon 11:30. He started off toward Janesville and said he was going home. The check was for $366. Orville Bennett. Saw Alger in Beloit on the 16th of June. Kept Alger's money the night previous. Asked him if he expected anyone would rob him, and he said he mistrusted 2 or 3. Counted his money. There was $580. He did not give me the names of anyone he suspected. R. E. Hinney. Reside at Beloit. Am in the clothing business. Was acquainted with Andrew Alger. Last saw him the 16th of June. Sold him a linen coat that day. It was peculiarly made. Should recognize it if I could see it. Coat shown. That is the coat I sold him. Alger took off his old coat and put on the one I sold him. The wallet here is similar to the one I saw him have. He gave me a bill like those in the wallet. He left my store about 9 o'clock Saturday morning. John W. Williams. Reside in Utica, Winnebago County, Wisconsin. Went to Beloit on the road by the way of Milton and Janesville. Stopped at Fort Atkinson Friday night, June 15th. Took dinner the 16th with a farmer between here and Milton. Saw the prisoner on the 16th of June. On the road between here and the woods near Mr. Spaulding's. It was between 2 and 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon. When I first saw him, he was standing still, but when I came up, he was walking north. Sometimes I could not tell whether he was going north or south. He acted as if he was waiting for someone. Looked at him particularly, and know that the prisoner is the same man. Know Andrew Alger. I met him just before I got into Janesville, going towards Milton on the road before I saw the prisoner. Spoke to Mr. Alger as I passed him, and said, "How do you do?" Cross-examined. Met the prisoner about 2 or 3 o'clock. Think it was 1½ to 2 miles from Janesville. He had a coat on his arm, but none on. R. B. Tracy. The prisoner came to my house about 12 o'clock Saturday night, and wanted to stay all night. Went away in the morning before any of the family were up. Benjamin Allen. Reside in Winnebago County. Saw a man that looked like prisoner on the road. He was going toward Rockford, about 8 miles from Rockford. Had a conversation with him. He was on foot near the buggy when I first saw him. By the time I had got to where he was, he had got into the buggy. The horse looked tired. Cross-examined. Prisoner was close to the buggy when I saw him. He came from towards some cattle. Afterwards examined the cattle. 2 of them were cut on the shoulder. I think I had seen the prisoner before. The cattle were John Atkinson's. Did not mistrust the prisoner until after I saw the cattle were cut. Afterwards saw him in the Rockford jail. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning when I saw him on the prairie. Smith Clothier. Met the prisoner with a horse and wagon on the road between the place where Allen saw him and McComb's house. Mrs. Tubbs. I reside in this city, on the road to the depot. Have seen the prisoner at my house. He came there first on Wednesday before the murder. On Thursday he came to stay all night. He said he lived at Rockford. This was Friday morning. He left on Friday about 8 o'clock. Have not seen him since. He did not remain but a few minutes on Wednesday. He inquired for Madison. Levi Rexford. Reside in Beloit. Saw prisoner at Beloit 3 weeks ago last Friday night. He overtook me, half-mile this side of Beloit. Stayed overnight with me. He had a hatchet with him. Think the hatchet before me was the hatchet. Cross-examined. Live on the west side of the river at Beloit. Had been north of Beloit. I was on the Beloit and Janesville road when prisoner overtook me. It was near sundown. Prisoner was on foot. He left about 8 o'clock Saturday morning. He had a hatchet, which he said he found in the road. He showed me a knife. It was not like the knife here in court. Prisoner had on a black hat. James Albert. Reside in Rockford. Am deputy sheriff. Had a conversation with prisoner after he was arrested. He said he stayed with a man at Beloit on Friday and Saturday nights. James W. Redman. Reside in Rock County, town of Harmony. Found a coat in the woods above Mr. Spaulding's on the east side of the road. It was a yellowish linen coat. The witness examined the linen coat and identified it as the coat he found. It was rolled up when I found it and covered with leaves. I found it on Tuesday, next day after the body was found. The coat was about halfway from where the body laid on the road. Cross-examined. The coat was under some leaves in thick bushes. Went with one of my neighbors to see where the body was found, when I found the coat. Found the coat near a place that looked as if a horse had been hitched, in the town of Harmony, Rock County. The court. Gentlemen, the case is with you. Mr. Smith. If the court please, I make this proposition, which, upon examination, I find has been supported a number of times on trials of this kind, that if the defendant should not introduce any evidence on his part, that the counsel for the defendant have the opening and closing argument. The court. I do not think, Mr. Smith, that rule could be enforced in this state, and I must deny the proposition. Mr. Smith. Then we rest our case without offering any witnesses, but we then ask that the cause be submitted to the jury without argument. Mr. Nogle. I am assured that persons have come here expecting the prosecuting attorney to make some remarks upon the testimony and to hold the prisoner up in his true character, but I am willing as associate counsel to submit the case to the jury, after the court shall have charged them. Mr. Smith. I did not suppose when I made the proposition that it would open the door to a speech. I withdraw the proposition. The speeches of counsel. Mr. Ely. May it please the court, gentlemen of the jury, the tragedy of painful interest which has detained you for the past 2 or 3 days will soon be terminated. The drama which commenced in blood must find its end with your verdict. You gentlemen who have sat upon your seats and heard the awful and sickening developments, you who have seen the blood-dyed garments of Andrew Alger brought here and placed before you, and who heard the volumes of testimony coming from the side of the prosecution and fastening itself upon the prisoner without a word of evasion or denial, can hardly ask for more conclusive evidence of guilt, or a more open and deliberate confession that he who sits before you is the wretch who stained his hands in the blood of his murdered victim, Andrew Alger. The law has wisely provided that no man shall be put upon his trial until he has first been presented by a grand jury, and it is also provided that no man shall be tried for any crime unless by 12 good and lawful men of his country. The accused is also entitled to have his accusers appear and confront him face to face. In this trial all the forms and requirements have been fulfilled, and the case has come down to you, to pass upon the guilt or innocence of the prisoner. Gentlemen, I might and was inclined to follow the suggestion of the counsel for the prisoner to submit the case to you without argument, but for some reason the counsel have seen fit to withdraw their offer and insist upon the argument. And that they may have a fair chance, I will give you the facts which we think are established by the evidence, and leave the argument to those who will follow me. The statute of our state, at chapter 133, page 688, provides that whoever shall kill a human being with a premeditated design to effect the death of the person killed, whether it be done by treason, shooting, stabbing, or any other means or manner, shall be guilty of murder in the first degree, and by a law since passed shall be punished by imprisonment in the state prison during life, whether the law as it now stands making the punishment for the greatest crime known to our laws the same as that of a thief or any other felon, except perhaps in the period of duration, is such a one as is most needed, and would be the best protection to the lives of the people, is not for me to say. You, gentlemen, must follow and enforce the law as it appears upon our statute books. And this you have bound yourselves by your oaths to do, however much it might conflict with your own personal feelings. It was said prior to the enactment of our laws, by a power higher than all, that whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For hundreds of years it has been a fixed rule of the common law. Those states which surround us, with hardly an exception, have adhered to the same rule. But in these days of cavil and selfish intriguing, men have in their legislation deemed that the law thundered from Sinai's top was no longer binding upon them. They have and do by their acts say, "We are above all law except our own, away with a higher law." However much I might wish that our law at this time was different, as an ardent lover of good order and society, I shall feel it my duty to abide by it, until experience shall teach our legislatures that chains and prisons are but idle mockery to the man, who will for the glittering dust of earth take the life of his fellow man. The prisoner before you has confessed to be guilty of one of the foulest murders that ever blackened the pages of history, one in which justice dealt out by human hands must fall short of an aggregate punishment. We are not here for the purpose of revenge. There is another power which has said, "Vengeance is mine, and I will repay, saith the Lord God of Israel." We come here for the protection of society, our families, and ourselves. Mr. Ely read the substance of the several counts in the indictment, and cited several authorities where persons had been convicted upon circumstantial evidence, without any direct corroborating testimony, also that drunkenness was not an excuse for committing crime, and closed with a brief statement of the facts claimed to have been proved. Mr. Loop: Gentlemen of the jury, when we determined that we would introduce no testimony on the part of the prisoner, we expected to submit this cause to you on the charge of the court, but the remarks of one of the gentlemen engaged in the prosecution, in according our proposition so to submit the cause, were of that character which forbid that we should do so, and accordingly that proposition on our part was withdrawn. We are not unaware, gentlemen, that there is a vast amount of testimony in this case tending to prove the prisoner guilty, and we enter upon the argument of the questions involved with full knowledge of the fact that from the time of the discovery of the dead body in your county, bearing evidence that death had been produced by violence, and the connection of the prisoner's name with the supposed murder, his case was prejudged in the public mind, and his guilt proclaimed by the almost universal voice. And we cannot suppose, gentlemen, that you have kept yourselves entirely secluded from the outdoor world, and from the knowledge of passing events, as to be unmindful of public sentiment, or that you are so unlike the rest of mankind as to be entirely unaffected by the reports which have appeared in the public journals, and have been proclaimed and discussed by every gathering of men, women, or children, since this community was thrilled and electrified by this supposed horrid murder. But, gentlemen, these facts have not inspired in our bosoms any feeling of distrust, or caused us to waver in our faith that you will, in the verdict which you shall render honestly and intelligently, consider the evidence adduced in all its bearings, and decide as impartial justice and the rules of law demand. The prisoner comes before you as a marked man. The human mind is so constituted that it is almost impossible to disconnect the name of the man charged with the heinous crime of murder from the fact of the murder with which he is charged. Your own citizens have seen, and in their testimony have described, in not too startling and sickening terms, the body of the murdered man, and the testimony of 3 witnesses before you tend to show that the prisoner confessed that his was the hand which had perpetrated the dreadful deed. And whether true or false, whether the confession was made or is a mere fabrication of the witnesses, the effect is the same in marking him as the man and fixing in the mind the impression of guilt. We enter therefore, gentlemen, upon the discussion of the question involved in this case, and upon an examination of the evidence by which it is contended on the part of the state that the prisoner's guilt is established, with no false notion of the task which duty assigns us. We feel and duly appreciate the fact that when the prisoner was arraigned in this case, the statutory rule of law which declares that the accused shall be presumed to be innocent was reversed, or regarded as mere fiction, and that the deep-seated impression of guilt is one of the things which we must remove, that independent of the circumstances tending to show guilt in which he is enveloped. The fact of the association of his name with so great a crime fosters suspicion upon the mind, which is almost equal to proof. We are not, then, gentlemen, entering upon this argument with any mistaken notion of our position, or of the necessity which imposes itself upon us of enforcing upon you, so far as we are able, the great importance in justice to the prisoner, and in justice to ourselves, and in justice to the law which you are aiding in administering, of divesting from your minds every bias, prejudice, and preconceived opinion or impression, and giving to the evidence its legitimate force and effect, and nothing more. Of what does the evidence consist? First, of pretended confessions, and second, of circumstances, there being no direct proof of the fact of murder. The indictment charges the prisoner with the murder of Andrew Alger. The first great fact to be proved on the part of the state is that Andrew Alger is dead, that the dead body found in the thicket was in fact and in truth the body of Andrew Alger. That fact must be established beyond a reasonable doubt, or this prosecution cannot be sustained. The body must be identified, and it must be proven in such a manner as to exclude the possibility of a doubt in regard to his death, and in such a manner to satisfy the mind, beyond question, that the dead body is the body of the person charged to have been murdered. The identification must be of that conclusive character which will exclude every other possible hypothesis. It must be such as to fasten conviction upon the mind, not mere suspicion. It must be such as excludes the possibility that the person alleged to be dead is alive. There is no one thing, gentlemen, which is apparently so easy and yet so difficult as personal identification of even the living, and how vastly the difficulty is increased in the attempt to identify the dead. It is in life that we meet and recognize our fellow men, when the eye has its living luster, and the features their accustomed play. When the expression which life gives is the great mark of distinction which separates and individualizes the great family of man. When death stamps the individual with his pallid seal, the great change is effected, and that which you have known animated, alive, expressive, joyous with life, is changed to an inanimate mass. The life has departed, the soul has fled, and that expression which evidenced in life the individuality of the man has departed with the life which gave it. The countenance on which you gaze with admiration and pleasure in life by the great change is made frightful to behold. This is true of those who die by what is called natural causes, old age or disease, and your own observation has taught you that when you have seen one of your neighbors or intimate acquaintances wrapped in death's slumber, even in his own house, you look and look in vain for a natural feature such as distinguished the deceased before the great leveler laid him low. The descriptions which the witnesses have given you of the body found, and which is alleged to be that of Andrew Alger, are sickening in their minuteness, and show in too strong light to admit of doubt the utter impossibility of supposed identification. Ghastly wounds are upon the body. There is no clothing to distinguish it. The vermin have commenced the work of destruction, and putrefaction is blending in one common mass of decay the whole loathsome mass of what had been the physical organization of a man. Add to these the fact that the head was nearly severed from the body by the cut across the throat, the skull was smashed in at the forehead, that the wounds, the eyes, the nose, ears, and mouth were filled with fly blows and worms. I repeat, it is utterly impossible that the witnesses, with the acquaintance they had with Alger in his lifetime, could have recognized that putrid mass and identified it as his body. That the witnesses honestly believed that the body was that of Alger, that they honestly believed, from what they could discern, they recognized both the form and feature of Alger, I have no doubt. But their belief, gentlemen, is no evidence of the existence of the fact which they believe, no matter how honestly that belief may have been produced. It is the duty of the witnesses to detail to the jury facts and circumstances, to give you a description of the man in life and the appearance and description of the dead body, and from such description and all the circumstances which are adduced in evidence, it is the duty of the jury to draw conclusions and not the witnesses. The expression of belief cannot legitimately produce conviction in your minds. The object in calling in the aid of the jury in criminal prosecutions is the ascertainment of facts, not suspicions, and to avoid as far as possible the great danger of hasty convictions upon insufficient evidence. 12 men, 12 individual minds, are to be convinced, each for himself, and each individually responsible for the verdict which the aggregate render. The responsibility on each, in a case of this magnitude, is sufficient to cause the boldest and anxious throb. Test well the facts and circumstances which come to your knowledge by the evidence of the witnesses. But remember that the belief or opinion of a witness can furnish no justification to you, individually or collectively, for a verdict. Test the testimony of the identifying witnesses by their means of knowledge, and the circumstances under which this body was searched for, and its appearance when found. And then tell me whether either of those witnesses, had he never been informed of the supposed murder of Alger, and had come accidentally across the body where it was found in the woods, would ever have recognized it as his. The witness who tells you that he would immediately have recognized the body, had he thus found it in New York, talks boldly, but whether discreetly, you must judge. I have said, gentlemen, that the identification of the dead is much more difficult than that of the living, and in this case the prosecution are bound to do both. They must identify the murdered man, and also the living murderer. They bring to the aid of the witnesses, who attempt to identify the body of Alger, certain articles of clothing, a horse and buggy, a watch, a pocket knife, some pocket books containing money, a blue stocking containing gold, and a memorandum book containing some papers shown to have been in the possession of Alger. The son of the deceased swears to many of the articles as having belonged to his father, and as having been in his possession when the witnesses left him at Beloit. Of all the evidence, that part identifying the memorandum book is the strongest and the most satisfactory. The knife and the pocketbook and the watch are but individual members of the great families to which they respectively belong. They have no name or names marked upon them, or any other mark by which they can be identified or distinguished from any others out of similar packages which have been worn and used as much as they. But the memorandum book contains the handwriting of Mr. Alger, and also of his son, the witness. How did he part with it? That is the question, gentlemen, which we are not bound to answer, and circumstances which we cannot be required to explain. He may have lost it, or it may have been stolen from him, or he may have parted with it in any of 1,000 ways in which men divest themselves of their goods, without the crime of murder having been perpetrated to obtain it. In whose possession was this book found? The knife and 2 of the wallets containing the money and the stocking were found upon the person of the prisoner, when arrested and searched by the sheriff of Winnebago County, but not an article of the clothing, unless it be the white hat exhibited here, nor his memorandum book, nor his watch and 1 wallet were found on him. In fact, not an article which has been satisfactorily identified as the property of Alger was found in his possession. The witness McComb takes the clothing from a box under the stoop on the outside of the house and hands it to the sheriff, and he directs the sheriff to get the memorandum book from the pocket of an overcoat on the table in his house. Whose overcoat contained the pocketbook? Not the prisoner's, gentlemen, or that fact would have appeared. In whose possession was the 3rd pocketbook found? not in the prisoners, but after the officers had left the house they are followed, and that wallet is handed to the sheriff by one of the Macombes. By whom were this horse and buggy, which are clearly identified as the same purchased by Mr. Alger in Beloit, and the clothing in the memorandum book, etc., taken to Macombes? The person who drove the horse passed Mr. Clothier and some others when they were on the roadside, not far from the ford on Rock River, near Macombes' house. Mr. Clothier had known the prisoner in that neighborhood some months. He passed him in broad daylight, and although he says he thought at the time that it was some person he had seen before, he did not think of its being the prisoner, and cannot now be induced by any form of question to even say he thinks it was him. To precisely the same effect in the testimony of another witness who was on the road, and nearer the ford than Mr. Clothier. He passed the ford soon after the horse and buggy passed, and saw the track leading up to the place where they were found. Mr. Williams says he saw the prisoner on the road from Janesville to Milton on Saturday afternoon, acting as if in wait for someone. He had never seen him before, knew nothing of or about him, but from merely passing him in the road, he is prepared to come here and swear positively that the prisoner is the man. Mr. Allen, residing south of Harmony, on the road to Rockford, says he met the prisoner with the horse and buggy, and tells us in addition the strange story of the cutting of the cattle. And he says that he had never seen nor heard of him before, but that he knows him and can identify him as easily as he can me, and that he has known me many years. Another gentleman tells you that about midnight of Saturday, during a severe thunderstorm, the prisoner stopped at his house between here and Beloit, and stayed until the storm abated, and he knows the prisoner is the man. Now each of these familiar recognitions are to my mind at least singular instances of wonderful powers of recognition, singular instances in retentive memory and close observation. The two gentlemen who were acquainted with the prisoner failed to recognize in the man who drove the horse across the ford the prisoner, but these gentlemen who have never seen him can identify him without the least inconvenience, and with a positiveness that admits of no question. The books containing the history of criminal jurisprudence are filled, gentlemen, with deplorable instances of such positive evidence of identification, followed by the fatal consequences of reliance being placed upon it. Innocent blood has been too often shed by reason of such testimony to allow of it being received and relied upon as sufficient to justify conviction. Who among this vast multitude can remember a stranger that he met on the road coming here today? I venture to say no one. How does it happen that these gentlemen, whose honesty in the matter is not questioned, can thus pretend to and believe that they really remember and recognize the prisoner? The true answer is easily made. When Mr. Allen heard that a man was arrested and in jail for murder, he heard at the same time the story of Macomb about the confession, and in it was ingeniously blended the story of the cutting of the cattle. And he went to jail on purpose to find the prisoner the same man, and all he remembers of the man he met on the prairie is what he has seen of the prisoner since his arrest. But he fixed him firmly in his mind, and honestly believes he is the same. Just so with the other two witnesses. The story told by Macomb is what produces before you the identification, such as it is, of the body of Alger, and also of the person of the prisoner. It is that story which has brought together this immense multitude of your citizens, and which has been told and retold until the very atmosphere we breathe has become tainted with the smell of blood. The newspapers informed us, as part of Macomb's story, that the prisoner came to his house on Sunday in a state of beastly intoxication, and before he was allowed to tell his story to you, by permission of the court we examined the witness as to the condition of the prisoner at the time when he pretended the confession was made. He failed to show that he was much intoxicated until after a part of the confession had been made, and we insisted upon the right to call other witnesses to show preliminarily that the prisoner was drunk, with the view of excluding the whole pretended story. We contended then as we do now, that the confessions of a man made in a state of intoxication, when the mind is not in tune, when the party is not in condition to deliberate, and is not capable of appreciating danger or capable of forming a deliberate opinion, when the tongue but gives utterance to the ravings of a crazed drunken brain, are not admissible in evidence against him. The confessions of a man in his cool, sober moments, in possession of all his faculties of mind and body, are excluded from the jury if they are obtained from him either by threats or promises of favor, because such confessions the law declares are not voluntary. With how much greater force of reason can the objection we urged against this supposed confession be insisted upon, to its exclusion, if the fact is made to appear? The court decided the point against the prisoner, holding, we doubt not, correctly, that it was a question for the jury, and that it depended upon the degree of drunkenness in which the confession was made, and that the court could not undertake to decide what the prisoner's condition was at the time of the supposed confession. But, gentlemen of the jury, you are constituted judges of both the law and the fact, and you are to regard such testimony as is legal, and to exclude from your minds in your deliberations that which is illegal or improper. Mr. Macomb tells you that when the prisoner first came to his house on Monday, he was red in the face, and that was unusual for him, but he did not consider him drunk, and that he was not drunk, according to his understanding of the meaning of the term, until in the evening. Well, Mr. Macomb may have some peculiar notions about when a party is in that condition. I once heard a witness testify that he didn't consider a man drunk until he lay upon his back and felt upward for the ground. And it is possible that Macomb may entertain the same liberal views on the subject. The old gentleman tells us he was very drunk in the evening before his arrest, and the son, Erastus, says he was no more drunk at any time than when he first came there that day. According to the story of Halsey Macomb, immediately after the prisoner came to their house, when washing himself by the door on the outside, while Halsey himself was standing in full sight of several persons in the house, not members of the family, the prisoner exhibited to him a handful of gold, and informed him that he had plenty more, that they went upstairs and traded the stolen watch for a trunk with Halsey, and that they went to the river, and the whole story was told, and each of the family enjoyed the same blessing. Each one had his solitary walk with their interesting friend, and each heard in full the same horrible details of murder and robbery, and of the delightful journey which their pleasant companion enjoyed, traveling from the scene of the murder to the residence of his friends, not omitting in any instance the highly intellectual sport in which he indulged of cutting the cattle on the prairie with his murderous hatchet. Now, gentlemen, was this story ever told? If ever told by the prisoner, and if true when told, if you look upon him, you look upon a man insane, one in the labyrinth of whose brain reason has lost her sway. And whether such insanity is caused by drunkenness, or whether constitutional, it makes no difference. It is the fact of insanity, not its cause, which places a party without the pale of accountability for his acts, and renders his words of confession powerless as evidence against him. One of two things, in my judgment, is certain, that the prisoner was bereft of reason, or that the story of the confession is a sheer fabrication. No man in his senses would even have loaded himself with the evidence to convict him of murder as this story loads the prisoner, taking the old clothes from the body of his victim, and which were not worth picking up in the road, taking the horse and buggy, and pursuing his devious way through all the towns and cities in the daytime and in the night, reaching the house of Macomb soon after noon, and taking the family one by one to listen to his story, and count over the fruits of his awful crime. The story is too improbable, too unnatural for belief. And whether it is in fact the truly reported conduct and ravings of a maniac, or an entire fabrication, it is equally improper, inefficient, and powerless as evidence. Confessions at the best are the most unreliable and dangerous of all species of evidence known to law, and the pages of judicial history are stained with the blood of innocent victims sacrificed by means of confessions honestly reported which were untrue, and by pretended confessions, the fabrication of witnesses. Every writer on the subject raises his warning voice against relying upon them, and every page of the history of the administration of criminal law shows the danger and disastrous consequences of relying upon them. We have now, gentlemen, briefly adverted to the evidence in this case, and have very frankly given our views of its legitimate right, and we roll the responsibility off from our shoulders on yours. We know that you must feel the outside pressure of an indignant public, and we have no fault to find with the great public for any demonstration of indignation which it has manifested. But while you may feel, as you ought, indignation against the murderer, justice requires that he shall be ascertained, and his identity fixed beyond a possible question. And when so ascertained, and the guilt is established on any one beyond a reasonable doubt, let your verdict proclaim the fact, and let him suffer the penalty prescribed by your laws. With these remarks, gentlemen, I have done. End of section 72. Section 73 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Catherine Leach. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. The trial of David F. Mayberry for the murder of Andrew Alger, Wisconsin, 1855. Part 3. Mr. Nogle. May it please the court and you, gentlemen of the jury, what shall I say in closing this solemn narration? What is left for me to say in relation to this horrid affair? Are there questions of doubt hanging around this case, demanding explanation, or susceptible of being strengthened by argument? Who doubts that a murderer is in our midst? What juror in your box, what man, woman, or child, within the hearing of my voice, doubts that Andrew Alger, an old and worthy settler of Jefferson County, a husband and father, was on the 16th day of June last, in the town of Harmony, in the county of Rock, most cruelly and brutally murdered by some cold-blooded villain, and that David F. Mayberry, the prisoner at the bar, is the heartless, guilty wretch? When a case is so overwhelmingly plain and so exceedingly clear of doubt, what can be added, or what should be said after so much has been said, and well said, by both my associate, the prosecuting attorney, and by Brother Loop, the able and ingenious counsel for the defendant? And, gentlemen, he is able and ingenious, and no man in this state knows better, or more highly appreciates his powers as an advocate or as a counselor than I do. And throughout his able and ingenious argument in behalf of this poor, miserable, unfortunate prisoner, it seemed to me, and I think you gentlemen must have been heavily impressed with his entire success in fully confirming you, and all who hear him, in the indisputable certainty of the guilt of his client. As he proceeded, sentence by sentence, and word by word, the little darkening vapor he had during the trial so industriously endeavored to surround this case with, gradually continued to disappear, until the close of his argument completed the transparency of the defendant's guilt. How could it be otherwise? What counsel is so able or so learned that he could comment upon the irresistible proofs in this case without brightening and strengthening the truth? The guilt of this defendant, gentlemen of the jury, is so apparent, and the evidence so conclusive, that I can hardly justify myself in detaining you one moment. In most cases, it is only necessary for the state to present the testimony and the case to the jury in a plain legal manner, that the jury may safely and properly judge of the guilt or innocence of the defendant. In other words, it is necessary and proper for the state to prosecute, but not to persecute. In this case, I am at a loss to know what could amount to a persecution or what could amount to a more effectual prosecution than the evidence as detailed by the witnesses without comment. And was there nothing in this case but the mere question of guilty or not guilty, as may be determined by your verdict? And was I left free to consult only my own inclinations in relation to the argument of this case? I should even now cheerfully leave the case with you, notwithstanding the able effort of the defendant's counsel. But it is useless to attempt to disguise the fact that the indignation of this community, fanned into flames by the recollection and continuing vision of the murdered and mangled body of the poor, helpless Andrew Alger, as he was found in the brush by the wayside, in the town of Harmony, fixed and riveted beyond the possibility of a doubt by the incontrovertible evidence in this case, that the cold-blooded, unblushing scoundrel at the bar is the assassin, unprovoked and inexcusable, of that harmless and innocent man, demand at least that the character of this miserable brute be as far as possible held up to public view as a monument of terror hereafter to all evil-disposed persons. And what I have said, and am about to say, is more in response to that demand than the necessities of this case. The learned counsel for the defendant makes 2 points in his defense. First, that the indictment charges that Andrew Alger was murdered, and notwithstanding he admits a most horrible and brutal murder has been committed upon the body of some person and by the hand of some villain. Nevertheless, he insists that there is no evidence that the murdered man is Andrew Alger. And second, that the evidence that tends to implicate the defendant is inconsistent and not to be relied upon. That if true, it is not evidence of guilt, but of insanity. Can it be possible there remains even a shadow of doubt as to the identity of the deceased? We have proved by almost innumerable witnesses the residence and business of Andrew Alger, that for the last 15 years, during the winter and spring seasons of the year, he had pursued the labor of getting out timber, poles, and lumber, and rafting down the river, which made him generally, and I am gratified to learn, favorably known to all, or most of the businessmen from Jefferson to Rockford. They usually dealt with him more or less, and it seems esteemed him highly. He left his home, his wife, and his little children in the town of Farmington, Jefferson County, taking with him his eldest son early in June, for the purpose of rafting down the river a large quantity of timber, poles, and lumber to market. Some of his raft was left by the way, a portion at Beloit, but the principal portion was taken to Rockford. There he detained his son and his other hands several days, getting his raft in condition to sell. He finally made a favorable sale, and on Monday, the 11th day of June, he sent his son and the other hands home, and he remained for the purpose of settling and getting his money. His son and other witnesses tell you he wore at the time the pantaloons, vest, and coat, cotton overalls, hat, and shoes that have been produced upon the trial. Also, that he, at the time his son left him in Rockford, had in his pocket the knife, memorandum book, wallet, and portemoney of the deceased here produced. He closed his business at Rockford and went to Beloit on Wednesday the 13th of June. There he had some sales to make, and some settlements to attend to. There also he wore the same hat and other clothing, and still had in his possession the same knife, wallet, and portemoney, in addition to which he then purchases of a merchant tailor, Mr. Henny, who knew Mr. Alger well, a linen coat of a peculiar kind, and particularly identified by the witness. And also on the morning of the 16th he purchased off Mr. Peck a horse and buggy, with all of which property, clothing, etc. Mr. Peck saw him leave the farm of Mr. P. Cogswell, this side of Beloit, for Janesville. And Mr. Orville Bennett tells us he left Beloit with about $580 in money. He left Beloit a little before noon on the same day he dined at the Stage House, kept by Mr. J. M. Burgess, in this city, at the same table with the witness E. G. Fifield, and was seen here by a large number of other persons, still wearing the hat and clothing before described, and having in his possession the identical horse and buggy purchased off the witness Peck. We have proved to you, gentlemen, that he left Janesville with his horse and buggy, stating that he was going to his home in Jefferson County between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, doubtless with all that feverish anxiety of husband and father after a long and laborious absence, to once more reach the happy circle of his own domestic fireside. Oh, poor deluded innocent soul! Little did he know that this vile monster lay in his path. Little did poor Alger know that that day was to make a widow of his wife and rob his children of a father. Little did he know that before the sun should set again, he must be numbered with the dead. Little did he think, when he was fleeting over the beautiful rock prairie, his heart no doubt light and joyous, and his spirits buoyant with the thought of home, that his eternal exit was to be taken that hour in the beautiful grove, then full in sight. Oh, little did he suppose, when he stopped his horse, in mercy as he doubtless supposed to a poor weary traveler, and took into his buggy this villainous wretch, that he was administering kindness and humanity to his own destroyer, that he was bartering away his own life with kindness, that by that act of humanity he had forever bid farewell to his home, to his family, and his friends. We have the further evidence that the bloody coat here produced is the identical linen coat sold to the deceased by the witness Henny at Beloit, and that it was found within a few feet of the place where the mangled body of Alger was found. Again, nearly everything in the possession of Alger when he was last seen is here produced and identified, to which add the positive and irresistible evidence of Chas. H. Conrad and Elbridge G. Fifield, witnesses who have known Alger for more than 12 years, and who doubts the identification of the body. The counsel may, but you, gentlemen of the jury, cannot. If there should be one among you in the least disposed to doubt, just ask him where Alger is, and why is it that no other information, trace, or intelligence has been received concerning him since he was seen by the witness Williams crossing the prairie the day he was murdered. We will now devote a few moments to the examination of the defense, viz., that the stories told by the witnesses are inconsistent and only evidences of insanity. On the part of the state, we think that the various facts and circumstances related by the witnesses harmonize in all respect most remarkably. His confession to the Macombs the counsel think false or evidence of insanity. We can see no evidence whatever of insanity in this case, and there may be some evidence of a daredevil indiscretion, I admit, but that is fully accounted for when the fact is known that relations of intimacy in the state prison at Alton between him and a son of the witness, John J. Macomb, which doubtless caused him, not very much to the credit of Macomb, to seek his house as a home, and the father and sons of his old friend at Alton, his confidentials, and it is not at all strange that he very confidentially supposed the family were all alike his Alton companion, and in all probability he felt safe in opening his bosom to them, and he doubtless was so elated with his success that he felt like boasting of it to such as he supposed were his compeers in crime. The prisoner had left Macomb's house the Thursday before, avowing his intention to go north. Janesville and Wisconsin were both mentioned. He doubtless got his eye upon poor Alger at Rockford, inquiring him out, and then set himself about looking out the ground upon which to strike the fatal blow. We next hear of him at Janesville, at the house of the witness, Mrs. Tubbs, on Wednesday afternoon. He again returns to her house and stays all night Thursday night. Left about 8 o'clock next morning. Said he lived at Rockford. Friday night we find him at the house of the witness Rexford at Beloit, and a new hatchet in his possession looked like the one here shown, which he says he found. But we have evidence from the clerks of one of the hardware stores that this defendant inquired for and looked at some hatchets in their store about that time, but said they would not answer his purpose. They were too large. A clerk of another store tells you he sold a hatchet to a stranger about that time. It is true, he can't swear that this defendant is that stranger. But when you recollect he told Macomb that he bought the hatchet with which he murdered his victim in Janesville, who can doubt but that he is that stranger? He is next seen by the witness Williams on the road between Janesville and Milton, between the north side of the prairie and near the crossing of the Humes Bridge road. There he seems to be loitering leisurely along, apparently waiting for someone. He is on foot with his coat upon his arm after 3 o'clock on Saturday. The witness, Williams, notices him and identifies him particularly and is positive that this defendant is the man he thus saw on that day. The witness also, in passing on to this city, met the unfortunate Alger just on the top of the hill going towards Milton from this city. About 9 o'clock that evening, the prisoner purchased off the witnesses Allen and McIntyre at the clothing store of M.C. Smith & Co. a coat, vest, and pants. He then had on his head Alger's white hat, and when asked if he did not want a black hat to go with his new black clothes, he replied that he had a black hat in his buggy at the door, and after putting on the new pants found with him at Macomb's by Sheriff Taylor of Rockford, and here produced, on which is still remaining the private mark of M.C. Smith & Co. The coat and vest the witnesses say he now has on. About 12 o'clock the same evening he is driven into the house of Mr. Tracy, about 3 miles south of this city, by a frightful storm, giving as a reason that it lightened so that his horse would not keep the road. He there represents that he came from Madison and was going to Beloit. He had a horse and buggy with him, hitched his horse in the yard, and laid down on the floor, and left at some time in the night unknown by the witness. We next hear of him this side of Rockford in Illinois, going towards Rockford with the same identical horse and buggy sold by Peck to Alger the day before. Mr. Allen says he saw the prisoner on Sunday, the 17th of June, on the prairie going from some cattle near where a horse and buggy was, and where the horse appeared to be grazing. Mr. Allen says he spoke to the defendant and knows he is the same man. When defendant was going from the cattle towards the buggy, he appeared to have something in his hand which he threw into the buggy. When the witness turned to go from where the prisoner was, he saw that some of the cattle were badly cut, and it appeared to have been done with an axe or hatchet. This, the counsel says, is evidence of insanity, but far from that. It is evidence of the same cold-blooded, wicked, malicious, and depraved heart that has characterized the character and conduct of this miserable defendant throughout. In all probability, when the besmeared and bespattered murderer anchored himself among the quiet herds of cattle upon the broad green prairies, that he might perhaps in that way rest and refresh the wearied horse, unnoticed and undiscovered by any human eye. But imagine his wrath and rage when he found his wagon suddenly surrounded by scores of dumb brutes, the very lowing of which told this assassin that he was detected as the murderer of poor Alger. Yes, well, did he know that even the beasts of the field had found upon him the blood of the murdered man, and that they too had detected and were endeavoring to proclaim that he was the bloody villain? Then it was that he dealt out to the dumb brutes violence with the same instrument with which he took the life of Alger. Very little evidence of insanity, but great evidence of a heartless, cold-blooded villain. The witness is confident that the horse and buggy seen by him on the prairies are the same shown him at Mr. Howland's, and the same testified to by the witness Peck. He is next seen by the witness Smith Clothier, 3 or 4 miles below Rockford, with a horse and buggy, going toward Macombs about noon of the same day. William Blackman also saw him about 4 miles below Rockford, going toward Macombs after noon of that day. He arrived at Macombs about 2 or 3 o'clock of that day. Then he prowled about until about 5 p.m., when he found Macomb in the garden. He showed Macomb a handful of papers, said he was going to burn them. They were the memorandum book and other papers taken from him by Sheriff Taylor, and here produced. He said he got them off a lumberman. He then took from his pocket a stocking and shook it, with a large quantity of gold in it, saying, "See that?" The witness Alger identifies the stocking to be his father's. Defendant then requests the witness to go with him down into the woods and see the horse and buggy he had down there, that he had taken from a lumberman. He said he did not know his name, but that he got into the buggy to ride with him, about 1 mile north of Janesville on the prairie towards Milton. He said he gave the old man some whiskey, and he took a good horn, and when he had got to the place he had looked out for that purpose, he raised up, stating that he was chilly and would put on his coat. And while he was then standing up in the buggy pretending to be putting on his coat, he took from the sleeve the hatchet found in his possession, and here produced, which he said he purchased in Janesville for that purpose, and dealt the deceased a deadly blow on the head, which knocked him senseless, that the horse jumped, and he seized the lines and drove the horse and buggy into the woods 10 or 15 rods, into the thick bushes, and then struck him 2 or 3 times more upon the head with the hatchet, and then, brute-like, kicked the poor dying man out of his own buggy, his poor helpless victim groaning out in a strangely deathly manner, "Good Lord, good Lord," to which this miserable wretch could cruelly and coldly reply, "Shut your d noise, or I will cut your throat," and then took from Alger's pocket the knife he had long used to serve up his meals in the woods and on the river, and his son tells you he has ate many a meal with that knife, and stabbed him in the back and sides, and then cut his throat from ear to ear, stripped him of his clothes, robbed him of his money, and with the same daredevil cold-blooded indifference that the wolf or the bear or the panther would, lay down by the side of their prey in the forest, he, this defendant, coolly laid himself down by a murdered body in open daylight, for an hour and a half, waiting for the night to come so he could slip away unnoticed in the dark, sane enough to prefer darkness rather than light. Such feats performed by such a creature were too much to be kept by him alone. He must rush with lightning speed to some haven or repose, where he could freely unbosom himself to some safe and secure friends. He was either overburdened with a consciousness of his guilt seeking an outlet or demanding relief, or he was vainly proud of his success, and was eager to go where he might boast of his crime to at least approving friends. Which, gentlemen, do you think was the motive which actuated him? The latter, no doubt. He who can be detected, arrested, and brought to the bar of justice, assumingly as has this man at every step, meeting full in his face unmistakable evidence of his guilt. The man who can face the court and jury, and the overwhelming proof of his guilt, unchanged, unmoved, presenting a human form and a human face, as determined and unchangeably fixed as the polished marble tombstone stationed in the graveyard. Look, gentlemen, at that face. See the cold, brassy defiance which was so plainly seen at the opening of the case. Has a muscle moved, or the countenance changed in the least, at any time? No, gentlemen. Dying groans and supplications, widows' shrieks or orphans' cries, would only be music in his ear. He thought Macomb would also be delighted with his narration, but thank heaven he mistook his man. And whatever may be said of the son of Macomb, we have upon this trial the most reliable evidence of Macomb's honesty. and he is entitled to the thanks of his community for the vigilant manner in which he has brought this dark and disgraceful crime to light. And the people of this state are under great obligations to Mr. Brown, the state's attorney for the Northwest District in Illinois, and to Sheriff Taylor of Rockford for their well-directed efforts in bringing this defendant to justice. And we owe a debt of gratitude to all the witnesses from Illinois, which we shall never be able to pay, and I hope we shall never have the opportunity to pay in like services, for their prompt attendance here as witnesses. They were beyond our reach. Our court had no power to compel their attendance. Yet they came. They are here, and now will you vindicate them? By your verdict, from the insinuations cast at them by the defendant's counsel, or will you override the truth and uphold the defendant in his crime? The effect of punishment depends entirely upon its certainty and not upon its severity. I have no doubt that you will convict this defendant, and there is no doubt that he ought to be, and when convicted I have no doubt that the sentence of the court will satisfy all, that his punishment will be far greater than the gallows with all its terrors. I have heard it intimated that in this case the people were so enraged that they were determined on vengeance, that they would take the execution of his sentence and the administration of punishment into their own hands. That this defendant should never reach Waupun. This cannot be. It must not be. The courts of justice are our only reliable safeguard in this country, and they must be sustained. The law must be executed as it is. I should be sorry to believe for one instant that there was any such design. What? Is there a man on earth who would be willing to stain his hands in the blood of that poor miserable object of pity? I hope not. Such an act would disgrace our state, our county, and would be an endless disgrace to our city. Besides, it would have a tendency to repeal the law we now have, which, in my humble opinion, is the best law in the land, and it would probably have the tendency to reenact that law which is befitting the dark ages and barbarous nations. A law that has hung scores of innocent men, and a law that would do more to clear the guilty than could possibly be done by all the lawyers in Wisconsin. Here is a book that is full of cases of murdering innocent men according to law, and there are volumes written in the few words of the counsel's speech in which he stated to you that he wished to God that the punishment in this state was capital, because he should then have strong hopes of clearing this defendant, even this defendant. He says that when the penalty is death, the jury ever reluctantly find the defendant guilty. Gentlemen, he never said a truer thing. The death penalty hangs poor penniless men, guilty or innocent, and it sets free and turns at large the wealthy and the influential, whether they be guilty or innocent. And every good citizen should abhor and depreciate a law that works so alarmingly unequal. Our law, as it stands, affords greater punishment than the death penalty, save only the harrowing thoughts of death by legal murder. And all must admit that as the law now stands, the certainty of punishment is greatly increased. But I will not take up the time of this court and jury in discussing the policy of the law. That belongs more particularly to the legislature. In the meanwhile, let us sustain and live by the laws as we find them. If the laws are wrong, change and reform them, but don't rebel against the action of our courts of justice. This case is so plain that speech or utterance find nothing upon which to play. You must be satisfied beyond the possibility of a doubt that Andrew Alger was on the 16th day of June most cruelly and brutally murdered by someone in the town of Harmony in this county, and can there be the shadow of a doubt that the brazen-faced prisoner at the bar is the murderer? Independent of the evidence of the Macomb family, there can be no doubt of the defendant's guilt. He was seen waiting on the road where poor Alger must pass. He was on foot with his coat on his arm. And in less than 24 hours after, he is at Macomb's, near 40 miles south in Illinois, with Alger's horse and buggy, his money, clothing, papers, pocketbooks, and knife in his possession. When arrested, he gave a false account of the possession, that he had earned the money and bought the knife in St. Louis. He wore a black hat north and traveled on foot, and the same night wore a white hat south, and declared that he had with him in his buggy a black hat. He pretended that he lived and was at work at Milton, and was going there when he was in fact on his way to Rockford with a horse and buggy. He gave a false account of his business to Allen, McIntyre, and Tracy. He snatched from McIntyre the pantaloons in which he carried the money, and when McIntyre said to him, "You seem to have a large supply of legal tender," he replied that all he had in the world was in those pantaloons. He told Tracy that he had been at Madison and was going to Beloit. Is all this enough? I again confess, gentlemen, that this case is too clear for argument, and it is too cruel to even talk about. Many feel that this miserable prisoner at the bar ought to be hung. I do not think so. He deserves punishment that will more effectually remind him of his crime. I am decidedly opposed to hanging in any case. I believe it to be morally wrong and productive of bad results. But if there ever was a case where hanging could be justified under a death penalty law, this is that case. Gentlemen, the interest of the state is in your hands. My duty is ended. Yours will soon begin, and I leave the defendant in your hands. In mercy to the family and friends of poor Alger, don't forget to do justice to this defendant. End of section 73. Section 74 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Catherine Leach. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. The trial of David F. Mayberry for the murder of Andrew Alger, Wisconsin, 1855. Part 4. The Judge's Charge. Judge Doolittle. Gentlemen of the jury, the prisoner at the bar stands charged with the highest crime known to our laws, with the deliberate murder of Andrew Alger from a premeditated design, or in the language of the common law, with malice aforethought. And if the defendant is guilty as charged, and as the evidence in the case tends to show, justice compels me to say that he is guilty of murder in the first degree, committed under circumstances of such cold-blooded atrocity that we can hardly find a parallel in the history of crime. But, gentlemen, however atrocious the deed by which this county has been shocked and electrified, and however desirous every good citizen may be to bring the real offender to justice, yet courts and juries should not for a moment lose sight of the rules of law which are established to govern the administration of criminal law, and which are the safeguards of the rights and liberties of every individual. It will be borne in mind that the accused, when put upon trial, charged with any offense, is presumed to be innocent until proven to be guilty. The burden of the proof is upon the prosecution, and the state must convince you beyond any reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt before you are authorized to convict. You are to start with the presumption of innocence, and step by step, and inch by inch, the public prosecutor must lead your minds by the force of the testimony given by him until every other supposition or reasonable hypothesis is excluded, except the hypothesis of the defendant's guilt. To establish the guilt of the prisoner, 3 things are necessary. First, to show that a murder has been committed by somebody. The corpus delicti, or body of the crime, must be clearly established, and by a weight of testimony which is, in a moral sense, irresistible. That is to say, it must be shown to a moral certainty. To establish that fact, the prosecution rely upon the situation of the body at the time when found, with the throat cut from ear to ear, with the skull broken through to the brain, with a mortal wound in the side, another in the back, wounds which it is insisted could by no possibility be inflicted by his own hands, or any other than a human hand. The testimony of the medical witnesses is relied upon to show that, from the coagulated blood found about the wounds in the back, those wounds must have been received before the arteries of the neck were severed, and that therefore those wounds were the cause of the death, and not wounds wantonly made by some person after he came to his death. Upon these facts the prosecution insist that beyond all possibility of doubt, a murder has been committed by some human being upon the person of another. In the second place, the prosecution must show beyond any reasonable doubt that the person murdered is the same person named in the indictment. In short, that the body found in the town of Harmony is the body of Andrew Alger. To establish that fact, the prosecution rely upon the fact that the body is identified by two witnesses, Mr. Conrad and Mr. Fifield, that a large number of witnesses, with more or less positive assurance, identify the clothing of Andrew Alger found with the prisoner, and especially the fact that the white linen coat, the coat which he was seen to put on at Beloit when he left that town with the horse and buggy, was found near the place where the body was found, covered with blood and concealed under some leaves, and from the fact that Alger since last seen on his way home between Janesville and Milton has nowhere been seen unless the body in question is the body of Andrew Alger. Third, if you are satisfied beyond all reasonable doubt that this was the body of Andrew Alger, you will next inquire, and perhaps that may be the main inquiry, is the prisoner at the bar guilty of that crime? To establish that fact, the prosecution relies upon two species of evidence. First, circumstantial. Second, positive testimony by the defendant's confessions, and third, the combined weight of both. Independent of the testimony of Macomb and his two sons, Halsey and Erastus, the prosecution insists that the circumstances in evidence would leave no room to doubt the defendant's guilt. The circumstances relied on are mainly these: that the defendant was seen waiting upon the road where Alger was to pass, and within 24 hours after he is found with the horse and buggy of Alger on the premises of Macomb in the county of Winnebago, state of Illinois, and upon being searched, in his pockets were found the papers and wallets of Alger. That the defendant gave a false account of the money in his possession, that the knife of Alger identified by his son and others was found in his possession, that he gave a false account of it, that when he left Mr. Rexford's in Beloit he had on a black hat, and the next day had on a white hat, identified with more or less assurance, as the one worn by Alger when he left Beloit. The fact that he said he lived and worked at Milton, and was going to Milton, when he was on his way to Rockford, and was living there. The fact that he left on foot, and returned with a horse and buggy. That he left with one hat, and returned with his own black hat, as he said in the buggy, and a white hat like that of Alger's, on his head, when seen at 9 o'clock in the store at Janesville. The false account given of his business to Allen, and another false account given to Tracy the same night. That he had been to Madison and was going to Beloit. And the prosecution insists that these facts are enough of themselves to satisfy the jury beyond all reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt, though the evidence of Macomb and his two sons were stricken from the case. In the next place, gentlemen, you will inquire as to what weight should be given to the three witnesses to whom the defendant is said to have confessed his guilt. The confessions of a party are always to be weighed with great scrutiny. On the one hand, it is of all other evidence the most liable to be mistaken, and the most easy to be manufactured, while on the other, if such a confession be clearly proved to have been voluntarily made by a party in his right mind, it is evidence of very great weight. The counsel for the defendant insists that the confessions made to Macomb are so unreasonable, so contrary to the impulses of human nature, that you should wholly disregard their testimony, and further, that when these confessions were made by the defendant, he was so far intoxicated that the confessions, if made, should have no weight whatever. That, gentlemen, is a question for the jury. Whether that confession was in fact made, whether it is wholly irrational or unnatural, or whether it accords with the facts truly, whether it was made with the expectations of being sheltered and secreted by Macomb, with one of whose sons he is said to have been imprisoned at Alton, when he would be pursued, or whether it was the result in fact of his being influenced by intoxicating drinks, or whether it was the result of both, or whether, as insisted by the district attorney, it was the confession of a soul overburdened with a sense of guilt, stained with a brother's blood, driven almost to a frenzy, the confessions of a soul whose terrible secrets it could no longer keep, which has already become his master, which in spite of itself rises to the throat and demands utterance. All these are questions for the jury, as well as the degree of weight to be given to them. If the defendant was in fact intoxicated when he made these confessions, they are not entitled to anything like the same degree of weight as if made while in full possession of his mind. But the counsel for the defendant, while he admits that there are many strong circumstances tending to prove the prisoner's guilt, insists that they are not sufficiently strong to satisfy you beyond all reasonable doubt, by evidence so strong as to exclude every other hypothesis except that of guilt. The defendant's counsel has correctly stated the law upon the subject. You must be satisfied of his guilt to a moral certainty. You should extend to the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, upon the humane principle that 99 guilty persons should escape, rather than one innocent man should suffer. In the administration of criminal law, high, responsible, and sometimes very painful duties rest upon courts and juries, a responsibility in bearing which the head grows weary and the heart sometimes grows faint. But it is a responsibility which must be borne. We could not withdraw from it if we would, and should not if we could. We should extend to this defendant, as to all others charged with crime, the whole charities of the law, and all the presumptions of innocence. But if upon the evidence the mind is convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that he is guilty of this crime, it is your duty to the oaths you have taken, the country in which you live, by all that is sacred to the lives and peace of your community, and I may add, your duty to the defendant, painful though it may be, to declare him guilty. It is a duty in administering justice to remember mercy, but while remembering mercy, not to forget to administer justice. It would be indeed a mistaken sympathy if this defendant is clearly found guilty beyond any reasonable doubt, to acquit him and suffer him to go at large. The great master of poetry, I believe it is, has said that mercy murders pardoning crime. And the great philosopher Sully once said to the Emperor of France, when about to pardon a great murderer, "Remember," said he, "the guilt of the murder which he has already perpetrated is his. If you pardon him, the guilt of the next murder will be yours." The case is with the jury, who are the judges of the law and the fact. Upon the one hand, you are to extend to the prisoner every reasonable presumption of innocence, the benefit of every reasonable doubt, but upon the other, if satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of his guilt, Public justice demands a conviction at your hands. The verdict and sentence. After an absence of about 20 minutes, the jury returned with a verdict of guilty, and the court adjourned to 8 o'clock, July 12th, to which time the sentence of the prisoner was deferred. July 12th. At 8 o'clock on Thursday morning, the prisoner was brought into court and received the following sentence: that he should be imprisoned at hard labor in the penitentiary at Waupun during the period of his natural life, the first 20 days in each year commencing with his imprisonment, and the first 5 days in each of the months from October up to the first 5 days in June in each year in solitary confinement. The lynching. After Mayberry's arrest in Rockland, Illinois, he was brought to Janesville by the sheriff on a requisition by the governor of Wisconsin to the governor of Illinois and confined in jail there. The grand jury being in session, a true bill was at once found against him, and the trial began in a very few days. Yet in this short interval a mob collected 3 times with the intention of hanging him, but was each time persuaded to abandon the attempt. The treacherous character of the crime, his victim being murdered while suspicious of no danger, and while doing an act of kindness to the murderer, had thrilled the neighborhood with indignation and revenge, which was increased after his conviction by Mayberry's indifferent attitude during the trial. And on the night of his conviction, on his return to the jail, he laughed from his cell window at the crowd outside, made signs of defiance to them, and then ate his supper calmly and with a good appetite. But it was when they heard the sentence, viz., that his only punishment was to be confinement in a comfortable penitentiary for his life, with the chance of freedom in a few years should a sentimentalist chance to occupy the governor's chair, that the public anger became uncontrollable, increased certainly by the criticism of the state attorney in his speech to the jury on the Wisconsin law abolishing capital punishment. On the evening of the 11th, while Mayberry was passing from the courthouse to the jail after his conviction, a crowd filled the streets, and a man threw a noose over the prisoner's head. By a quick motion of his hand, aided by one of the constables, he flung aside the rope, and Sheriff Hoskins managed to land him safely in jail. The crowd was exasperated at the rescue, and many voices cried, "Break in the jail!" After a conference, a committee went to the jail with a written demand on the sheriff for the prisoner, which that officer promptly refused. Mayor DeMock and both of the state's council addressed the mob, but without avail. They refused to disperse, and the sheriff's force and a number of special policemen were on guard all night. On the morning of the 12th, when the prisoner was brought into court to receive his sentence, the mob was around the courthouse in great force, and its determination to take his life was very apparent. A large number of the people were armed, and they seemed to have their chosen leaders. The whole town seemed to be on one side, and it was difficult for the sheriff to procure any volunteers to aid him in maintaining the law. Judge Doolittle and Mr. Nogle addressed the crowd, but the speeches did not change its purpose, and 2 attempts were made to storm the courthouse, which were, however, repulsed. At 2 in the afternoon, the officers, believing that the mob had retired, determined to take Mayberry to the jail, which was only 100 yards away, and started, headed by Judge Doolittle. But no sooner had they left the courthouse doors than, on a signal, the people appeared before and around them. The officers were overpowered. The judge carefully but forcibly carried on one side, and the prisoner seized and dragged away. Mayberry fought hard, but he was knocked down and his clothes almost stripped from him, and a rope was then put around his neck, thrown over a bough of a tree, and he was hauled up by the crowd, where he hung until he was dead. The mob then dispersed, and the body was taken back to the courthouse. End of section 74.
Section 75 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Diana Selleck for the murder of Hetty Johnson, New York City, 1816, Part 1. The Narrative. Diana Selleck was a slave in the state of New York in 1816. She had been for some time practically free, her master having liberated her informally, though not legally, and she was a servant in a New York family. She had a child which she kept at the house of Hetty Johnson, a free negress. One day in January, Diana came to this house with some liquid in a bowl, which she said was gin, and which she wanted Hetty to partake of, but the latter refused, saying, "You know I never drink any such thing." She replied, "If you won't, I'll drink it myself, and give some to the children." She put the bowl to her mouth, and then poured some out into a glass, and though Hetty called out to her not to do so, she gave 2 teaspoonfuls to the Johnson child, who was also named Hetty. She then left the house, and almost immediately both children began to vomit. Diana returned in a little while, and Hetty said, "You have made the children drunk," and was advised by Diana to go for the doctor. She did so, and while she was absent, Diana gave some more stuff to Hetty's child. The physicians, on examination, having decided that the child had been poisoned, Diana confessed that she had purchased some poison, adding, "I meant it for you, Hetty. I was possessed of the devil." The child, Hetty, died 4 days later. Diana, indicted for the murder of the child, was convicted and sentenced to be hanged, though a plea of insanity was put forward, and there seemed to be no possible motive for the crime. 2 incidents in the trial are worthy of comment. A juror asked to be excused on the ground that he was conscientiously opposed to capital punishment and would, under no circumstances, render a verdict of guilty when the punishment was death. He was challenged by the people. The prisoner's counsel agreed that the only statutory ground for a challenge of this kind was that the juror was a Quaker, which the present one was not. But the court appointed the first 2 jurors sworn as triers, and the juror having testified that he would never agree to find the prisoner guilty, no matter what the evidence was, the triers, after argument by counsel and a charge from the judge, found that the juror was not indifferent, and the judge sustained the challenge. And in the course of the trial, a black was called as a witness, but it appearing that he was born a slave, though he had considered himself free for many years and had no master that he knew of or ever had claimed him, he was held to be incompetent to testify. The trial. In the court of Oyer and Terminer, City of New York, December 1816. William W. Van Ness, Judge. Jacob Ratcliffe, Mayor. Jonas Mapes, William Albertus, Alderman. December 19th. The prisoner was indicted for willful murder, committed on Hetty Johnson on the 14th day of January 1816, by mixing a certain poisonous substance commonly called white arsenic with gin, and giving the same to the said Hetty Johnson, with intent her the said Hetty Johnson to kill, murder, and destroy, and that after the said poison was so administered, the said Hetty Johnson died by reason of taking such poison. The prisoner, a black woman, was brought into the court wrapped in a blanket, trembling, and unable to support herself standing. She pleaded not guilty. Mr. Maxwell for the people, Mr. Price, and Mr. Emmett for the prisoner. James Palmer, on being called as a juror, said, "May it please the court, I object to serving on this jury. My objection rests on conscientious grounds." The court. "Mr. Palmer, do you belong to the Society of Friends?" "No, may it please the court." The court. "Mr. Palmer, this is a question that is to be determined by the law of the land. There is no exception in the statute which embraces your case. You are not exempt by law." Mr. Palmer. "I may be forced on this jury. I may be imprisoned. but I shall never do a thing against the dictates of my own conscience. I have long considered the subject, and according to my own construction and belief of the New Testament, I think that no earthly tribunal has a right to take away the life of a human being. The more I have read the Scriptures, the more is this opinion confirmed, and I have long determined, and shall firmly adhere to that determination, that however clear and positive the testimony might be on behalf of the prosecution, I never would and never will agree to a verdict the consequence of which would be the death of a fellow being. Mr. Maxwell, I think it is my duty, as public prosecutor, to interpose a challenge to this juror for cause. The Court. This challenge must be tried by the 2 first jurors called and sworn. The oath is, quote, "You shall well and truly try the matter of challenge whether James Palmer stands indifferent between the people of the state of New York and Diana Selleck, the prisoner at the bar, and a true verdict given according to evidence." End quote. The first 2 jurors were accordingly sworn as triers, and James Palmer was sworn and testified in substance before the triers to the same matters which formed the ground of objection against himself, declaring further that even in this case, had the prisoner made a full and ample confession of her guilt, he never would agree to find her guilty. Mr. Maxwell. On general principles, the juror called cannot be considered as indifferent between the people and the prisoner, and ought, therefore, to be set aside. Since the ancient doctrine of attaint has become obsolete, no person was responsible for the verdict which he might render, and the inevitable consequence of suffering this juror to sit in this case would be the acquittal of the prisoner. Mr. Price. The ground of objection to this juror was novel and very extraordinary. The court and jurors will perceive that the juror had set up his own private opinion against the law of the land, and should the objection be held valid by the triers, the consequence might be that every man called as a juror in case of life and death would have it in his power to claim an exemption not warranted by law. An objection founded on individual prejudice, which has not been made the subject of statutory exemption or regulation, ought not to prevail. The legislature had exempted one society of people only from serving as jurors in case of life and death, and the triers could not assume the cognizance of extending that exemption to an individual which was denied him by the provisions of law. The Court to the triers. Gentlemen, James Palmer has been called as a juror on this occasion, and on being sworn has stated that in no case, however clear and positive the testimony might be, would he render a verdict the consequence of which would be the death of a human being. This opinion, he states, is founded on conscientious scruples arising from his construction of the New Testament. Mr. Palmer has appeared before you, and appears to be a sincere, respectable man, and there is no reason before us to induce the belief that he has resorted to this as a pretense. On this state of facts, the question arises for your determination whether the evidence before you is such as satisfies your minds that Mr. Palmer stands indifferent between the government and the prisoner at the bar. The counsel for the prisoner have argued that this juror is not exempted by law from serving on this jury, and that an objection professedly founded on the private opinion of an individual, not recognized by any statutory provision, ought not to be held valid. There is, I must confess, some force in this argument, but I am unable to see how it can effect the sole question which you are to try, to which I have called your attention. Were this an objection on behalf of the juror merely, then the argument would be conclusive. But on this occasion the government has interposed a challenge, and the right of challenge to the favor, as between the government and the prisoner, is reciprocal. I think that, although this juror is not exempted by law from serving, yet regarding the right of the government, the reason why he should not serve is as strong as if he, in truth, belonged to the Society of Friends. I will put a case for illustration. Suppose a civil cause was to be tried, in which the sole defense was usury, and a juror should be called who should declare on oath that, considering the statute of usury inexpedient and wrong, on principle He had firmly determined never to render a verdict in favor of the provisions of that statute, however clear and positive the testimony of usury might be. Though the law had not exempted such juror from serving, yet ought not a challenge for favor made by the defendant, who sought in that trial to set aside an usurious contract or transaction, be sufficient to prevail? I therefore think that the challenge on behalf of the prosecution is valid and ought to prevail. It is unfortunate, gentlemen, that such an opinion as that entertained by Mr. Palmer on this subject should exist in the mind of any person in the community. That is not my opinion. I believe that every government has a right to protect the community against the murderer by inflicting the punishment of death. Nay, I believe it strictly conformable to the law of God. This is not my opinion merely, but that of a large majority of mankind and many of the ablest jurists. The triers retired, and in a few minutes returned with a verdict in favor of the challenge. Palmer was thereupon set aside as a juror. Mr. Maxwell opened the case for the prosecution. He stated that he expected to show, by positive testimony and by the confession of the prisoner, regularly taken in police, that she committed the murder by the means laid in the indictment. End of section 75. Read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 4th, 2023. Section 76 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Diana Selleck for the murder of Hetty Johnson, New York City, 1816, Part 2. Witnesses for the People. Hetty Johnson, a black woman. In January last, Diana Selleck lived with Mrs. Bailey of Doyer Street, and Diana had put her child with me to board on Christmas before. On Thursday, 5th of January, prisoner came to my house with some liquor in a white bowl, which she said was gin, and asked me to drink. Told her I did not want any, and she said she would put some sugar in it which would make it better. She offered it to me again, and I refused to drink, saying to her, "You know I never drink any such thing." She then said, "If you will not drink it, I will drink it myself and give it to the children." She put the liquor to her own mouth, and turning some out in a glass, gave some from the glass to her own child. How much either of them drank I cannot say, as I was about my work. My child, then about a year old, was at the door, and I charged the prisoner not to give my child any of the liquor, but she took out 2 teaspoonfuls from the bottom and gave to my child. Prisoner then went out to go to Mrs. Bailey's, and while she was gone her own child was first taken sick and fell into an empty kettle. I took it up in my lap, and it vomited very much. My child was also taken sick a short time afterwards, and when prisoner came back, I told her she had come in a good time, for both the children were drunk. Prisoner told me to go for Dr. Fowler, went to my husband, and told him to go for Dr. Walters. When I got back to the house, found the prisoner there, took my child in my lap and wiped its mouth, and round the mouth saw something was dry, which the prisoner had given her while I was gone. The Court. You must state nothing but what you know yourself. How do you know the prisoner had given the child anything while you were absent? Johnson. She must have given the child poison while I was gone. No grown person besides was left there. I looked into the fire and saw the remains or shadow of a paper which had been burned. I looked on the mantelpiece and saw some white stuff scattered, which came out of the paper when she mixed it. The Court. How long after you returned did you see the white stuff on the mantelpiece? Johnson. About half an hour, but before this I asked her what she had given the child, and she answered nothing. Dr. Walters came, and seeing both the children sick, said they were poisoned. In the morning I told prisoner that the poison must have been in the liquor which she gave the children. She said it must have been in the measure in which the liquor was drawn at Mr. Disbrow's. My husband then went to Disbrow's, and when he returned he told prisoner that Disbrow's measures were clean, and she then told him that she must have made a mistake in the bowl which she got at Mrs. Bailey's, as she had one standing with ratsbane mixed to kill rats. My husband then went to Mrs. Bailey's, and was directed by her to go to Dr. Walters and make inquiry whether the prisoner had not purchased poison at his store, and when he returned he told her that Dr. Walters had said that she purchased poison at his store. The prisoner then confessed that she had bought 6 pence worth of ratsbane at Dr. Walters for me. She said to me, "I meant it for you. I was possessed with the devil." She threw her arms around my neck and begged me to go down with her to the police and clear her, to which I answered that I could do no such thing. The Court: What was the situation of your child? Johnson: Very sick, and puked almost continually. Its only cry was for water. The roof of the mouth was much eaten by the poison, and it lay in this dreadful condition until Monday morning, when it died. Cross-examined: Was married to Johnson in June or July last. The child that died was between 2 and 3 years old. Have had 5 children, but was never married before I married Johnson. When the prisoner came at the time she brought the bowl of poison, she had her clothes, which she had brought from Mrs. Bailey's, and said, "Mrs. Bailey and myself have cleared out." The Court: How much gin was there in the bowl at the time she brought it to your house? Do not know certain. Think there was about a gill. It was a half-pint bowl. The Court: Are you certain that she gave the liquor to her own child out of the glass? Am pretty sure that she did, and then to mine in a teaspoon. First, her child was much sicker than mine. On the day the poison was given, prisoner told me that she was sick at her stomach, and went out of doors, as she said, and vomited. Never had a quarrel or any difficulty with the prisoner, and she always appeared to me very fond of her child. Had been in the habit of taking small children to board, which was the reason that I took hers. She used often to come to my house to see her child. James Seaman: Cannot say that I ever saw the prisoner before, but remember that sometime after New Year's, in the middle of the day, a black woman came into an apothecary's store in which I was concerned, and asked a young lad who attended the store for 3 cents worth of ratsbane or arsenic. The lad told her that was a smaller quantity than we were accustomed to sell, and she then asked for 6 pence worth, which was put up and delivered to her. No questions were asked of her. Dr. D. Walters: Some time about a year ago, on a Thursday, I was crossing Dwyer Street when Johnson requested me to go to his house to see 2 children who were sick. Went to the house and found 2 women, one of whom was called Johnson's wife, and 2 children, both of which were retching and vomiting. Suspected that they had taken something of a poisonous nature. Inquired, and Johnson's wife told me they had only been taking a gin sling. Every appearance and symptom indicated that they had taken arsenic. Thought I discovered in the matter voided from the stomach of Johnson's child that she had taken arsenic not in a state of solution. Arsenic is a white powder, and will operate in 20, sometimes in 10 minutes. Vomiting and retching are some of the most obvious symptoms. Told them that the children had taken poison, and prescribed something. Being too unwell to attend, told them that they had better get someone else to attend, and left them. Benjamin Johnson, a black. Mr. Emmett: Have you ever been a slave? Yes, but I am now free. Mr. Emmett: How did you become free? Mrs. Alexander purchased me of Mr. Curtis, and I lived with this lady after her marriage with Mr. Jacks. She always told me that after her death I should be free, and that Mr. Jacks had nothing to do with me. After her death I became free and left the house. I have often seen Mr. Jacks since, and he spoke very friendly to me, and has never made any claim of me. Mr. Emmett: Have you any manumission paper? I have not. Mr. Emmett: May it please the court, we object to the testimony of Johnson. He is the slave of Jacks. The court: Mr. Maxwell, you had better go on with other testimony, and let this witness stand aside for the present. James Warner: Am a police magistrate. This prisoner's testimony was taken before me in the police office on the 5th day of January last. She was in custody when she came there. The examination was perfectly voluntary on her, and she appeared rational. Mr. Maxwell proposed to read the examination. Mr. Emmett: Can the examination be read before it is shown on behalf of the prosecution that the killing was occasioned by the means laid in the indictment? It appears that the child languished 4 days and then died, but whether by means of the poison is not shown. In a prosecution for this offense, before the examination is read, a regular foundation should be laid. The Court: I think in this case that a sufficient foundation has been laid to entitle the public prosecutor to read the examination. The child was well on Thursday, was taken sick, and every symptom attending taking poison, and died on the Monday following. The examination was then read in evidence and contained a full and ample confession of the murder, stating that the prisoner, being in liquor and possessed by the devil, went to a druggist and got 6 pence worth of arsenic, which she mixed with gin in a bowl, that she knew not what she did. Sarah Bailey: Prisoner lived with me as a servant in the beginning of January last. Turned her away, for she was intemperate. Saw her about 2 hours after she had given ratsbane to the child, and she then denied that she had given the child anything. She told me that she had taken a bowl out of my kitchen in which to get gin. About 3 or 4 weeks before she came to my house, I had some ratsbane in my house, which I mixed in meal and put in the cellar for rats. Am sure during the time she was there was no ratsbane used in my house for rats. Never discovered anything, either in the conduct or conversation of the prisoner while in my house, to induce me to suspect her of being insane. The Court: Mr. Maxwell, I have considered the matter, and am not inclined, in a case of life and death, to admit the testimony of Benjamin Johnson. Mrs. Alexander, while she was the wife of Jacques, owned and had possession of the black man, promising him that on her decease he should be free. She died, and the slave then assumed his freedom, and Jacques, since that time, has not claimed the services of the black man. He has no manumission paper. Though in effect he may be free, yet in contemplation of law, during coverture, the personal property of the wife vests in the husband. He has a right to dispose of this property, and exercise the right of ownership over the same. On her decease this right still survives, and in this case, though he hath not claimed, he hath still the right to claim the services of Johnson. Mr. Hone: Legally, I suppose prisoner is my slave. Purchased her in 1807, and told her that in 1819 I would free her. Though she was an excellent servant at times, and particularly fond of children, yet she was restless and unsteady. She was at times flighty, which became a subject of serious conversation in the family. I liberated and discharged her, and when she went away, the understanding was that she was to work in other families and pay for her time. But I never calculated that she would pay anything, and had never any idea of claiming her services. After she had left the family some time, she returned, but we refused to receive her. Have long since relinquished all claim, and am willing to execute a formal manumission. A paper for this purpose was then drawn up by Price, and executed by Hone. Dr. Walters recalled. Arsenic is sold for 1 shilling and 6 pence an ounce, and 1/3 of that quantity could not be dissolved in a gill of gin. That would not dissolve more than 1 drachm of arsenic, which is difficult to dissolve in that liquor. 1 grain of arsenic will prove fatal. Believe that 2 teaspoonfuls of the liquor, containing merely that proportion of the quantity of arsenic which could be dissolved in a gill of gin, would produce death. Hetty Johnson recalled. The prisoner gave my child 2 teaspoonfuls of that which I thought to be sugar from the bottom. Mr. Emmett: I submit the question, whether in the absence of all testimony on behalf of the prisoner, when she has not called a single witness, whether the public prosecutor has a right to sum up evidence to the jury. This has been, and I think is now, the practice in England. The Court: Mr. Emmett, a different practice has prevailed in this state ever since I can remember. Witnesses for the defense: Nehemiah Allen. Prisoner's child recovered after taking the poison. It used to be brought to its mother at Bridewell, of which I was keeper. She appeared to be very fond of the child. The judge's charge. Van Ness, J., Gentleman of the Jury. The prisoner at the bar is on trial before you for one of the highest crimes in our law. Should she be found guilty, she must be sentenced to suffer the punishment of death. But whether she will actually be executed or not is not the business of the present inquiry. The grand inquiry, to which every other question in the case is merely subordinate, is, did the prisoner commit the murder? I am aware of the feelings which pervade the bosoms of men of sensibility, sworn as jurors to decide a case of this nature, according to the evidence before them. The juror, penetrated with those benign sentiments of humanity cherished in our enlightened age, and which dignify our criminal code, approaches to the discharge of his duty with a trembling solicitude. He feels that the life of a fellow being awaits the result of his determination, and he therefore proceeds with doubt and hesitation and fear. But whatever may be your feelings on this occasion, it is my duty to charge you to summon all your fortitude, and boldly march forward to the discharge of that duty which has devolved upon you. Where murder has been committed, a public justice imperiously requires satisfaction at your hands. The first preliminary fact in the case, to which I shall call your attention, and of which you must be perfectly satisfied before you can find the prisoner guilty, is that the child died by means of the poison administered. This forms a substantial part of the case on behalf of the prosecution, the proof of which should be clear and unequivocal. It has been contended by the counsel for the prisoner that no apparent motive existed in the mind of the prisoner to commit the act, and that there is no evidence on behalf of the prosecution that the commission of the act was the result of premeditation. It is true, gentlemen, you must not only be satisfied the prisoner committed the act, but that it was done with malice aforethought. On this head, therefore, I shall briefly explain the nature of this malice, which the law requires as one of the principal ingredients to constitute murder. Malice, as applicable to this crime, is either express or implied in the law. Express, when antecedent grudges or menaces of vengeance made by a prisoner have preceded the perpetration of a murder, conclusively proved and brought home to him. Implied, where a homicide is committed by a man with a deadly weapon and without any assignable or known motive. In such case, the implication of malice necessarily flows from the act. In this case, it is true, we are unable to discover any apparent motive which operated on the mind of the prisoner to induce the commission of murder. But should you, nevertheless, be satisfied from the evidence that she administered the poison and that the child died by reason thereof, in the mode stated in the indictment, you will be justified in finding her guilty in the absence of all motive. The evidence in the case applicable to this branch of the subject is that the child was well on Thursday, when she took the poison, when she had all the symptoms incident to those who take the species of poison administered. She continued languishing in that situation until Monday morning, when she died. The prisoner purchased the arsenic, and you have her confession as to the mode in which it was administered. Dr. Walters, in his testimony, tells you that the quantity given was sufficient to produce the effect which followed, even had that quantity contained in the spoon consisted merely of the proportion of the arsenic dissolved. On this state of facts, the true question is, can you believe the child died by any other means than those laid in the indictment? In human tribunals, to judge and determine, we must necessarily be governed by human testimony. I declare that on this point the evidence in this case has produced an entire conviction in my mind, but still, gentlemen, you must decide this question for yourselves. Should you believe that the death of the child was occasioned by the poison, the next question for your consideration is whether the killing was perpetrated willfully, or, in other words, whether the act of poisoning the child was the result of insanity. This ground of defense has been assumed by the counsel for the prisoner and strenuously urged in her behalf. They have urged to the jury that in the absence of motive for committing this offense, the jurors might and ought to attribute the act to insanity from the evidence before them. With regard to this ground of defense, gentlemen, I must speak my mind freely and impart to you my honest conviction. Insanity is a defense often resorted to, and in most cases, when every other ground of defense has failed. From its nature, it ought to be received in all cases by the jurors with the greatest degree of caution and circumspection. But in a case where poison has been administered, poison, which is of that insidious nature that the domicile of the citizen can afford no security against its introduction by servants and domestics, the evidence of insanity should not only be conclusive, but overwhelming. In my view, such a defense, in such a case, ought to be scrutinized by the jury with no ordinary degree of caution. It does not follow by any legitimate rule of reasoning that because we are unable to penetrate the motive which induced the act, that we are therefore to attribute the act to insanity. In her examination, she says she was possessed of the devil and knew not what she did. Can we reasonably look for any other motive than that laid in the indictment? The positive testimony in the case, independent of the examination, is that of Hester Johnson. She appeared before you, and from her own statement concerning herself, it appears that her conduct has been immoral. Standing alone, unsupported by other testimony, I should say that the testimony of such a witness in a case like the present would be insufficient to produce a conviction. Still, if upon examination it should be found that her relation is consistent within itself and fortified by the testimony of others, then it is entitled to credit. This witness has not sworn to a single material fact which is not testified to by other witnesses or confessed by the prisoner. There is a striking coincidence between the testimony of this woman and the examination of the prisoner concerning the mode in which the poison was administered. The only difference between the testimony of Hester Johnson and the examination is that the witness states that the poison was given by the prisoner to her own child in the glass, but the examination states it to have been given in a spoon. This difference, in my opinion, is rather an evidence of the correctness of the testimony. Had the coincidence been complete, there might have been room left to suspect that the witness had been guided in her testimony rather by the instruction of others, from whom she had learnt the story, than from her own knowledge of the circumstances. Besides, there is a strong reason in the case to induce the belief that in this point Hester Johnson is correct. For should we suppose, as the complexion of the case I think will justly warrant, that the prisoner on this occasion resorted to an artifice by taking the liquor herself and giving it to her own child to induce the other woman to partake, the prisoner would naturally give her own child the liquor in that state from which the least danger could be apprehended. There is one circumstance wherein there is a striking coincidence between the examination and the testimony of this witness. The witness states that on her return, after she had sent her husband for the doctor, she saw in the fire the remains or shadow of a paper which had been burned, and the prisoner states that when she mixed the poison, she threw the paper into the fireplace. Mrs. Bailey's testimony is of little bearing in the case, except, as far as it goes, it repels every idea that the prisoner was insane. This ground of defense, gentlemen, I must confess, appears to me utterly untenable. On the whole, gentlemen, if, after a patient deliberation, you can bring your minds to a rational doubt on the question whether the death of the child was occasioned by the poison, or should you be fully convinced, from the testimony before you, that at the time the prisoner committed the act she was insane, it will, in either case, be your duty to acquit. But if, on the other hand, after carefully examining and weighing all the facts and circumstances of the case, you should believe that the prisoner willfully and wickedly perpetrated this act, and that the death was the effect of the poison administered, you are bound to pronounce the prisoner guilty. The verdict and sentence. The jury returned a verdict of guilty. Van Ness, J. From the evidence in the cause, there remains not a doubt of your guilt. You have been assisted by able counsel, who faithfully discharged their duty. But after the most minute and patient investigation, it appears satisfactorily from all the facts and circumstances in the case that your conduct in administering the poison was the result of a cunning artifice. Having addressed you so far as a magistrate, I shall speak to you now as a man. I exhort you earnestly to prepare for a never-ending eternity. Your only remaining hope is in and through the merits and intercession of Jesus Christ, to whom you should apply for pardon. During your short stay in this life, you shall, I promise you, be visited by divines to counsel and instruct you concerning your eternal welfare. The sentence of the law is that you be taken from hence to the prison, and on Friday, the 18th of April next, from thence to the place of execution, where you shall be hanged by the neck until dead. End of section 76. Read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, July 5th, 2023.
Section 77 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Fournier, Sandia Park, New Mexico. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Charles Gill for opening another person's letter. New York City, 1818. The narrative. Charles Gill, living in New York City, had a creditor in England who was pursuing him. Anxious to know what proceedings were going to be taken against him, Gill intercepts the correspondence between the Englishman and his American agent, gets hold of the letters, breaks the seals, reads them, and then boasts to his friends that he has outwitted his creditor. He was convicted of a misdemeanor, the judge telling the jury that breaking a seal and opening a private letter is an offense not to be tolerated. His counsel on the trial vainly endeavored to show the court that it was not a matter for the state courts to handle, but belonged exclusively to the United States court. The trial. In the Court of General Sessions for the City of New York, May 1818. Honorable Cadwallader D. Colden, Mayor. Honorable Richard Riker, Recorder. A. L. Underhill and Arthur Burtis, Alderman. May 4. During the last term, defendant was indicted for a misdemeanor at common law. The indictment consisted of 6 counts, the 2 first of which alleged, in effect, that the defendant, being an evil-disposed and mischief-making person, and the interceptor of other people's letters, and intending to vex and impoverish one Charles Rumley, and to pry into his private affairs, and to disclose his private correspondence, on the 1st day of October, 1817, at the city and county of New York, did assume the name of Rumley for the purpose of obtaining from the clerk of the General Post Office in said city a certain private sealed letter, written by some person, to the jurors unknown, and directed to Rumley, that by means of such device the defendant obtained such letter, broke its seal, and read and disclosed the contents, to the great damage, etc. The second count was for personating Rumley, and by that means obtaining such letter. The third and fourth counts charged the defendant with having assumed the name of one William Tapling, and personating him, with the intent of prying into his private correspondence by letter with one William Shepherd, and by that means obtaining from the post office a certain letter written by Shepherd to Tapling, directed to the said care of said Charles Rumley. Hugh Maxwell, District Attorney for the People. Mr. Price for the defendant. Mr. Price. This is a federal and not a state offense. Section 8 of the Constitution of the United States delegates to Congress power of establishing post offices and post roads. and authorizes that body to make all laws which shall be necessary and proper for carrying into execution the aforesaid powers, and all other powers vested in the government of the United States. Congress, by virtue of the powers so delegated to them, had passed an act, rendering it penal to commit the offense set forth in this indictment. It has assumed a jurisdiction over the subject matter, and that jurisdiction is exclusive. Should the defendant be convicted on this indictment, he could not plead this in bar to a subsequent prosecution under the laws of the United States. In cases of patents and in treason, the federal courts have an exclusive jurisdiction, which the state courts have never assumed. Mr. Maxwell: We admitted that the courts of the United States, by the provisions of the statute, had jurisdiction over offenses of the nature set forth in this indictment, but contend that it does not follow that their jurisdiction is exclusive. This was an offense at common law and existed prior to the passing of the Act. As such, this court had a right to maintain cognizance thereof. Congress has a right, by the Constitution, to pass laws in relation to the public securities and coin of the United States, and yet a prosecution for the forgery of bank bills of the United States, or for counterfeiting their coin, may be maintained in the state courts. So also, a nuisance maintained on public post roads may be removed through the interposition of any court having cognizance of common law offenses. There is a law of the United States against sinking a ship at sea, and yet a prosecution in this court was maintained for a conspiracy to effect that object. But it is questionable whether the statute of the United States contemplates the offense set forth in this indictment. The charge is that defendant assumed the name and personated another for the purpose of prying into his business, an offense clearly cognizable by the common law, and not within the statute of the United States. It cannot be denied but that the prosecutor, for an injury of this nature, if he had suffered damage, might maintain a civil action. But if the United States have exclusive criminal jurisdiction over the offense, for a stronger reason, their jurisdiction ought to be exclusive in a civil point of view, which is absurd. The recorder adverted to several cases, concerning which the Constitution had delegated to Congress the power of passing laws, but over which the state courts, notwithstanding, had jurisdiction. Congress had a right to establish a national bank, and yet a forgery, committed in relation to United States paper, was punishable in the state courts. This had been decided in the Supreme Court. The offense laid in this indictment is a misdemeanor at common law, and the judgment of the court on this plea is that the defendant answer. May 6. The prisoner having pleaded not guilty, the cause came on for trial today before a jury. Mr. Maxwell: The defendant formerly resided in London, and having become embarrassed in his affairs, embarked for this country, leaving his family, consisting of a wife and 3 children, in England. Thomas Shepherd of London was one of the creditors of the defendant to a considerable amount, and before he removed, was on very intimate terms with defendant, insomuch that in the absence of each other they were in the habit of opening and reading each other's letters. To what period, prior to the removal of the defendant to this country, this intimacy continued, did not appear, but from the tenor and complexion of one of the letters written by Shepherd, directed to the care of Rumley, it appeared that the feelings of Shepherd were decidedly hostile towards defendant. On August 12, 1817, Shepherd wrote a letter to William Tapling in this country, directed on the back, Mr. William Tapling, Mr. Charles Rumney, leather japanner, near the Horse Ferry, Brooklyn, near New York, America. The letter having been put on board a ship was brought to this city, and the post office, the postmark being 17th October. In the letter, the writer informed Tapling that he had written Charles by the Venus, but fearing the letter might miscarry, he, Shepherd, writes to inform Tapling of his, Gill's, tricks. The writer further states that he had written in his former letter to Tapling, by no means to inform Gill of the writer's intention of coming out to America, as in that case Gill would be off to prevent seeing him. The writer proceeds to inform his correspondent that Gill has wronged him out of nearly £1,000 previous to his removal from England, under the pretense of sending him the money from this country, but that Gill had not, in any of his letters, even mentioned the writer's name. The writer then advises his correspondent to behave to Gill as if he, Tapling, had not received that letter, and also, if possible, to get in Gill's debt about £200, because, by reason of some bills, for the payment of which Tapling was responsible, and which the writer had endorsed before he left England, for the benefit of Gill, he would owe Tapling that sum. This letter was otherwise written with considerable acrimony against Gill, and in several places the writer calls him a thief. These letters were in October last taken by the defendant out of the post office, carried by him to the Battery, the seals broke and read by him. He had alluded to the taking, and was much elated at his exploit, and said he had out-generaled them. The witnesses. Charles Rumley. In the month of March last, I ascertained the above facts, in substance, about the letter from Germany. A post office clerk called on defendant and accused him of intercepting the letters. He at first denied it, but afterwards admitted the fact, but refused to deliver the letters, one of which he acknowledged he had sent back to Shepherd. At the time of the reception of the letters, I resided in Babylon, on Long Island, a fact with which the defendant was acquainted. Alan Peacock. I was present when Gill brought the letters from the post office, when he said of Rumley, "Oh, the rascal, I've found him out." The defense was principally put on the ground that on the 27th of July, 1817, Gill's family embarked on board a ship for this country, that the vessel did not arrive in this city until the 27th of October following, and that being very solicitous for the fate of his family, and knowing of the arrival of these letters from his friend Shepherd, he intercepted them, under the expectation that they contained information touching his family. The Recorder to the jury. The breaking a seal and opening a private letter is an offense which ought never to be tolerated in this country except in some very peculiar cases. A confidential clerk, entrusted with the business of his principal in his absence, might be supposed, in breaking open his letters, to act under an actual or implied license. In cases of war or other public calamity, letters may be intercepted for the purpose of detecting and defeating the designs of an enemy. Or even in times of peace, the police may cause private letters to be broken open. The principal ground of defense, which has been stated to you, is no excuse, inasmuch as Gill neglected, and afterwards, when called on by Rumley, refused to deliver the letter, having returned the other to Shepherd. Defendant, according to the evidence, stands before the court and jury without excuse, and the offense of which he is charged strikes at the root, as well of the most important concerns, as of the most enduring relations in society. The jury returned a verdict of guilty, and the prisoner was fined $50 and costs. End of section 77. Section 78 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Fournier, Sandia Park, New Mexico. American State Trials, Volume 2, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Thaddeus P. French for larceny, Boston, Massachusetts, 1827. The narrative. A boy of 13 was tried in a Boston court for stealing a watch from the proprietor of a pie shop in that city. But it appeared on the trial that the owner and proprietor had sold him and his companion, a boy about the same age, not only cakes and cigars, but likewise a concoction quite intoxicating, known as Tom and Jerry. The judge told the jury that while in the case of adults, indulgence in strong drink was an aggravation rather than an excuse for crime committed under its influence, in the case of a youth, it might very well produce temporary insanity. They took this view, and the youth was acquitted. The trial. In the Municipal Court of Boston, March 1827, Honorable Peter O. Thatcher, Judge. The prisoner was indicted for stealing from the shop of one McLenathan, a watch belonging to him. He pleaded not guilty. Mr. Austin for the Commonwealth, Mr. A. Moore for the prisoner. The evidence. Harvey McLenathan.
Prisoner and a boy named Curtis Wilder, both about 13 years old, came to my shop on Purchase Street 2 times. It was Saturday evening, February 17th. I keep a pie shop. The second time, French bought a cigar, and Wilder a cake of gingerbread. While they were there, I looked at my watch and hung it over my desk near the door. The boys went out, and in a little while, Wilder came back for another cake. He did not come further than the door. A little after, I missed my watch and suspected the boys. Went to French's home and charged him with stealing it. He denied the fact. Next morning, French told me that Alfred Johnson, another lad, had, and Johnson was taken with the watch, and he, French, and Wilder were carried before the police court, where, upon examination, Johnson and Wilder were discharged, and French was committed for trial.
Curtis Wilder.
Knew nothing of the taking of the watch till French showed it to me as we were going from McLenathan's shop that evening to a book auction in Broad Street. Alfred Johnson, French, and myself came Saturday evening to a cellar where I was. French took me aside and told me that he had taken the watch. Advised him to return it to the owner. He got it into his possession with the intention of returning it to the owner the next morning.
Mary Miriam. Resided in the family of the father of prisoner. The evening it occurred, Thaddeus appeared to be intoxicated with liquor, and under a derangement of his intellect, which I imputed to liquor.
Harvey McLenathan. Recalled. When the boys first came to my shop, I sold them 3 cents worth of Tom and Jerry, which they drank there.
Mr. Moore.
What was the composition of that drink? I don't want to say. It is my secret.
Thatcher, Judge.
It is a proper question, witness, and you must answer it.
Harvey McLenathan.
The liquor was composed of eggs and sugar, beaten together with allspice, nutmeg, and saleratus, to which was added a portion of rum and brandy. I sold this composition to all who wanted it, children as well as men. It is usually sold in shops similar to my own.
Thatcher, Judge. To the jury.
If you believe that the prisoner has been put into a state of mental derangement by drinking the noxious liquors and smoking the cigar, which the prosecutor sold to him at the time, and committed the act while in this condition, it will be your duty to acquit him of the charge. It is an immoral act in the prosecutor to sell to these children such a vile composition, and it might well have happened that the combined influence of the liquor and cigar on a child of so tender years would produce a temporary insanity. This case essentially differs from that where a crime is committed by a person who, by a free indulgence of strong liquors, has at the time voluntarily deprived himself of his reason. By the policy of the law, this rather enhances the offense. It was, however, an excuse constantly offered by offenders, and it is certainly true that but few crimes are committed by persons who are habitually temperate in the use of ardent spirits. The jury returned a verdict of acquittal, and after an admonition from the court, the prisoner was discharged. End of section 78.
Section 79 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Alexander Arbuthnot for inciting Indians to war, Florida, 1818, Part 1. The narrative. The Seminoles were a nation of Florida Indians, implacable enemies of the United States, who, during the War of 1812 with Great Britain, aided our enemy in their southern operations. Even after the conclusion of peace, they, with a band of runaway Negroes from Georgia and South Carolina, harassed the American settlers on the borders of Florida, which belonged to Spain, which culminated in a massacre of settlers and soldiers at Fort Scott. News of the act reaching Washington, General Andrew Jackson was ordered to the front to take command of our forces. Jackson, with his habitual promptness, energy, and self-reliance, marched at once to the scene, entered the Spanish territory, and after hanging 2 Indian chiefs who fell into his hands, marched from St. Mark's to Suwanee, the town of the Seminole chief, Bolek, or Bowlegs, over 100 miles distant, and reached only by a toilsome march through a swampy country. But when he reached there, he found that the foe had by some means been forewarned, and had conveyed their women and children to a place of safety, and the braves disappeared into the forest as the American troops appeared on the scene. Their escape angered Old Hickory greatly, and he returned to St. Mark's, disappointed at being cheated of his prey, and in a state of mind by no means amiable. Jackson found in the town 2 Englishmen, Alexander Arbuthnot and Robert C. Armbruster. Arbuthnot was of Scotch origin, 70 years old, a cool, reticent man who had been a trader among the Indians for many years, had established friendly relations with them for his own security and advantage in trade, and had exerted himself in their behalf in many quarters. Armbruster was 33, a nephew of the British governor of New Providence, an ex-lieutenant of British Marines, had formerly been in this country's service in Florida, and was now a sort of freelance, and a friend of the Indians. Jackson at once ordered the 2 Englishmen before a court-martial, presided over by General Gaines. Arbuthnot was tried first on 3 charges. 1. Inciting the Indians to war against the United States. 2. Being a spy and aiding the enemy. 3. Inciting the Indians to murder 2 white men. The evidence against him was that he had written one of the Indian chiefs, insisting that they were entitled by the Treaty of Ghent to the same territory they had before the war, and had warned the Indians of Jackson's approach. Footnotes. A position quite untenable, and probably taken from interested motives hostile to the United States. 3. Schuyler, History, U.S. 71. But his business in Florida was open and obvious. He had always advised the Indians to peace. Sumner, Andrew Jackson, 59. When he heard of Jackson's advance, he had written to his son, who was his agent at Bolek's village, to carry the goods across the river. Through the letter, the Indians got warning in time to cross the river and effect their escape. His letter was not open to censure. Can traitors be executed if their information, not transmitted through the lines, frustrate military purposes? Sumner, 59. End of footnotes. Copies of letters from him were also produced, one of them containing an application to Bagot, the British minister, for his official interference on behalf of these late allies of the Crown, another, a power of attorney to act for the Indians, and a discharge clerk testified that Arbuthnot had supplied the Indians with powder. Footnote: this testimony was probably perjured. 3 Schuyler 71. End of footnote. On the third charge there was no evidence, and the old trader was at once acquitted of the charge of being a spy, and it was withdrawn. But 2/3 of the court declared him guilty of stirring up the Indians to war with the United States, and furnishing material aid, and sentenced him to be hanged, which sentence was promptly approved by General Jackson. Footnote: the general impression to be derived from all the proofs is that Arbuthnot was probably guilty, but that a reasonable doubt of his guilt nevertheless existed, such as should prevent a conviction under the familiar rules of our criminal law. 3 Schuyler 71. End of footnote. He was accordingly hanged the next morning, April 29th, from the yardarm of his own schooner, the Chance. He met his death with composure, declaring on the scaffold that his country would avenge his death. The trial. Footnote: bibliography. The trials of A. Arbuthnot and R.C. Armbruster, charged with exciting the Seminole Indians to war against the United States of America, from the official documents which were laid by the President before Congress. London, printed for James Ridgway, Piccadilly, 1819. End of footnote. Before a special court-martial, Fort St. Mark, Florida, April 1818. Major General E.P. Gaines. Footnote: Gaines, Edmund Pendleton, 1777 to 1849. Born Culpeper County, Virginia. Appointed second lieutenant, U.S. Infantry, 1799. Captain, 1807. Resigned, 1811. Intending to practice law, but returned to the Army at the beginning of the War of 1812. Colonel, 1813. Brigadier General, 1814. Afterwards made Major General for distinguished services. General under Jackson in the war with the Seminoles. End of footnote. Colonel King, 4th Infantry. Colonel Williams, 10th Volunteers. Lieutenant Colonel Gibson, 10th Volunteers. Major Muhlenberg, 4th Infantry. Major Montgomery, 7th Infantry. Captain Vachon, 7th Infantry. Colonel Dyer, 10th Volunteers. Lieutenant Colonel Lindsay, Commander Army. Lieutenant Colonel Elliott, 10th Volunteers. Major Fanning, Commander Army. Major Minton, Georgia Militia. Captain Crittenden, Kentucky Volunteers. Lieutenant J. M. Glassell, 7th Infantry, Recorder. April 26th. Early in the morning of this day, by an order from the office of the Adjutant General, Robert Butler, issued by Major General Andrew Jackson, the above officers were directed to assemble at noon and to sit without regard to hours, for the purpose of investigating charges exhibited against A. Arbuthnot, Robert Christie Armbruster, and such others who were similarly situate, as may be brought before it. Footnote: Jackson Andrew, 1767 to 1845, born North Carolina, studied law 1784, public prosecutor, Nashville, Tennessee, 1788, member Constitutional Convention of Tennessee, 1796, member of Congress, 1796, United States Senator, 1798, Judge Supreme Court, Tennessee, 1798 to 1804. Nothing is known of his conduct in this position. No records or decisions of the court from that period remain. Sumner's Andrew Jackson, 14. Major General Volunteers, 1801. Trustee, Nashville Academy, 1793. Private citizen, planter and storekeeper, 1804 to 1811, general in war against the Creek Indians, 1813, victor over British in Battle of New Orleans, 1815, victor in Seminole War, 1818, governor of Florida, 1821, defeated by Adams for President of the United States, 1825, elected President of the United States, 1828, re-elected, 1832. End of footnote. The court will record all the documents and testimony in the several cases, and their opinion as to the guilt or innocence of the prisoners, and what punishment, if any, should be inflicted. The court convened pursuant to the foregoing order, and were duly sworn, the prisoner being asked if he had any objections to any member thereof. Replied in the negative. The following charges and specifications were read, viz. Charge 1. Exciting and stirring up the Creek Indians to war against the United States and her citizens. He, A. Arbuthnot, being a subject of Great Britain, with whom the United States are at peace. Specification. That the said A. Arbuthnot, between the months of April and July, or sometime in June 1817, wrote a letter to the little prince, exhorting and advising him not to comply with the Treaty of Fort Jackson, stating that the citizens of the United States were infringing on the Treaty of Ghent, and, as he believed, without the knowledge of the Chief Magistrate of the United States, and advising the Upper and Lower Creeks to unite and be friendly, stating that W. Hambly was the cause of their disputes, also advising the little prince to write to the governor of New Providence, who would write to His Royal Highness the Prince Regent, through whom the United States would be called to a compliance with the Treaty of Ghent, and advising them not to give up their lands under the Treaty of Fort Jackson, but that the American citizens would be compelled to give up to them all their lands under the Treaty of Ghent. Charge 2. Acting as a spy and aiding, abetting, and comforting the enemy, supplying them with the means of war. Specification first. In writing a letter from the fort of St. Mark, dated 2nd of April 1818 to his son John, at Sawnwanee, marked A, detailing the advance of the army under General Jackson, stating their force, probable movements, and intentions to be communicated to Bowlegs, the chief of the Suwannee towns, for his government. Specification second. In writing the letters marked B, without date, and C, with enclosures, 27th January 1818, and D called A Note of Indian Talks, and E, without date, applying to the British government through Governor Cameron for munitions of war and assistance for our enemies, making false representations, and also applying to Mr. Bagot, British ambassador, for his interference with a statement on the back of one of the letters of munitions of war for the enemy. Charge 3. Exciting the Indians to murder and destroy William Hambly and Edmund Doyle, and causing their arrest, with a view to their condemnation to death and the seizure of their property, on account of their active and zealous exertions to maintain peace between Spain, the United States, and the Indians, they being citizens of the Spanish government. Specification. In writing the letters marked F, dated 26th August 1817, G, dated 13th May 1817, and H, threatening them with death, alleging against them false and infamous charges, and using every means in his power to procure their arrest. All which writings and sayings excited, and had a tendency to excite, the Negroes and Indians to acts of hostility against the United States. The prisoner pleaded not guilty. The evidence. John Winslet. Some time before last August, the little prince received a letter, signed by a Mr. Arbuthnot, advising the upper part of the nation to unite with the lower chiefs in amity, and stating the best mode to repossess themselves of their lands would be to write to him, Arbuthnot, and he would send their complaints to the governor of Providence, whence it would be forwarded to his Britannic Majesty, and he would have the terms of the Treaty of Ghent attended to. He also said that the encroachments on the Indian lands were unknown to the President of the United States. I identified the signature of the prisoner in a letter to his son, marked A, referred to in the first specification and the second charge, as the same with that sent to the little prince. This letter said that the British government, on application, would cause to be restored to them their lands they held in 1811, agreeably to the terms of the Treaty of Ghent. To the prisoner, the little prince is known by the name of Tuscanoquihopin, and is the second chief of the nation. The letter was in the possession of little prince when I last saw it. Do you not swear that the letter was addressed to the little prince? It was presented to me by the little prince to read and interpret for him, which I did. I am certain that the letter stated that the Chief Magistrate of the United States could have no knowledge of settlements made on Indian lands, or injuries committed. John Lewis Phoenix. Being at Suwanee, about the 6th or 7th of April, I was awakened in the morning by Mr. Armbrister's receiving, by the hands of a Negro, who got it from an Indian, a letter from St. Mark's at that time, stated by Armbrister to be from the prisoner. To the prisoner. Did not see the letter or hear it read. A member of the court raised a question as to the jurisdiction on the third charge in its specification. The doors were closed, and after deliberation it was decided that the court was incompetent to take cognizance of the offenses alleged in that charge and specification. Peter P. Cook was clerk to the prisoner. About December last, prisoner had a large quantity of powder and lead brought to Suwanee in his vessel, which he sold to the Indians and Negroes. Later, Armbrister brought for the prisoner in the prisoner's vessel, 9 kegs of powder and a large quantity of lead, which was taken possession of by the Negroes. I identify the following letters referred to in the foregoing charges and specification, marked A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H, as being the prisoner's handwriting. Also the power of attorney, number 1, granted by the Indians to A. Arbuthnot. I also identify as in the handwriting of the prisoner, number 2, granting him full power to act in all cases for the Indians, as recorded before. Also a letter without signature to the government of St. Augustine, number 2. A letter without date to Mr. Mitchell, the Indian agent, numbered 3. An unsigned petition of the chiefs of the Lower Creek Nation to Governor Cameron, praying his aid in men and munitions of war, numbered 4. Footnote A. From A. Arbuthnot to his son John Arbuthnot, dated Fort St. Mark, 2nd April 1818, 9 o'clock in the morning. Dear son, as I am ill able to write a long letter, it is necessary to be brief. Before my arrival here, the commandant had received an express from the governor of Pensacola, informing him of a large embarkation of troops, etc., under the immediate command of General Jackson, and the boat that brought the dispatch reckoned 18 sail of vessels off Apalachicola, by a deserter that was brought here by the Indians. The commandant was informed that 3,000 men under the orders of General Jackson, 1,000 foot and 1,600 horse, under General Gaines, 500 under another general, were at Prospect Bluff, where they are rebuilding the burnt fort, that 1,000 Indians of different nations were at Spanish Bluff, building another fort under the direction of American officers, that so soon as these forts were built, they intended to march. They have commenced. Yesterday morning advice was received that they had appeared near, and taken 2 of the sons of a queen and an Indian. Late in the afternoon, 3 schooners came to anchor at the mouth of the river, and this morning the American flag is seen flying on the largest. I am blockaded here. No Indian will come with me, and I am now suffering from the fatigue of coming here alone. The main drift of the Americans is to destroy the black population of Suwannee. Tell my friend Bowlegs that it is throwing away his people to attempt to resist such a powerful force as will be down on Suwannee. And as the troops advance by land, so will the vessels by sea. Endeavor to get all the goods over the river in a place of security, as also the skins of all sorts. The corn must be left to its fate. So soon as the Suwannee is destroyed, I expect the Americans will be satisfied and retire. This is only my opinion, but I think it is conformable to the demand made by General Gaines to King Hatchie some months since. In fact, do all you can to save all you can save, the books particularly. It is probable the Commandant will receive some communication from the vessels today, when he will know more what are their motives in coming off the fort. I think it is only to shut up the passage to the Indians. 20 canoes went down yesterday, and were forced to return. The road between this and Mixaki is said to be stopped. Hilsago and Himmeltho Michael were here last night to hear what vessels they will remove all their cattle and effects across St. Mark's River this morning, and perhaps wait till there too for the event. I have been as brief as I can to give you the substance of what appears, facts that cannot be doubted. To enter into details in the present moment is useless. If the schooner is returned, get all the goods on board of her, and let her start off for Monitor Creek, in the bottom of Cedar Key Bay. You will there only have the skins to hide away, but no delay must take place, as the vessels will no doubt follow the land army, and perhaps even now some have gone round. I pray your strictest attention, for the more that is saved will be eventually more to your interest. Let the bearer have as much calico as will make him 2 shirts for his trouble. He has promised to deliver this in 3, but I give him 4 days. I am yours affectionately, A. Arbuthnot. B. From A. Arbuthnot to Charles Cameron, Governor of Bahamas. Sir, being empowered by the chiefs of the Lower Creek Nation to represent the state of their nation to your Excellency, that you may be pleased to forward the same for the information of His Majesty's government, to whom alone they look for protection against the aggressions and encroachments of the Americans. I beg leave to submit your Excellency the enclosed representations, humbly praying that your Excellency will be pleased to take an early opportunity of forwarding the same to Great Britain. I am instructed by Bowlegs, Chief of the Suwannee, to make the demand herein enclosed, he never having had any share in the presents distributed at Prospect Bluff, though he rendered equally essential services as any of the other chiefs to the British cause while at war with America, and was at New Orleans with a part of his warriors, his frontiers being more exposed to the predatory incursions of the Back Georgians, who enter his territory and drive off his cattle. He is obliged to have large parties out to watch their motions and prevent their plundering, and being now deficient in ammunition, he prays your Excellency will grant his small demand, humbly submitting the same. I have the honor to be, etc., A. The humble representation of the chiefs of the Greek nation to His Excellency, Governor Cameron. We beg leave to represent that Edmund Doyle and William Hambley, lately clerks at Prospect Bluff, to Messrs. Forbes, etc., and who still reside on the Apalachicola River, we consider as the principal cause of our present troubles and uneasiness. Hambley was the instrumental cause of the fort at Prospect Bluff being destroyed by the Americans, by which we lost the supplies intended for our future wars. Since then, both these men have kept their emissaries among us, tending to harass and disturb our repose, and that of our brethren to the middle and upper nations. They spread among us reports that the Cocotes, aided by the Americans, are descending to drive us off our land. They equally propagate other falsehoods. C. From A. Arbuthnot to Benjamin Moody, Esquire, enclosing letters to Charles Bagot, Esquire, British Minister at Washington. Sewanee, in the Creek Nation, 7th January 1812. Sir, the enclosed containing matter of serious moment and demanding the immediate attention of His Excellency the British Ambassador. I trust he will for this time forgive the trifling expense of postage, which I have endeavored to prevent as much as possible by compressing much matter in one sheet of paper. Should you, sir, be put to any trouble or expense by this trouble, I give you, by being made acquainted with the same, I will instruct Bain, Dunshee, and Company to order payment of the same. I have the honor to be, sir, your most obedient humble servant, A. Arbuthnot. From A. Arbuthnot to the Honorable Charles Bagot. Sir, it is with pain I again obtrude myself upon your Excellency's notice, but the pressing solicitations of the chiefs of the Creek Nation, and the deplorable situation into which they are placed by the wanton aggressions of the Americans, I trust your Excellency will take as a sufficient apology for the present intrusion. In August last, the head chief of the Seminole Indians received a letter from General Gaines, of which I have taken the liberty of annexing your Excellency the contents, as delivered me by the chief's head English interpreter, with King Hartrey's reply thereto. This letter appears to have been intended to sound the disposition of the chief, and ascertain the force necessary to overrun the nation, for from then until the actual attack was made on Foul Town, the same general with General Jackson seemed to have been collecting troops and settling at various quarters. If your Excellency desires to have further information respecting the situation of this country and its inhabitants, I can, from time to time, inform your Excellency of such facts and circumstances as are stated to me by chiefs of known veracity, or which may come under my own observation, and your Excellency's order, addressed to me at New Providence, will either find me there before forwarded me to this country. With great respect, I have the honor to be your Excellency's most obedient servant, A. A. The following memorandum was on the back of the foregoing letter. King Hatchie 1,000, Bowlegs 1,500, Osohajo, Chakawachi 500, Hemishi Meso Chatachichi 600, at present with Hilasico, at present under arms 1,000 and more, and attacking those Americans who have made inroads on their territory. A quantity of gunpowder, lead, muskets, and flints sufficient to arm 1,000 or 2,000 men, muskets 1,000, arms smaller if possible, 10,000 flints, a proportion for rifle, put up separate, 50 casks of gunpowder, a proportion for rifle, 2,000 knives, 6 to 9 inch blade, good quality, 1,000 tomahawks, 100 pounds vermilion, 2,000 pounds lead, independent of ball for musket. Signed, King Hatchie. Signed, Bowlegs. From General Gaines to the Seminole Chief. To the Seminole Chief. Your Seminoles are very bad people. I don't say whom. You have murdered many of my people and stolen my cattle, and many good horses that cost me money, and many good houses that cost me money. You have burnt for me. And now that you see my writing, you'll think I have spoken right. I know it is so. You know it is so. For now you may say, I will go upon you at random. But just give me the murderers, and I will show them my law. And when that is finished and past, if you will come about any of my people, you will see your friends. And if you see me, you will see your friend. But there is something out in the sea, a bird with a forked tongue. Whip him back before he lands, for he will be the ruin of you yet. Perhaps you do not know who or what I mean. I mean the name of Englishman. I tell you this, that if you do not give me up the murderers who have murdered my people, I say I have got good strong warriors with scalping knives and tomahawks. You harbor a great many of my black people among you at Sewanee. If you give me leave to go by you against them, I shall not hurt anything belonging to you. Signed, General Gaines. From King Hachi to General Gaines, in answer to the foregoing, to General Gaines. You charge me with killing your people, stealing your cattle, and burning your houses. It is I that have cause to complain of the Americans, while one American has been justly killed, while in the act of stealing cattle. More than 4 Indians have been murdered, while hunting by these lawless freebooters. I harbored no Negroes. When the Englishmen were at war with America, some took shelter among them, and it is for you, white people, to settle those things among yourselves, and not trouble us with what we know nothing about. I shall use force to stop any armed Americans from passing my towns or my lands. Signed, King Hachi. End of section 79. Section 80 of American State Trials, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 2 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Alexander Arbuthnot for inciting Indians to war, Florida, 1818, Part 2. Footnotes continued. D. Note of Indian talks. In August, Cap had a letter from General Gaines, in substance as Annex Number 1, and returned the answer as by Number 2. Nothing farther was said on either side. The end of October, a party of Americans from a fort on Flint River surrounded Foultown during the night and began burning it. The Indians then had fled to the swamps, and in their flight had 3 persons killed by fire from the Americans. They rallied their people and forced the Americans to retire some distance, but not before they had 2 more persons killed. The Americans built a blockhouse or fort, where they had fallen back to, and immediately sent to the fort up the country for assistance, stating the Indians were the aggressors, and also settled with Imhotep for the loss his people had suffered, at the same time sending a talk to King Hachi by a headman, Apini, that he would put things in such a train as to prevent further encroachments and get those Americans to leave the fort. But no sooner was the good talk given, and before the bearer of it returned home, than hundreds of the Americans came pouring down on the Indians, rousing them to a sense of their own danger. They flew to arms, and have been compelled to support them ever since. It is not alone from the country, but by vessels entering Apalachicola River, and vessels with troops and settlers are pouring into the Indian Territory. These proceedings are not countenanced by the American government, but originate with men devoid of principle, who set laws and instructions at defiance, and stick at no cruelty and oppressions to obtain their ends. Against such oppressions, the American government must use not only all their influence, but, if necessary, force, or their names will be handed down to posterity as a nation more cruel and savage to the unfortunate aborigines of this country than ever were the Spaniards in more dark ages to the nations of South America. The English government, as the special protectors of the Indian nations, and on whom alone they rely for assistance, ought to step forward and save those unfortunate people from ruin. And as you, sir, are appointed to watch over their interests, it is my duty as an Englishman, and the only one in this part of the Indian nation, to instruct you of the talks the chiefs bring me for your information. And I sincerely trust, sir, you will use the powers you are vested with for the service and protection of the unfortunate people who look up to you as their savior. I have written General Mitchell, who, I hear, is an excellent man, and as he acts as Indian agent, I hope this influence will stop the torrent of innovation and give peace and quietness to the Creek nation. I pray your Excellency will pardon this intrusion, which nothing but the urgency of the case would have induced me to make. I have the honor to be your Excellency's most obedient servant, A.A. E. From Kapiahimako and Bowlegs to Governor Cameron. To His Excellency, Governor Cameron, it is with pain we are again obliged to obtrude ourselves on your Excellency's notice. In consequence of the cruel war we have been forced into by the eruptions of the Americans into the heart of our lands. It will be first necessary to state to your Excellency that one head chief, Kennecha, received a letter from General Gaines in August last, a copy of which is enclosed, with the answer returned thereto. This letter only appears to have been a prelude to plans determined on by the said General and General Jackson to bring on troops and settlers to drive us from our lands and take possession of them. For in the end of October a party of Americans surrounded Foul Town during the night, and in the morning began setting fire to it, making the unfortunate inhabitants fly to the swamps, and who in their flight had 3 persons killed by the fire of the Americans. Our Indians, rallying, drove the Americans from the town, but in their exertions had 2 more of their people killed. The Americans retired some distance and built a fort or blockhouse to protect themselves, until the assistance they had sent for to the fort up the country should arrive. A letter falling into the hands of General Mitchell, the Indian agent, which states the Indians to have been the aggressors, he suspected its truth, and on inquiry found it was the reverse. In consequence, he made satisfaction to Hermoclo, the chief of the Foul Town, and his people for the injuries they had sustained. At the same time desired a talk to be sent to our head chief, stating his wish to see all the Indian friends, and that in 20 days he would send to get the Americans to retire from the forts. But this had no effect on the lawless invaders of our soil, for, before the bearer of our talks could return home, he met hundreds of Americans descending on us. Thus, seeing no end to those inroads, necessity compels us to have recourse to arms, and our brethren are now fighting for the lands they inherit from their forefathers, for their families and friends. But what will our nations do without assistance? Our sinners of war are almost spent, and harassed as we have been for years, we have not been able to lay by the means of our extraordinary wants. And to whom can we look up for protection and support, but to those friends we have, at all former times, held forth their hands to uphold us, and who have sworn in their late treaty with the Americans to see our just rights and privileges respected and protected from insults and aggression. We now call on your Excellency, as the representative of our good father, King George, to send us such aid in ammunition as we are absolutely in want of, and as our brother Chief Helisago was informed, when in England, that when ammunition was wanted to enable us to protect our rights, your Excellency would supply us with what was necessary. We have applied to the Spanish officer at the fort of St. Mark's, but his small supply prevented his being able to assist us, and we have only on your Excellency to depend. We likewise pray your Excellency would be pleased to send an officer or person to lead us right, and to apportion the supplies you may be pleased to send us, agreeably to our proper wants. In praying your Excellency will lend an ear to our demand, and dispatch it without delay. We remain your Excellency faithful and most obedient friends and servants. Signed, Capiello Rico. Signed, Bowlegs, for ourselves and all the other chiefs of the Lower Creek Nation. F. Letter from A. Arbuthnot to Colonel Edward Nichols, Nassau, N.P., 26 August 1817. Lieutenant Colonel Edward Nichols, Sir, especially authorized by the chiefs of the Lower Creek Nation, whose name I have fixed to the present, I am desired to address you, that you may lay their complaints before His Majesty's government. They desire it to be made known that they have implicitly followed your advice in living friendly with the Americans, who are their neighbors, and nowise attempt to molest them, though they have seen the Americans encroach on their territory, burning their towns, and making fields where their houses stood. Rather than make resistance, they have retired lower in the peninsula. The town Eshelawe, where Olasmigo was chief, is one instance of the encroachments of the Americans. This town is situated under the guns of Fort Gaines, and Miko was desired to submit to the Americans, or his town would be blown to atoms. Rather than do so, he retired, and is now living in the lower nation, and his fields that even where the town stood is plowed up by the Americans. They complain of the English government neglecting them after having drawn them into a war with America. That you, sir, have not yet kept your promise in sending people to reside among them, and that if they have not some person or persons resident in the nation to watch over their interest, they will soon be driven to the extremity of the peninsula. You left Mr. Hambly to watch over the Creek nation, but you hardly left the nation when he turned traitor, and was led by Forbes to take the part of the Americans. His letter to me, of which I annex you a copy, will show you what lengths he could go if he had the means. It is Hambly and Doyle who give the Indians all the trouble they experience. They send their emissaries among the lower creeks, and make them believe the Coetas, aided by the Americans, are coming to destroy them. Thus both are put in fear, and their fields are neglected, and hunting is not thought of. I have endeavored to do away this fear by writing to the chief of the Coeta towns, that they ought to live on friendly terms with their brethren of the lower nation, whose wishes were to be on good terms with them, and not listen to any bad talks, but to chase those that give them from among them. My letter was answered from them rather favorably, and I hope that the talk that was sent to the big warrior last June will heal the difference between them. Hilisago arrived in my schooner, Oklanaki Sound, last June, and was well received by all the chiefs and others who came to welcome him home. In consequence of his arrival, a talk was held, the substance of which was put on paper for them, and it was sent with the pipe of peace to the other nations. Hilisago wished to return to Nassau with me, but I prevailed on him to stay in the nation and to keep them at peace. I regret, sir, to notice this poor man's affairs, though by his desire. It appeared that he arrived at Nassau a short time after I had left it in January, and Captain W. being here took charge of him, his goods and money, prevailing on the governor to let him stay with him until he went down to the nation, which was his intention to do. Of the money received to Governor Cameron, he had only given him $80, by Captain W., a barrel of sugar, a bag of coffee, and a small keg of rum. And the interpreter Thugard informed me that when Hilisago asked for an account, Captain W. refused it, saying it would be useless to a man who could not read. He also misses 2 cases, one of which he thinks contains crockery. I have made inquiry of His Majesty's ordnance storekeeper, and he informs me the whole were delivered to Captain W. They are therefore lost at Hilisago. I am desired to return Hilisago's warmest acknowledgments for the very handsome manner you treated him in England, and he begs his prayer may be laid at the foot of His Royal Highness, the Prince Regent. I left him and all his family well on the 20th of June. Old Captain Chico, it desires me to send his best respects, and request that you will send out some people to live among them, and all the land they took from Forbes shall be theirs. At all events, they must have an agent among them, to see that the Americans adhere to the treaty, and permit them to live unmolested on the lands. This agent should be authorized by His Majesty's government, or he will not be attended to by the Americans. In the Gazettes of Georgia, the Americans report the Seminole Indians are continually committing murders on their borders, and making incursions into the state. These are fabrications tending to irritate the American government. But during the time I was in the nation, there was only one American killed, and he, with 2 others, were in the act of driving off cattle belonging to Bowlegs, chief of Sewanee. Whereas 3 men and a boy were killed last June by a party of American cattle stealers while in their hunting camps. The boy they scalped, and one of Bowlegs' headmen was killed in St. Johns River in July. The backwood Georgians and those resident on the borders of the Indian Nation are continually entering it and driving off cattle. They have in some instances made settlements, and particularly on the Choctawhatchee River, where a considerable number have descended. By the treaty with Great Britain, the Americans were to give up to the Indians all the lands that may have been taken from them during the war, and place them on the same footing they were in 1811. It appears they have not done so. Their 4 Gaines on the Chattahoochee and Camp Crawford on the Flint River are both of Indian territory that was not in possession of America in 1811. They are fearful that before any aid is given by the English government, they will no longer be in possession of any territory. I wrote last January to His Excellency, the Honorable Charles Bagot, respecting the encroachments of the Americans, as I was informed by the copy of a letter from the Right Honorable Earl Bathurst, handed me by His Excellency Governor Cameron, that His Majesty's ambassador had received orders to watch over the interest of the Indians. Since my return here, I have received of Mr. Moody of Charleston an extract of a letter from the Honorable Charles Bagot, that the expense of postage is so considerable, any farther communications of the same nature must be sent by private hands. Now, sir, as no person goes from this direct to Washington, how am I to be able to comply with his desire? Thus he will be kept ignorant of the situation of the poor Indians, and the encroachments daily made on their lands by American settlers, while he may be told by the American government that no encroachments have been made, and that the forts they still hold are necessary to check the unruly Seminoles. Thus, the person appointed to watch over the interest of the Indians, having no other means of information than from the parties interested in their destruction, and seeing from time to time in the American Gazette accounts of cruel murders, etc., committed by the Indians on the frontier settlements of the United States, he apprehends the Indians merit all the Americans do to them. But let His Majesty's government appoint an agent with full powers to correspond with His Majesty's ambassador at Washington, and his eyes will then be opened as to the motives that influenced American individuals, as well as the government, in vilifying the Indians. The power given me, and the instructions, were to memorialize His Majesty's government, as well as the Governor-General of Havana. But if you will be pleased to lay this letter before His Majesty's Secretary of State, it will save the necessity of the first, and I fear that a memorial to the Governor-General would be of no use. Referring you to the answer, I am, most respectfully, your obedient servant, A. Arbuthnot. From A. Arbuthnot to William Hambley, Ockalochney Sound, May 3rd, 1817. Sir, on my return home this day I received a letter signed by you and dated 23rd March. As you therein take the liberty of advising me, as you say, by order of the chiefs of the Creek Nation, I am glad of and shall embrace this opening you give me, and reply to you with some length. And, sir, let me promise that when you lived at Prospect Bluff, a clerk to Messrs. Forbes and Company, you did not consider Capamachico, McQueen, or any other of the chiefs of the Lower Creek Nations as outlaws, nor had they been considered as such by the English government, who are the special protectors of the Indian Nation. And it ill becomes Mr. Hamley to call Capamachico an outlaw, that man who has ever been his friend, and by his authority has prolonged his life. Yes, sir, The young chiefs and warriors of the Greek nation, considering you as the chief cause of all their troubles, would have long ere this had possession of you, and perhaps with your life made you pay the forfeit for the injuries heaped on them, had not that man, who has been your friend from your early youth, stepped in as your protector. Yes, this is the man whom Mr. Hamley presumes to call an outlaw. A pardoned villain, when going to the gallows, would bless the hand that saved his life. But Mr. Hamley blasphemes his survivor. As Mr. Hamley's generous friend is the principal cause of my being in this country, as an honest man, I shall endeavor to fulfill my promise to him and to all the other chiefs. The guilty alone have fear. An honest and upright man dreads no dangers, fears no evil, as he commits no ill. And your arm of justice ought to be applied where it would rightly fall, on the heads of the really guilty. Your mean and vile insinuations that I have been the cause of thefts and murders come ill from him who has been the cause of the murder of hundreds. Though your usage was made villainous at the fort, yet your revenge was too savage and sanguinary. If your conduct, sir, to the Indians were guided by as pure motives as mine, it would endeavor to influence them to respect each other as brothers and live in harmony and friendship, cultivating their lands in summer and taking their diversions of hunting in winter, respecting their neighbors and making themselves respected by them. If thus, sir, you would act, and by your knowledge of their language you have much more in your power than any other man, you would then be the true friend of the Indians. Were I an instigator of theft and murder, would I hold the language I have done to the chiefs and others who have called on me? Ask the lieutenant commanding of Fort Gaines if my letter to him breathed the strains of a murderer. Ask Opie Hatch or Danny, his interpreter, if the recommendatory note I sent him by order of Apini could be written by an instigator of murder. Ask Apini himself if my language to him was that of a murderer. Ask Mapalichi, a chief residing among the Americans on the Akbolchi, if my language and advice to him may be that of a murderer. All those and every Indian who have heard my talks will contradict your vile assertions. But Mapalichi has given me a clue by which I can unravel once. The aspersion comes, not from Apini, Hatchie, or any of the chiefs of the upper towns, but from he who endeavors to lead them to mischief and quarrels with each other. Did not the chiefs hear my note, read with respect, and perfectly according to my sentiments of being all, as brethren uniting with bonds of friendship and love? Did not they agree to smoke the pipe of peace with their brethren of the lower nation, and live in future as brothers? What made some of them alter their minds afterwards? The interference of a humane man, who counsels them to write to me demanding my removal from a band of outlaws, and which letter is signed William Hamley. I shall only make one more observation, and that will show from whence I came, and whether I am amongst the Indians as a revenger, or as the friend of peace and harmony. In the spring of 1816, W. Hamley sent Governor Cameron a letter, containing talks of the chiefs of the Indian tribes. They were forwarded to England, and His Excellency handed me, on my leaving Providence, an answer thereto, from the Right Honorable Earl Bathurst, one of His Majesty's Chief Secretaries of State, that I might make the same known to the chiefs on my arrival in the nation. What will Governor Cameron think of the man who, in 1816, could write against the encroachments of the American on the Indian nation, and in the spring of 1817 called the chiefs of that nation, for whom he more especially wrote, outlaws? Mr. Hamley may sell his services to America, but no man can expatriate himself from that allegiance due to his native country, and a government may call on a friendly nation to give up a subject that has seriously wronged her. I recommend Mr. Hamley to be content with the douceur he may have received, and permit the unlettered Indian to live quietly and peaceably on his native land. I shall send a copy of this letter, with one from you, to be read by the chiefs of this nation, and shall, at the same time, take an opportunity of expressing myself more fully than I did in the note sent by a penny, wishing you a speedy recantation of your errors and a return to your former way of thinking. I am your obedient servant, A. Arbuthnot. Letter from A. Arbuthnot to the Governor of Havana, to His Excellency Don, Governor General, etc. The chiefs of the Creek Nation, whose names are hereunto annexed, beg leave to approach your Excellency, and represent their complaints, long imposed on by the persons keeping stores in this country, and charging us exorbitant prices for their goods, while they only allow us a very trifling one for our peltry. We have found it necessary to look out for a person that will deal fairly with us, and we wish to establish a store for him on Appalachia River. We have made application to the commander of St. Mark's, and he refers us to your Excellency. It is not alone the impositions that have been practiced upon us that has made us presume to address your Excellency. We have complaints of a more serious nature against the persons employed by the only house that has been established among us. In the first place, some years back, under false pretenses, they attempted to rob us of a very large portion of our best lands, and we the more readily acceded to it from the faithful promise given us that they would get English people to settle and live among us. But far from doing this, Mr. Forbes attempted to sell it to the American government and settle it with Americans. Thus, finding ourselves deceived and imposed on, we withdrew our grant about 3 years since, which, from the stipulations contained therein not being fulfilled on the part of Mr. Forbes, we conceived we had a right to do. Secondly, Mr. Doyle and Mr. Hambley, the two persons left in the nation to carry on Mr. Forbes' business, have for more than 2 years been endeavoring to influence us to join the Americans, and finding that fair means would not sever us from our attachment to our ancient friends the English, they have recently had recourse to threats of bringing the Americans down upon us, and that people only want a pretext to attack us, which the said Doyle and Hambley attempt to give them, by spreading false reports of our murdering the Americans, stealing their cattle, and preparing for war against them, while, in fact, it is the Americans who murder our red brethren, and steal our cattle by hundreds at a time, and are daily encroaching on our lands, and maintaining the settlers in their ill-gotten possessions by armed force. On the Choctawhatchee River, there are a large body of Americans forming settlements, and more adjoining them, as this river is far within that line marked out by your Excellency's government and the Americans some years since, though that line was unknown to us until very lately, and we never gave our sanction, nor, in fact, knew of any sale of our lands made to the Americans. We trust your Excellency will give orders to displace them within the line, and send them back to their own country. Our delaying to address your Excellency to represent the aforementioned grievances has been owing to the want of a person to attend to our talks, and put them in writing for us. The commander of the fort of St. Mark's has heard all of our talks and complaints. He approves of what we have done and what we are doing, and it is his recommendation we have thus presumed to address your Excellency. We have the honor to be your Excellency's most obedient and very humble servant, A. Arbuthnot. Number 1. Power of attorney for the Indian chiefs to A. Arbuthnot. Know all men by these presents, that we, chiefs of the Creek Nation, whose names are affixed to this power, having full faith and confidence in A. Arbuthnot, of New Providence, who, knowing all our talks, is fully acquainted with our intentions and wishes, do hereby, by these presents, constitute and appoint him, the said Alexander Arbuthnot, our attorney and agent, with full power and authority to act for us, and in our names, in all affairs relating to our nation, and also to write such letters and papers as to him may appear necessary and proper, for our benefit and that of the Creek Nation, given at Audiobooks Sound in the Creek Nation, this 17th day of June, 1817. 1. Kappa Machako, his X-mark. 2. In Limotho, his X-mark. 3. Charles Tucknoky, his X-mark. 4. Otis Michael, his X-mark. 5. Okanoni Tuskanoki, his X-mark. 6. Imachilaki, his X-mark. 7. Inhimachukukli, his X-mark. 8. Laho Itamachli, his X-mark. 9. Horothli, his X-mark. 10. Ilisago, his X-mark. 11. Tamuchis Haho, his X-mark. 12. Oparthmaliko, his X-mark. Certified explanation of names and towns to which the foregoing chiefs belong, agreeably to the number set opposite thereto. William Hambley. 1. Kinhikji, chief of Mixaki. 2. Inhimrathlo, chief of Faltown. 3. Charles Tuskanoki, second chief of the Okmoki town. 4. Chief of the Conholowe, below Fort Gates. 5. Aponi, chief of Okmoki towns. 6. Chief of the Aglopalgas. 7. Chief of Palacholoki. 8. Chief of the Chihos. 9. Chief of the Red Sticks. 10. Francis, the Prophet. 11. Peter McQueen, chief of the Tallahassos, an old Red Stick. 12. A Red Stick, created chief of the lower towns. Number 2. Supposed to be for bowlegs to the governor of St. Augustine, to His Excellency Don Jose Cappinger. To His Excellency James Green, governor of St. Augustine. Sir, I had the honor of receiving your letter of September, but the impossibility of finding a person to write an answer to the same is the cause of this apparent neglect. I shall be very happy to keep up a good understanding and correspondence with you, and hope you will, when occasion offers, advise me of such things as may be of service to myself and people. I warriors and others that go to St. Augustine return with false reports, tending to harass and distress my people, and preventing them from attending to their usual avocations. At one time, the Americans and Upper Indians, supported by a force of about 8,000 men, were running lines far within the Indian Territory. Another time, are collecting a force at Fort Mitchell, in the forks of Flint and Chattahoochee rivers, to fall on the towns below. Now, sir, we know of no reason the Americans didn't have to attack us, an inoffensive and unoffending people. We have none of their slaves. We have taken none of their property since the Americans made peace with our good King George. We have followed the orders of his officer, that was with us, Lieutenant Colonel Edward Nichols, and in no way molested the Americans, though we daily see them encroaching on our territory, stealing our cattle and murdering and carrying off our people. The same officer also told us we, allies to the great king, our father, were included in the treaty of peace between our good father and the Americans, and that the latter were to give up all the territory that had been taken from us before and during the war. Yet, so far from complying with the 9th article of that treaty, they are daily making encroachments on our land, getting persons who are not known to the chiefs, and without any power or authority, to grant and sign over lands to them. Thus they deceive the world and make our very friends believe we are in league with them. The principal chiefs of the nation, with the head warriors, assembled at my town on the 8th instant, and came to the resolution of informing the British minister at Washington of the conduct of the Americans and the officers of their government towards us. It has been done accordingly, and copies sent to England. We demand of the king, our father, to fix some of his people among us, who may inform him from time to time of what is passing, and see the Americans do not extend themselves on our lands. The Spanish subjects in Floridas are too much in the interest of the Americans to be our friends. For the governors I shall always entertain the greatest regard. But for the people, they do not act so as to merit any esteem and protection. You desire I would chase those marauders who steal my cattle. My people have lately driven some Americans from La Way, and I have no doubt that Americans will hold off this as a pretext to make war on us, as they have before done in stating we harbor their runaway slaves. 3. General Mitchell, agent for Indian Affairs. King Hatchie, the head chief of the Lower Creek Nation, has called on me to request I would represent to you the cruel and oppressive conduct of the American people living on the borders of the Indian Nation, and which, he was in hopes, from a talk you were pleased to send him some weeks since, would have put a stop to and restored peace between the Indians and American people. But far from any stop being put to their inroads and encroachments, they are pouring in by hundreds at a time, not only from the land side, but ascending the Apalachicola in vessel loads. Thus the Indians have been compelled to take up arms to defend their homes from a set of lawless invaders. Your known philanthropy and goodwill to the Indians induces the head chiefs to hope that you will lose no time in using your influence to put a stop to those invasions of their lands, and order that those who have already presumed to seize our fields may retire therefrom. The Indians have seized 2 persons they think have been greatly instrumental in bringing the Americans upon them, and they are now in their possession as prisoners. It is even reported they have made sales of Indian lands without the knowledge, consent, or approbation of the chiefs of the nation, and from their long residence in the nation, and the great influence that one of those people formerly enjoyed among the chiefs as their chief, there is some reason to believe that he has been guilty of improper conduct to the Indian nation. Number 4. Petition of the chiefs of the Lower Creek Nation to Governor Cameron. We, the undersigned, are deputed by the Creek Nation to wait on your excellency and lay before you their heavy complaints. To the English we have always looked up as friends, as protectors, and on them we now call to aid us in repelling the approaches of the Americans, who, regardless of treaties, are daily seizing our lands and robbing our people. They have already built 7 forts on our lands. They are making roads and running lines into the very heart of our country, and without the interference of the English, we shall soon be driven from the land we inherited from our forefathers. The Americans tell us the English will regard us no more, and we had better submit to them, but we cannot submit to their shackles, and will rather die in defense of our country. When peace was made between the English and the Americans, we were told by Lieutenant Colonel Nichols that the Americans were to give up our lands they had taken, and we were desired to live quietly and peaceably, in no wise molesting the Americans. We have strictly followed those orders, but the Americans have not complied with the treaty. Colonel Nichols left Mr. Hambly in charge of the fort of Prospect Bluff, with orders to hear us if any cause of complaint, and represent the same to the British government. But he turned traitor, and brought the Americans down on the fort, which was blown up, and many of our red brethren destroyed in it. The ammunition stores intended for our use were either destroyed or taken off by the Americans. We have sent several messages to inform your excellency of the proceedings of the Americans, but they have never returned to us with an answer. 3 of our red brethren have lately been killed by the Americans while hunting on our lands, and they threaten to attack the towns of Makasuki and Salwani, the only 2 large towns left in the Creek Nation, and without aid from your excellency, we cannot repel their attack. We are, therefore, deputed to demand of your excellency the assistance of troops and ammunition, that we may be able to effectually to repel the attack of the Americans and prevent their farther encroachments. And if we return without assistance, the Americans, who have their spies among us, will the more quickly come upon us. We must humbly pray your excellency will send us such a force as will be respected and make us respectable. The following endorsed on the foregoing. Charles Cameron, Esquire, Governor, Commander-in-Chief, etc., etc. I beg leave to represent to Your Excellency the necessity of my again returning to the Indian nation, with the deputies from the chiefs, and as my trouble and expense can only be defrayed by permission to take goods to dispose of amongst them, I pray Your Excellency will be pleased to grant me such a letter or license as will prevent me from being captured in case by meeting any Spanish cruiser on the coast of Florida. End of footnote. End of section 80.